Oops.
What the fuck was that?
Nick, she's a research student at university. Country U. She just said that. So, when did you come up here? Well, let me see. I guess it was about 3 days ago. What are you photographing? Photographing. Photographying. Photographing. My brain just like shorted out there for a second. I don't know what just happened. This is really like.
I'm going to ask you a favor, sleepyhead. Ever since we were kids, I'd always be the one to wake you up when you slept in. But this time, what all? Fuck me. God damn it. Fuck's sake, dude. I almost made it. Alright, was that convincing? That worked? Was I properly scared? I can't pronounce. It's what, Worcestershire? There's a syllable I'm missing. It's like Worcestershire. See, I told you. I can't do it that way. I don't know that many syllables. Even more sushi? Bet. It's pronounced what? Yeah, exactly. It's getting worse. It's getting so much worse. All right, you pronounce it for me then. Give me a phonetic. You connected, but you're back. I'm waiting for like Mewtwo to show up. You know? When you're right, you're right. Nice penis. Hey, she's right there. Shh, what the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? She just skipped away behind the pillar and disappeared. Oh, fuck no. Oh, fuck no. I tried to. She's coming right for me. Nope, I'm out. I'm out. No, fuck no. Fuck no. Nuh-uh, nuh-uh, nuh-uh. Do I get to eat the sandwich? No way that was a real animation. I refuse to believe that was an actual animation. I always love when this singular clip that I have of the singular IRL stream that I've done pops up, because it really is like an immersion break moment. It's so fucking funny. The quality is so terrible. There's not really anything to the clip other than Paul eating shit. It's just, it's so peak when it comes up in like a grouping of these, because it's just so out of left field. And I love it so much. It is unironically one of my favorite clips on the channel. It's so fucking funny. Anyway, hi. How we doing? Happy Friday to everybody. Hope you are all having a good one. Tonight is finally the night as Stream Elements has finally made the announcement for. At long last, they finally figured out what we're doing. We are going to beat Persona 3 Reload tonight. It is happening. We will play until we beat the game. Fortunately, I think we've timed ourselves up pretty well that shouldn't be like a major issue. But we are going to beat the game tonight. I'm so excited to see the ending of this remastered in this game. I'm also terrified. I'm also not prepared, physically, emotionally, mentally. For both the fact of I'm not prepared for the ending. Also, I don't want it to end. It's so strange how this game is now just about to take over. It actually might take over. This game will likely take over Tears of the Kingdom for the second most streamed game on my channel this year. In the last year, not this year specifically. And number one is Pokemon, which is, it's always Pokemon, but also like Pokemon is in a single series. So like this is one of the longest individual playthroughs that I have ever done on the channel. Because even Tears of the Kingdom, that's 2 playthroughs. And that was always kind of the scary thing going into a Persona game on stream, right? Is those games are fucking long. Them shits take forever. But in like an affectionate way. Like, you know, damn, this bitch just never ends affectionate. That's a Persona game. But this has been a ton of fun. I've really enjoyed playing it on stream. I adore this game. And tonight's the night that we finish it. At long last. So Kat, congratulations on first. Anybody else who's out there hanging out, looking about, hope you are all doing well. I'm not gonna waste too much time because the last thing I want to have happen here is we do get held up with something and it, you know, we are streaming until 7 a.m. That's what I don't want to have happen. And sometimes, you know, I've made the promise only like twice that I will beat a game tonight no matter what, and both times it has taken significantly longer than we expect. So the goal is to not have that happen tonight. So we're gonna jump right in. When last we left off, we were in Tartarus. We finally did it. We beat the Reaper. Unfortunately for us, that means we are just wildly overpowered now. Our whole team is just crazily overleveled, ourselves included. Not that we haven't been already overleveled all game, but right now we are just so heavily overleveled. But with that, we also have some silly little guys. We were able to fuse Messiah. I love Messiah. I think Messiah is so cool. It's kind of a mid set right now, I won't lie. Like it's just God's Hand, Megidolin, Salvation. So like, you know, it's not anything too crazy at the moment, but it's also defensively very good as it's immune to physical, repels dark and light, and resists everything else. So like, we'll work on the build a little bit more. I'll use some skill cards probably to make it a little bit better. We have Thanatos. For our dark coverage. We have Vishnu, who's kind of just here, truthfully. I don't really have anything that I'm using Vishnu for. We have Chiyu for some big physical damage. We have Mara, which is mostly for Pierce. We have Arahabaki, who's more of a defensive piece as well. Heat Riser Debilitate is really nice, and just really good defensive coverages. We have Hillel, who has Light and Morning Star, to be able to just kind of drop bombs. We have Satan for Ice and Black Viper, which is a nice almighty move. We have Norn for wind coverage. We have Futsunushi, who is just kind of unfair, especially with Scarlet Havoc. The Theurgy, he goes kind of crazy. We have Shiva, who has some Pierce as well as Electric. And we have Saturnus for fire. So we've got a little bit of everything going on. We've got a bunch of strong stuff, and we're ready to go absolutely beat the ever-loving fuck out of Nyx. That's the plan. The news is on. It was reportedly a gathering organized by a new religious group. Police are working to confirm. The news is talking about a cult gathering set to happen around the start of the year. Awesome. So we unfortunately have all this time off at the start of this month, which makes things a little more difficult. I'm hopeful that this means we're back on the 4th. But I don't know if we're back until maybe the end of this week. The school. Because we have a lot of school Persona 5 brain. We have a lot of school social links to finish. When the cult assembled, they didn't seem to have done anything in particular. It was just a gathering. Of course, that isn't necessarily a bad thing. I'd say it's preferable to a violent rampage. But the fact they did nothing at all is rather eerie as well. I heard that cult had a meeting recently. Why'd they have to do it right after the new year? I really hope it doesn't give people any weird ideas.
By the way,
the mantra of the cult is, if you believe, you will be saved. Ridiculous, isn't it? Similar lines have been used to brainwash the gullible throughout history. We will need to keep our guards up. The public seems to be fooled by these words.
hey,
Have you seen the headlines? The ones like, new cult gaining popularity and apocalyptic ideology spreading? Something tells me it all has to do with Nyx. I saw a news report about that cult. They've become so big so quickly. That's one way to start the new year on the wrong foot, huh? And there's only a month left. Also, it is interesting that in January, the entire, like, lounge color shifts. It becomes less saturated. Which I think is kind of interesting. I really like the way that it looks, honestly. I like it more now than I did in the earlier stages of the game, but I do think it's a cool shift because it's a tonal shift as well, right? Where like everything is kind of a lot more bleary.
Let me think.
The music changes. If you believe, you will be saved. What a joke. Who would buy that line? And all the town music changes too. No more jams. I don't think we get fucking Color Your Night anymore for the rest of the playthrough. I just realized that. That's crazy. We did already max. I think our only real social link that matters right now that we can do is Gourmet King, which is a little unfortunate, to say the least. But do I have a moon persona? I do not. Get rid of the sun so I can get the moon. I do really love the music in this section, though. It's very somber. It's so toned back from the rest of the game. It's like the music everywhere in the rest of the game is so lively, right? And then you hit this bit and it's like it just kind of stops.
Are you finished? We look.
Which is a great job of the music conveying the tone of the game a lot, which I appreciate. All right, hey bud. Perfect timing. You and can get something to eat? I can hear my poor stomach crying sadly. Won't get stronger. Yeah, that's fine.
Yes.
I have nothing better to do. I mean, I could go like pray at the shrine for... My problem is like, of the ones that I have right now, Chihiro and Kazushi are both 9 already, so they're just 1 time, and I haven't unlocked Aegis yet. So like, praying isn't the most helpful for me at the moment. We'll grow stronger soon. Okay. Like, maybe I could do it for Yuko to try to get Yuko finished as well. Because I am a little sad that we're going to leave Yuko possibly unfinished. I kind of feel like just sitting around trying to relax isn't very relaxing anymore, you know? But it feels like we started off the new year strong. Maybe it's a sign of what's to come. Tanaka. Closeout sale. Don't worry, it's not about my business. I do, however, have something very important to tell you, so come quickly. Okay, we can finish Tanaka tonight. It's the new year and all, but it sure doesn't feel that way. Everything's all about the cult or the end of the world. It's seriously killing the mood. Alright, I don't need a devil persona. I don't need to care because this is rank 10 for him. Right. Yeah. So I don't need to worry about having a devil. Deliverance is coming soon. Did you know that? The absolute will is coming from the sky to save us. You too should join us. Cleanse your impure mind and wait for the time to come. Yeah, man. Salvation, huh? Honestly, I don't think it'll happen, but if it does, it'd solve a lot of problems. They say that the end will come soon, but I can't imagine what it'll look like. If it's going to be like a big earthquake or a tsunami, I'd be scared. But if you believe, you'll be saved, right? Those posters and paintings. I used to be a little into that. But between you and me, I only did it because everyone else was. At the time I was so pumped, I thought I was doing something great. But now I can look back on it and realize how dumb I was. Hey, Tanaka. Oh. I do have something of a life lesson in mind, though it might not necessarily apply to you. Still interested? It'll be 100% free. Seems like President Tanaka wants to talk to me. Okay. Then let's not tarry any longer. The clock's ticking. Pay attention now.
I've decided to make a donation.
Wow, big from you.
They're raising money to help orphans in foreign countries.
Uh-huh.
Don't get the wrong idea. I'm not doing this out of the goodness of my heart. It's a long-term investment.
Right.
Children who learn to cope with adversity are more likely to become rich and famous, like me.
Right. Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking of donating 10 million yen. Not a corporate donation, but a
Pretty good. Pretty good amount.
When I told them over the phone, they sent me this.
President Tanaka handed me a piece of paper. It looks like a thank you letter from the charity group.
I received it the very next day. Guess I can't back out now. 10 million yen is nothing to me, though. Once those children grow up and become successful, I'll introduce myself to them.
Uh-huh.
I'll say, I'm the one who made all this possible. Then I'll be well taken care of in my old age.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, makes sense to me.
If it wasn't for our conversations, I probably wouldn't have considered this. By talking to you, I seem to have developed an interest in watching others mature. I thank you for that. Actually, I should be thanking myself
Real.
for so wisely taking note of this.
Beneath his selfish demeanor, I can tell he really appreciates me. I feel like I fully understand him now. We've done it. The devil.
I am that.
Which means we can make Beelzebub, which means we can make Lucifer as well if we want. We've got all the other pieces except for Beelzebub.
We now be
Yippee! Beelzebub, the Lord of Hell.
You can keep that letter. 10 million yen. I worked myself to the bone for that money. And all I have to show for it is that piece of paper.
Uh-huh.
But It's not a bad feeling.
Right.
I'll be going now. The paparazzi could be anywhere. If
Anywhere.
any one of them were to find out, my brilliant plan would be.
What if I'm the paparazzi? What if this has been the long con?
Oh, by the way, about that exclusive modeling contract, I've decided to pass on that deal. Rather, it's your fault for sending me mixed messages.
You know what? That's fair.
Anyway,
It's my
quit
fault.
with shady middle-aged men like me, and find what truly makes you happy.
Apparently, I have a thing for shady middle-aged men and women and older shady men and older men and women in general. Apparently, it just, you know, it seems like it's just a theme at this point.
Bye forever.
Okay, cool. See you later. Getting late, so I'll go back to the dorm.
It's amazing.
Today's item is 4 salvation badges, 1 for every member of the household. You can't be safe without them, but wait. It will also provide a set of 4 disaster-proof backpacks. Now, how much would you pay? Maybe surprised to learn that's only 29,800 yen. Shopping program is over. Yeah, nothing to actually buy today.
I think.
I will stand beside you until the very end. Even though I only have this 1 month to spend with you, I will have no regrets.
Whoa.
Don't talk like that, Agus. Let her say her piece, Yukari. After all, the chances that we manage to defeat Nyx are slim.
Yes.
Indeed, that may be true. There is still a possibility that we will win. We must spend our time wisely this month and attempt to better our odds.
Salut.
It's been 3 days now. At least the pressure of making the decision itself has been lifted, but to be honest, I'm still not completely sure that we made the right choice. I'm sure such feelings are inevitable. It's human nature to wonder about the choice that was not chosen.
Yes.
That's true. People are always asking themselves, what if? Well, I guess we'll always wonder then. But this is the choice we made, so let's do all we can with it so we don't regret it.
Hey, so.
Things are getting out of hand in the city. Where you could see the lost here and there, but now they're everywhere.
Yes.
Many people have been affected by Nyx. I fear it may get even worse as we get closer to the day of Nyx's arrival. It's astonishing that Nyx can affect the entire city like this. This goes to show how strong it is. But no, we're the only ones who can do something about it. We have to fight no matter what.
Seriously?
Have you seen what that cult did? It's a total mess out there. How sick in the head do you gotta be to pull a stunt like that? Alright. Well, speaking of cults, let's go hang out with the Gourmet King.
Hello?
Now grab a bite somewhere. I can hear my stomach crying out with a vengeance.
Yes!
Wonderful, my gourmet friend. To be honest, I needed to talk to you today. So we need a spot where we can eat a good meat and chat. I know just the place.
What I'm about to tell you is top secret. This is for your ears only, okay?
Okay.
This world is gonna end soon. All of humanity is gonna be completely wiped out.
Aha.
But don't worry, we'll be recreating it as a new land for the survivors. Paradise.
Right.
Well, did that just blow your mind?
Yeah, I'm freaking out, man.
Well, don't wet your pants or anything. I'm trying to eat a hamburger here. But it's all right. I forgive you. In paradise, everyone has wings and perfect figures. And they smell like flowers.
Right.
I can finally be reborn into a worthwhile body.
Uh-huh.
But if we don't do something, you'll get left behind when the world ends. And I do not want that to happen. So come on, we'll go to paradise together.
Yeah, man.
Don't do it because you're my subject, okay? Do it because we're friends.
I get the feeling Suamitsu considers me a good friend. That makes one of us.
Okay, so how about this? If we factor in initiation fees, scriptures, and other products, it comes out to 132,000 yen. You could take out a loan, right?
I could pay that actually just like right now, pretty easily.
Not to mention, you'll get a discount since I'll be referring you too. You are one lucky guy.
That's insane.
Insane? You're the insane one with that sinful mouth of yours.
Yeah, man.
I just wanted to share eternal happiness with you because I care about your soul.
Uh-huh.
I have to go repent on your behalf. In the name of faith. Emergency!
Okay. I decided to go back to the You know, yeah, I also would decide to go back to the dorm after that. I would also be like, you know what?
Welcome back.
Okay, so we have no more social links to do tonight, or at night in general. So let's pop on the dating site. And let's make sure Kazushi is ready to go up next time we hang out with him. Got a text message. Kaisuke! Yeah, you know, Kaisuke, appreciate you, man. You are not on the list of social links that we are finishing today. Sorry, bud. Winter vacation is almost over, thank God. Of all the people who we're kind of sort of close with, you are not one of them. You are far from one of them. I'm assuming we're not ready with Nozumi yet because he's we didn't get any of our answers correct, but again, we have nothing really better to do here other than maybe Shrine. All our social stats are maxed.
Listen. Yeah.
A stronger sin, cool.
Oh, welcome.
I've been seeing a lot of graffiti and creepy posters around lately. I don't like it. And a lot of people have been acting weirdly too. I wonder if it's somehow related to Nyx. We can watch a movie with Koromaru. We can have tea with Mitsuru. Akihiko. The new year already, but I still intend on keeping my word. I know it's a busy time, but let's go grab a meal together. Yeah. Absolutely. Hold on, I need to talk to you. We've been keeping up with our taxi driver friend. There was some drive to clean the stations up, but I don't think it's working here. There's trash all over, bicycles scattered on the floor, but I'm not complaining. I like it this way. Yeah, man. Don't those people who preach to others care about what people think of them? I wouldn't be able to do it. I'm not that kind of person.
Go. Yes.
All right, have you decided what you want to eat?
All right. I think
it's finally time for me to pay you back for everything.
At long last.
I see you two are together again today.
Hey, Kurosawa.
Kurosawa-san, I don't usually see you around here. Is there something wrong?
No, I'm just helping patrol the area. You might have noticed already, but the city's been feeling a little different lately.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
We can't be sure what'll happen. Make sure not to stay out too late.
Thanks. You be careful too.
I will. At any rate, this is perfect timing. There's something I've been wanting to ask you.
Yeah, what's up?
Recently, your friend here has been bothering me about my work. I don't know what he's up to, but I'm hoping you might have an idea.
Not a clue.
I just figured I should get to know Kurosawa-san better since he's done so much for me. And maybe I just want a bit of a reference for the future. I'll tell you about it later.
I've had my eye on this guy for a long time, but I have to say, he's changed a lot this past year. Is this your doing? If it is, then I hope you'll keep looking after him.
I'll do my best. I don't know that I can do much to look after him, but I'll try.
He has a tendency to get himself into trouble when you're not watching. Oh, and just to illustrate what I mean, at the end of last year, we had an incident where a large number of gang members were found knocked out at Naganaki Shrine.
Yeah, that's crazy. I wonder what happened.
It seemed to be the result of a fight, but no matter who we asked, they all claimed it was their own fault. The attacker is still unknown.
Man, that's crazy. I don't know what happened.
We thought it might have been a clash with another gang in the area, but some of our sources suggest there were only 2 culprits. The most surprising part is no one found at the scene had any actual injuries. It's kind of unbelievable considering their sheer numbers. Whoever
Yeah, they were
did
probably
this
really cool
must have been
and
pretty
like sexy and awesome. It was probably just like 2 like really handsome and neat guys who just, you know, just a couple of buddies, you know, hanging out, being bros. Probably were like on a workout or something. You know, I don't know who they are though.
But in the end, the victims were just a group of infamous punks. They probably pushed their luck one too many times and got what was coming to them. It's very likely the other side acted in self-defense. And with no injuries, we probably don't need to pursue this case any further.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. You're dropping it?
I have no idea why the 2 of you would...
Yeah, you know, I don't know either. It could be anything.
I may be an officer of the law, but I'm a human being first. If there are those with integrity who know how to use the power they're given, then I'm not above helping that cause.
I think I'm starting to see the path I need to take. Thank you, Kurosawa-san.
I haven't done anything to deserve thanks. I was just musing to myself. Things may have turned out fine this time, but you'd better avoid pulling a stunt like that.
Yeah, hypothetically, whoever it was that did that.
It's becoming more common for goons like them to carry guns.
What's up, Pi? How you doing?
Maybe it's inevitable given how connected the world is, but things just seem more dangerous lately.
He can handle it. I believe in him.
I don't know about that. Against a gun, you'd have to feint and approach from the side. Nothing abroad, though. Now that's a thought.
Ah, and this is where he learns that he wants to go to South America and wrestle with bears without a shirt on. That's he's finally put it together. I'm so proud of him. Good old Arena. It's so funny. Arena Akihiko is a completely different fucking character from this one, and it's so goddamn funny. Came for anime and an awesome streamer. Well, you get one of those things here. There sure is anime. It's good to see you, though.
I'll have a lot of freedom once I graduate. It might be fun to see how far my fist can take me.
How dare.
There he goes again.
Indeed.
Jokes aside, you certainly get a lot of opportunities when you're young. I do miss that sometimes. Maybe the 3 of us can get together for a drink someday. Well,
Maybe.
I'll be on my way.
I wonder if Kurosawa and Akihiko ever did get a drink in Arena. Because if Kurosawa comes back in Arena as well.
You know, I've had had to do a lot of thinking about the future lately, what with entrance exams and all.
Uh-huh.
No matter what path I take, I intend to keep on fighting. But I'm sure there are some things out there I won't be able to do alone. That's why someday, I want to become a leader just like you. Well, I'm getting ahead of myself. We've got a job to do before that.
True.
I'm gonna protect you and all my friends. I'm gonna fight for our futures. And I'm gonna be the big brother she'd be proud of.
Hell yeah, Aki.
That reminds me. I should give these to you before I forget.
Hand wraps.
Go ahead and use those if you want. I'll teach you how to wrap them later.
Great. Thanks. Oh, give me these.
No particular reason, but if you have those on, they'll stabilize your grip on your weapon during battles. Just take them for now.
That would be quite handy, yeah.
They're what let me use my fists to their full potential. In a way, you do the same thing for me.
Aw.
All right. How about we end the night on a high note with some good eating?
Finally. We went out to go get something to eat in fucking, like, June and have not gotten something to eat yet, so...
Anything goes today, so don't be shy. I'll be taking care of the check.
Sound like an old man.
Do I? Kurosawa-san told me it'd put us on better terms if I said that. Well, I'll work on it. You and I will be going strong for years to come. Just call this a practice run.
Yeah, of course.
All right, let's go.
The two of us ate and had a spirited discussion about the upcoming battle. I confuse Horus, the god of the skies. See, this is the thing that I don't understand. This is one of the things that I don't understand about some of the decisions that they made in this game. So I know about Horus, and I know about, for each of the Link episodes, for all of the other male characters, Junpei and Ken and Shinji and etc., you get a persona fusion unlocked, right? All of them, however, have Link episodes in January, except for Shinji, for obvious reasons, to finish that Link, right? Which means you have to wait until, you know, mid-January at least to finish those Links. And the personas that you get available for fusion, like for Junpei, you get, I think, Cert, who's like a level 60 persona. Like, by this point, even if I hadn't just killed the Reaper, I would be like level 80. Like, I'm just kind of like, what's the purpose of giving me that persona this late? Like, you could have presumably very easily swapped the two magicians and given Cert as the magician persona from completing Kenji's Link, and given Futsunushi for beating Junpei's. And I feel like that would have made a lot more sense. Some of the other ones, it's a little bit harder, but like, it's weird to me that, you know, Futsunushi's like a level 75 persona. Cert's like a level 60, but you have to wait much longer to get Cert than Futsunushi. BB, also, unfortunately, I don't think you're one of the ones that I'm going to be finishing today, this run, so... You're one of the few that I'm leaving behind. Which, you're probably the one I'm the most sad about not completing, just because... when Korra-chan sits outside the dorm, he kind of looks like a guardian angel. Wonder if he gets cold, though. I'm a little worried he got sick, so please check in on him whenever you can see him at the front entrance. Yeah, let's go. Hi, Koro. Buddy. Oh, naughty looking boy. What did they just do to my dog? Because they're playing pretty rough with Koromaru.
Don't get sick, okay, Koromaru? Lots of people haven't been looking so good lately.
They say if you smile when you gargle, you won't get infected.
Right.
And if your feet get too cold, you'll catch depression. So bundle up when you sleep.
You'll catch depression. Damn, bro. I didn't know this was an infectious disease. My bad to everybody over the years that I have given depression to. My apologies, truly. I didn't know that it was infectious. Okay, bye, girl in floral shirt.
Quite exciting over here.
Always.
Well, it's been different around town lately, don't you think? So
Yeah.
many people with dead looks in their eyes. Not to mention the wild stories going around.
Yeah, and like a cult.
I couldn't help but worry. So I came to check in on you. But it looks like I had nothing to worry about. So that's enough of that for now. Next time I'll bring some snacks, all right?
Lots of people are uneasy about the bizarre events around the world. We can't afford to lose.
Oh, there they are.
Hi again.
I'm beat. And it's been getting chillier, too. Ah, right. Do you know how to play shogi, young man?
Yeah, I'm pretty good.
Ah, excellent, excellent. Then, would you humor this old man with a game?
I hope, personally, you know that meme of like the chess grandmaster, and he's wondering, you know, how he's losing to me and I'm eating his pieces when he looks away. I hope that's me and Koromaru. I hope this old man, every time he looks away, Koromaru eats one of his pieces, and we just like, you know, man, that's crazy. I'm kicking his ass.
Well then, shall we begin? I don't have anyone to play with these days. This is going to be fun.
Koromaru and I played shogi with the old man. Look at Koromaru, he's so intent. He's just focused.
Hey, hold it! Ola-chan, it's too early for that hint.
What's going on over here?
My dog is playing shogi. What about it? Hi, Mitsuru.
Pardon us. We are right in front of the entrance, aren't we?
Oh, no, don't worry about it.
Of course. This is a student dorm, right? And does that mean you'll leave this place one day too, young man? I see. Well, Koromaru, looks like the next batch of students will look after you too. Life may be filled with goodbyes, but they never get any easier.
Aw, buddy. Check.
What?
Too good.
That was a good move.
So what? We're just getting started. That was a good match. I'll have to stop by again. Until next time, you two. And to that lovely lady over there, adieu.
Moving out of the dorms. That would be some point after we finish our fight. It's hard to even imagine right now, but it's something we'll have to face in the future. After all, we're fighting so we can even have a future. Don't you worry, Koromaru. Everyone will love you.
Aw, sweet buddy.
My shogi pieces.
Is that the old man from earlier?
Turkey pieces are scattered on the ground by the old man's feet. I should probably help him out. Koromaru and I helped the old man and walked him back to his home. After the fighting ends. Once the battle is over, Iwatodai Dorm will have completed serving its purpose. We'll all eventually go our separate ways. I wonder what Koromaru wants to do after all the fighting ends. Maybe I should ask him. Stop. Stop. I asked him what he wants to do when this is all over. Seems like Koromaru wants to stick with me after the fighting's over. It's an old ragged collar. Stop! There's an amulet sewn into the back. Could the priest have made this? Isn't this important to you? He seems to want me to keep it for him. If I brought this along to our next home, that might make Koromaru happy. You can count on me. Koromaru's collar. Aww. Koromaru's howl resounds throughout the quiet shrine. I can feel a strong sense of resolve from Koromaru. Koromaru slowly made her way back to the dorm. Stop! You can now fuse Byakko, the sacred white beast. Oh, that makes me sad.
Welcome back.
It's good to see you again.
Excuse me?
Koromaru-san's gaze is strong and unwavering, as if he was only looking towards the future. When he joined us, he was the only one capable of using 2 different theurgies. Now I think I understand why. By the time Koromaru-san had met us, he had already crossed a major milestone. Yeah, he didn't have any upgraded persona. He didn't need one. He's my GOAT. School's starting again. I wonder how everyone's doing. Probably the same. It's true, we didn't have a long enough vacation for anyone to change.
Hello.
Cases of apathy syndrome are on the rise again. There have been a lot of people reported missing as well. This is not good. Society's crumbling before our eyes.
Hey there.
Mysterious cases. That's all they're talking about in the news. Up until now, the reports on shadow incidents had been altered before being publicized, right?
Yes.
Yes, that goes for the same for the victims. The public receives a watered-down version of the truth. If a person is found unconscious, it's framed as a mugging. If a person goes missing, it's reported as kidnapping. That's how they've always been handled. However, the problem is that these incidents are sporadic, and the culprits are never identified. In the end, they're classified as mysterious cases because everything about them is unexplainable. So it's the sheer number of cases that's arousing suspicion. Things are getting pretty serious. The cult has this mantra: if you believe, you'll be saved. Does anyone ever actually think that's true? Kind of reminds me of those ads at the back of a magazine. You know, the ones that say, buy this product and you'll be happier. Let's go with Fuka to water the plants.
Smell of the soil really makes it feel like we're growing something, doesn't it?
Probably because we are growing something, Fuka. Is the care we put in, it looks like this will be a big harvest.
I think, shall we head back?
Cool. We've got this harvest and maybe one more depending on what we put in there, because I think this one's ready like the middle of this month. Chihiro, Yuko, Kazushi. Ooh. We love Fuka. Because we go back to school, I don't know if it's tomorrow or Friday. I think it's Friday. I think Chihiro's good to go up to 9. I think Kazushi is good to go up to 9. So our best bet is probably going with Yuko. I don't know if we're going to have the chance to finish Yuko or not. But that would give us at least a better shot at it. Pokemon lover, welcome in. Sort of so dry, I think I overdid it. Just so you know, this is just a pre-celebration for the end of our coaching duties. We still need to have a real celebration. Hey! Still have some time, right? What do you want to do now? Let's go to a cafe.
Nice going.
Perfect, I was thinking the same thing. I could use a cold drink right about now. Let's go. You know, when we hang out like this and go to cafes or get food, it feels kind of like we're dead. I mean, let's go. Ooh. Ooh.
Oh, it's you.
When are we to go to Tartarus again tonight? We have to duty defeat Nyx. For this particular mission, I don't believe the concept of over-preparing applies. Yes, but I also think we just don't have a reason to go to Tartarus. Like, I could hypothetically, yes, get you guys to level 99 as well, but like, we're fine. I think, truthfully.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
By the way,
The cult keeps preaching about salvation and deliverance, but the meaning of salvation is different from person to person. There are those who desire riches, who want to buy what they need, who wish for world peace. Just what does that cult think their salvation is? I'm so interested in the cult. There are news reports on it every single day. Makes me sick. I hope our school won't be obsessed with it too. Might be though.
what?
That would suck. I don't even want to think about it.
Well,
Honestly, there was a time last year where I thought Tartarus may not even have a peak. I still feel somewhat nervous, but I'll take this over the anxiety of those times any day. It's said that having a clear goal brings stability. Oh, this is quite a way to learn that moral. Alright. I think we're going to game. We're going gaming. Equip persona's magic. Okay, who wants more magic? Who do we want to have more magic on? Probably use it on a lot of them, truthfully. Saturnus isn't a bad idea. Satan is pretty solid. Hillel could probably use it. Maybe Hillel. Thanatos. Oh, hello. Today is the last day of winter vacation. Okay, we can go with Nozumi today, I suppose. Again, not like we have much better to do. We've already finished Momori, we've already finished Maiko, we've already finished Bunkichi. We've already finished Akinari. Like, all of our outside of school links are done except for Nozumi. Even if email is in vogue today, I'm still happy to get New Year's card. You got any friends who you could send a New Year's cards to? I do. You ever hear that rhyme? Make new friends, but keep the old. One is silver and the other is gold.
I'm counting on you. What do you got? Wanna sell in bulk?
Holy fuck.
Sure, it's a deal. You finished? Be seeing you.
Be seeing ya. I have a feeling I have good stuff to be made here too. How long has it been since you started coming here? I think I'm cooperating with a Persona user 10 years after I stopped working with Kirijo-san. And I'm glad that Persona user is you. You had me on tenterhooks with how new you were, but look how capable you are now. Base models don't come any better than this. Seeing one firsthand is practically a spectacle. Equipment made with this will surely be invaluable. I highly recommend using it.
Which one? You've come at a good time.
Lucifer's
There are so many
Blade.
items you can
All
create.
stats plus 7 plus magic ability. Holy fuck. Masakado's Katana. Emperor's Sake Cup. All stats plus 5 plus apt pupil.
There are other people
Black
who
Pillar
can use
Shard
personas,
for
right?
Mitsuru.
Try to get along with them. You can overcome most hurdles in life with your friends.
Arms Master Contract Angel Wing. Carnage King's Gear. All stats plus 9 plus Ollie Dance. Holy fuck. Armor of Light, reduce magic damage high, Savior's Augite, Shoes of Light, Rudra Ring, Chakra Ring, Barbaric Bracers, Arms Master, Spellmaster, Ollie Dance. Holy.
I'd be running an antique shop, much less meet a kid like you.
These are insane.
What would you like?
Ignore enemy resistances. And agility plus 7 for Junpei. Holy. Null fire, null slash, null pierce,
Give them a go, will you?
null ice, null strike. Strength plus 7 and ignore enemy resistances. Archangel's Wings. Bull Warrior Horn, Preservation Conch.
So, what will it be?
Auto Heat Riser. Ooh. Destroyer's Drums. Soul of Athena.
Officer Kurosawa and I go way back. He and my neighbors usually keep me in the loop about everything going on.
So true. Lightning Gloves, Thunder Whetstone, Rainbow Snake Scale, Immortal Angel Core.
What would you like? Go on, look around.
Gold Quartz for diamonds and silver
Go on,
quartz.
look around.
I could get Spellmaster and Arms Master cards as well.
You never really know what life. Which one? So, what would you like?
Whew. A lot of good stuff here, but
So,
I'm gonna get this for Junpei.
You're sure about this? Here, it's all yours. So, what will
And
it
I'm
be?
going to get plus 100 HP and SP is crazy. How are you, Bree? Auto Heat Rise is also really good.
Here you go. Thanks for. You're sure about. Did you change your mind? So, what will it
I also
be?
need to make a specific spear.
What would you like?
This one. Okay, that one's easy to make.
Here you
I need
go.
that one
Thanks
for for
Is that on your
Elizabeth.
toe again? I never-
Do 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 do. Hello.
I'm looking for. Are you
About
accepting a
requests.
request? Wonderful.
Sick. So with that now, we have done every single Elizabeth request except for 101, which will be something I do off stream because I don't need to deal with fighting Elizabeth on stream. That's too much prep work for me. How is Buppy? She's good. A gamer student. She's having some stress because we're redoing our backyard. So there's a lot of construction going on back there, which means people coming and going, which is driving her a little bit crazy because she can't go out and greet all the new people that are coming and going. But otherwise, she's doing really well. He's been acting weird lately. All this talking about how the end is nigh and stuff. What he needs is to kick back and relax here at the arcade. Hell yeah, brother! At the arcade. My stomach is crying in sorrow, but it's not important right now. Yeah. Wonderful, my gourmet for... no, I'm not here to eat today. I'm here because I wanted to talk to you.
Hey, I haven't been doing so well lately, you know? And it's all because of your blasphemy.
Yeah, something like that.
I begged so hard for your soul that I think I actually lost weight.
Wow, congratulations.
Look at me! I'm paper thin now!
Yeah, I can see. You do look thinner.
Oh, you really think so? I eat the same amount of food, though. I get what you're trying to say. You're embarrassed to be seen with me, right? I'm not like my little brother. I'm not smart or athletic, and I have weird stubby legs.
Uh-huh.
And my pants are covered with food stains.
I mean, that's something that's very easily fixable. The other two are like, you know, okay, fair enough. Like, you know, body dysmorphia do be a bitch, but the food stains on your pants is something that you can, in fact, just fix.
Just a thorn in everyone's side. They all wish I could be more like my little brother.
I mean, I didn't say that aloud.
All they do is make fun of me. I just want this whole world to disappear.
Okay.
But the world can't end yet. Not until I save you first.
Right.
Look, I can try harder. I just need to make it to paradise. That should solve all my problems.
Uh-huh.
I'll be taller and more slender, and my body will glow. So I'll be safer at night.
Right.
See? Then I won't be inferior to my brother. And you won't hate being seen with me. So please, don't abandon me.
I feel a strong... I don't feel any connection, actually.
I have to go, so I don't have time to eat today. I haven't earned forgiveness just yet. And I have to find a new member to recruit soon.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
That was him just now. So can you handle it?
Yeah, all I gotta do is rough him up and I get paid. You know, I've got this buddy who's kinda strapped for cash too, if you catch my drift.
Not them planning a hit in front of the person he was just talking to. That's crazy.
Fine, you'll both get paid. Just make sure you finish the job. Huh? Oh, it's you.
Hey guys, how's it going?
132,000 yen, right? That's the same trick he used on my son. If you know what's good for you, I'd stay the hell away from him.
Trust me, I've been trying to. I've been making an effort. but he's the only one left that I can go to these days. So like, I had no choice.
Oh, welcome back.
We could take Koromaru for a walk. I guess can come with us tonight. No, I think we're gonna go here. Dating site, no. And I can't believe I'm gonna put this one in, but who should I think of? Where is he? Okay. Seems the prayer is done. Having meditated in our relationship, he feels more important to me. He doesn't. I don't think there's anyone in this game that is less important to me than him. The bar is on the floor, and he has managed to fall through it. The third semester begins today. Oh? Wait, this is so good. I didn't know they remade this song. I love this. I hear people talking.
Come to think of it.
Hey, have you heard the rumors about the cult?
Excuse me?
Hey, don't call it that if you don't know anything about it. Besides, it's pretty much a fact that the fall is coming. Oh, well, nothing we can do about that, I suppose. By the way, about the homework for second period. First bell is rung.
Everyone,
Happy New Year, everyone. Winter break is come and gone. No more boozing. Oh, you guys are underage. Wow, I feel sorry for you. But since it's the new year, here's a relevant question for you all.
Listen.
Let's see, Kodak-kun. Do you know about the monk named Ikkyu? He's one famous enough that they made a show based on his life. Well, this is what he said about New Year's. The New Year is the index of a journey to a certain place. Where is this certain place he's referring to? The underworld. This is the most, like, not skewed. I guess people just didn't care at this point. They've got all their stats max, probably. But
Exactly.
that's the least, like, you know, skewed I've seen it. New Year's decorations are built in milestone markers along the path to the underworld. Ikkyu was an eccentric old man. During the New Year's celebration, he carried around a staff with a skull on top of it. And he'd say stuff like, "Death is coming closer," to random passerby and whatnot. Right, that's, yeah, normal. Normal behavior. Anyway, if you want to learn more about old-timey stuff like this, you can go ask Ikoda, I mean, Mr. Ikoda, about it. Now please open your textbooks.
It has been a while since we attended class.
Hey, I guess it's good to have you.
Classmates seem to be doing well. By the way, did you notice that Junpei-san was missing? I saw him head for the rooftop before afternoon classes started. Perhaps he decided to skip the first day of the semester?
It's nice and warm out today. Want to come to the rooftop? It'd be nice to have a little chat up here. Hey, you're free, right? Come up and hang out on the rooftop for a bit. Seems both Junpei and Yukari are on the rooftop. I decided to meet them there. Oh?
Oh. Sorry, I don't really have a reason to be up here. I just sort of felt like it.
This is...
Only to find Junpei here as well.
I guess I just felt the urge myself. Maybe we've been through so much together that our wavelengths are in sync.
Yeah, we've synced up, guys. Congrats.
That's just your imagination. If I'm on the same wavelength as Junpei, I'd better change the channel.
Damn.
Anyhow, it's so nice today, isn't it? The wind's a little chilly, but the fresh breeze feels great.
Looking from here, the view ain't that bad.
It's familiar scenery, but I guess that's why it's so calming. The end almost doesn't feel real.
People have been passing out and disappearing out of nowhere lately, huh?
Huh.
They've been talking about a lot of shadow-related incidents on the news, too. Mitsuru-senpai said it's because there are too many shadow victims. The memory revision can't keep up.
I don't really get it. This is all because of Nyx, huh? Feels like the world's hit rock bottom. There's even weird cults popping up. I guess this won't be one of those, oh, it was just a dream moments.
There's still time.
We'll do whatever we can. No regrets. I'm not gonna try and act cool and say things like, I want to protect everyone, but I couldn't handle it if the time we spent together disappeared.
Yep. In fact, the tales of the amazing battles I survived should be handed down through every generation forever.
You're so right, Junpei.
Look who's talking. Weren't you the one who was sulking and giving us a hard time?
Well, that was the passion of my youth.
Right.
I've matured since. You think so too, right?
I can always count on you.
Hell yeah! I'm gonna make the final ball a home run.
Don't spoil him. He's gonna let it go to his head again. I'm not one to talk, though. I got stuck in my own head and acted out, too. I wonder if I've grown since then. I mean, it used to be just the three of us, right?
Yeah. Back at the start. The OGs.
If you'd asked me back then, I never would have guessed it'd come to this.
We've all been through so much this year.
Well, yeah, but you gotta look on the bright side. Our friendship is way stronger now, isn't it?
Don't say that with such a straight face. You're embarrassing me. But I guess it hasn't been too bad. We've gotten this far together, so let's see it through to the end.
We'll get it done.
Yeah, let's send them packing. And those two guys from Strega haven't made a move, but you know they gotta be planning something. We gotta take care of them too. Let's show them what C's 2F's trio can do. Now that I got you guys, I feel way more pumped.
Hell yeah.
Oh. I just remembered, Junpei. You never gave me back that CD. In fact, you never return anything you borrow.
Oh.
What? Oh, yeah. That. Do you have to bring it up now?
Oh boy. There she is. I guess real. It's been a while since I last came to school. I know this isn't exactly the best situation, but I have a new outlook on so many things. Do you have any plans for after school today? If you don't mind, I would like to walk home with you.
That's great.
Thank you. Oh, but there is one place I would like to visit before returning to the dorm. Shall we go?
I find myself coming here a lot lately.
So true indeed.
Before, I couldn't
Oh, hello? No, it wasn't? What do you mean? Hello?
understand the benefits of coming to
there goes.
these shrines. But lately that's changed. This is also where we met Koromaru-san last summer.
Correct.
We waited here until we found him, even though he knew his master had died. I can understand why now. What drives people isn't necessarily facts, but feelings. He knew for a fact that his master had died, but his feelings of wanting to be with him made him stay. I feel the same. I recognized the fact that I can't protect you, but I came back anyway. Subconsciously, I was acting based on my emotions rather than logic. I was so confused at the time that I didn't notice it, but it's true. The parameters governing my behavior seem to have been updated during my time with you.
I can sense Agus's faint affection. At long last, there she is.
I am thou. Thou art
We finally did it.
Thou hast established a new bond. Thou shalt have our blessing when thou choosest to create a persona of
We're gonna need to go pick up an Eon persona. Hopefully I have Eon personas. Bum, ba-da-da-dum, bum, bum, bum. We did it. People person unlocked all social links.
Oh, I misspoke. I mentioned what drives people.
Thank you for the 5 biddies. Just completed a form so you can ensure you get your PTO in July, and you've briefly forgotten how to spell your last name. That's not ideal.
But of course, Koromaru-san and myself aren't people.
That's okay, you're besties.
Sorry.
I guess looks somewhat lonely. We just had to go back to the dorm.
Welcome back.
School somehow feels different from last year. It's a strange atmosphere, doesn't it? Give me yours so I struggle less. True, mine's pretty easy. I'll lend it to you, don't worry. Lots of students in my class were talking about cults and other weird things. I imagine this has something to do with the coming of Nyx. Can't lose. Let's get past the promised day. We can watch a video with Ken. Zach has a nice ring to it. That would be my first name, but you know, I think it could still work. I didn't expect the cult to become so popular. I thought more people would oppose it. But it's like a fire drawing moths to its flame. The masses have simply accepted it. No, Kodak's my last name. It's reversed. It's huge brain. Everyone at the school thinks this is just a normal third term. They have no clue that this may be their last third term ever. I don't know how to feel. Even though we're in the same classroom, it feels like we're living in different worlds. I knew the cult would have some influence over the school, but to this extent. Can you think of any effective ways to counter them? There's nothing we can do.
Let's see.
You may be right. Nyx's influence appears too great. In that case, we'll just have to defeat Nyx himself to break the control the cult has over everyone.
I don't think so.
Just as expected, the cult's influence has reached our school. Some people seem to be fully devoted to it. We need to do something about Nyx. Yeah, I think we go with Ken today. We don't need the social stat, but Ken does not yet have his full ERG skill, right? I think he's the only one that we have left. Yeah. Granted, his isn't super valuable, it's just Invig, but...
Wow, that was so good! And the main character was cool and in control until the very end. That last line he exchanged with the casino's boss gave me goosebumps.
Hell yeah!
And how about that part when he was all, count to 5?
I loved that part.
I hope I can be like him when I'm an adult. What do you think it takes for a guy to be hard-boiled?
You put him in an egg and drop him in water. Always keeping your cool.
That's true. You can't really be hard-boiled if you're quick-tempered. You have to keep calm and never let the enemy get under your skin. Come to think of it, that might be just what I need right now. I tend to get worked up about what's right in front of me, don't I?
I guess.
It's exactly the kind of thing a kid would do. I need to fix that.
Buddy, you're 11.
Well, now's as good a time as any to start. I'll give it my best shot. If I do that, do you think I could become like him? A cool, hard-boiled guy, just like the detective in the movie.
Yeah, man, I believe in you. Of course.
When I hear you say it, I really feel like it's possible.
Looks like Amada has learned how to be an adult by observing the movie's main character. Automatically discover 10 SP each turn in battle. Damn, that's in Vig 4.
Oh boy, look at the time.
That's crazy.
But I still want to talk about the movie. Wait, I'm not sleepy yet, okay?
Me at all times. Yawning. No, I'm not tired.
The ones who should kill, prepared to be.
So true, Ken. We have Monday off as well, huh? Yuko, Chihiro, Nozumi. I guess. Dude, I was invited to that cult thing again. I wonder who's in charge of that mess. I bet he's a chick magnet. He's certainly something. I need to go get an Eon persona. I can dump the moon one for the time being.
Marvelous. I'm looking for... How may I assist you?
I didn't get rid of the other persona, did I?
We look...
I don't have an Eon persona. I should have made sure of that first. Yeah, I don't. I have an Eon persona, hopefully, but I have fused at some point. Or registered.
Welcome to the Velvet Room.
Because I know there's not a lot of them.
Is your progress so far?
Yeah, I have Nidhugger. Right, I have you. Right. I also just don't like your name simply because it enters kind of a dangerous territory.
We look...
Okay, back to Aegis. Okay. So I want to look at for a second here. So if we do Aegis 2 today, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, assuming all of those days are open, we would have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 other days to spend with other social links. Which means that's 2 days, 3 days. We would have enough, presumably, to get Chihiro, Kazushi, and Yuko, assuming we did all of them in 1 day and we didn't have any days where we couldn't do a social link. We have, I know, at least 1 day where we have to go with Junpei during the day. I think it's doable.
Oh, hello there.
Weather is lovely today. If you don't mind, I'd like to walk home with you again.
Thank you very much.
Cool.
I like this place. I can see the entire town from here.
It's a really pretty rooftop. Looking forward to spending some time here.
To the right, and over there is Polonia Mall. Oh, and did you know you can also see our dorm from here? Back in Yakushima, where I'd been sleeping, the ocean waters were much clearer than they are here. But I prefer the view here.
What's up, Numi? How are you? Hope you're doing well.
Before I came here, I didn't even think about whether I liked the scenery or not. What about you? Do you like it here?
I do like it here.
I'm so glad to hear that. Feeling the same way? Watching the same scenery? It's nice. I began
All good
to
over
feel
here? That's what you like to
emotions
hear.
towards various things that I hadn't felt before. It's a little scary sometimes. But if I can change by being with you, then I want to cherish these feelings.
Agus revealed her resolve to me. Seems we've grown closer. Woo! How is P3 reload coming along? It is coming along well. We are 22 days from the end. Rapidly approaching. And we're trying to count our days to make sure we can finish as many of our links as we can.
It's still January, so the winds can get quite chilly up here. It would be awful if you caught a cold.
Yeah, I wouldn't like that. I have a lot of social links to finish.
I see you're back.
Only 3 more weeks until X Day. The fate of the entire world. I'm not concerning myself with all that right now. All I'm thinking about is in this moment is moving forward.
By the way,
Looks like the college entrance exams are on the 16th and 17th of this month. But Sonata-san and Kiryu-senpai are both gonna ace it. They try to hide it, but it's pretty obvious that they study all the time. The cult is a hot topic among my classmates, even though we're only elementary students. But at least they're just talking about it and not actually followers. I've heard that some middle and high school students have joined, though. We can tend the plants with Aegis. We can go for a walk with Koro. Go for a walk with Koro. Oh, Chihiro.
Oh, good
Hi.
evening. We happen to run into each other a lot, don't we? I stopped by the bookstore and didn't realize it had gotten so late. It's a bit scary being out at this hour. There have been more and more strange people around lately.
Yeah, there's a lot of strange people around in general here. Welcome back, buddy.
I suppose with Koromaru-kun around, we won't have to worry about walking alone at night, will we?
What's this wee shit? I'm not walking with you.
Oh, look at the time. I think we should start heading back.
What do you mean we? I don't have to worry about anything. I'm gonna return to the dorm. Got a few messages. Kaz, Kaisuke. I think we go with gore making. As unfortunate as it may be, I think it's time to go with the gore making. No school today. Come to think of it, the crops I planted on the rooftop should be ready. Oh boy. Shopping show, I think still doesn't have anything on. 4 salvation badges, yeah. Nothing for us today.
By the way.
Oh yeah, we have tomorrow off for, what was it again? Ah, right, it's coming of age day. Like I said before, I just hope I can even make it to my 20th birthday.
Oh, right.
Akiko and I will be taking our college entrance examinations on the 16th and 17th. We'll be out during the afternoon, but she should be back before nightfall. Therefore, we'll be available to go to Tartarus, so do not worry. Hi, bud. Give it up for day 22. I couldn't agree more. Thank you for the bits, Naomi.
Hey,
I thought at least our school would be safe from that cult crap, but I guess I was wrong. Other classmates are talking about the end of the world and salvation and stuff. I don't even have to go through this at school. I have to go get Garulu back again. If we do him today and tomorrow with a dating site in between, assuming we go up with him today, we should be able to just finish him and not have to deal with him anymore, which would be a big ease off of our shoulders.
This so you'll be summoning this one.
You know what's funnier than 24? 25.
We look.
But like 22, yeah. We're actually going in the opposite direction. We're down to 21. I wish I had 24 more days. I might be able to finish BB as well. Might go closer. Okay.
Yes.
First, I have some excellent news to share. Then afterwards, oh, I know just the place. What a shame. Listen, I'd rather finish I would choose BB in a heartbeat over this fucker, but I don't have that option, so.
I did it! I finally met my quota! I found someone else to welcome into our vlog!
Congrats, man.
No! Speak of the devil!
Is he gonna get the shit beat out of him? I hope he gets the shit beat out of him.
Oh, wow! Are you interested in joining too? Finally, Paradise is smiling back at me! Yes! Yes!
You're gonna scam them too?
Scam? I don't know what you're talking about. I'm trying to save these people. They've suffered in this world just like me. Someone as good looking as you could never understand. You have no idea what people like me have to go through.
Mm-hmm.
Fine. If you're gonna try and stop me, then you and I are through!
Okay. Oh, did I? Oh, no. Oh, I did. Well. 07s.
Don't follow me around anymore. Only true believers are allowed into paradise.
Well, he's off to go get the shit beat out of him. That new recruit seemed familiar. I'm worried about Sumitsu. I better follow him. I think that's scripted. I think that's supposed to happen.
Huh? What is this? Is this an emergency? A serious emergency?
So the world's coming to an end, huh? I think I remember some other cult saying stuff like that. Except they really weren't about initiation fees. It was more about giving up material wealth, wasn't it? Stealing ideas from real, actual religions. That's a textbook cult tactic, you know?
You mean
Oh no, we have to save him or whatever. I gotta hurry and get over to him. Oh no, guys, we gotta go save our good buddy. No, zoom me. Oh no, I'm hurrying, guys. Don't worry. I'm really rushing to save him.
You've been duped, kid. But not by us. You should blame that cult you believe in so much. Now that I know the truth, I almost feel sorry for you. But you had to take things too far. Try not to hit his face. If you leave any marks, you might be able to press charges.
Oh no, guys, we really gotta hurry and save him. We gotta go quickly.
But if I die here, I'll be reborn, and I can go to paradise.
You know, yeah, actually, this is what he wants. He wants to go to paradise. Let them kill him. Actually, you know what?
I'm not scared.
Actually, I take it back. Let him go. If he wants to go to paradise, I say let him.
What?
Hey.
What are you doing here? After I said such awful things to you, that we were through. I'm freaking out. I don't want them to hurt me.
Wow, we did it. We unflipped him. A Japanese claw machine arcade store opened up near you? Oh, that's so cool. We'll have to go visit. Feel like our relationship is stronger. Yeah, something like that.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Gross, dude. You're getting snot everywhere. Screw this. I gotta get to work.
Bro said, I don't even want to beat this dude up anymore. This is pathetic. I got work in like an hour, you know.
I've had just about enough of this. Look, just forget about the money. But I don't ever want to see you near my son again.
You're so wonderful. You have such a kind soul.
I am here because I have nothing else to do, and that is the exclusive reason. Don't get the wrong idea.
I see you're back.
Think of Gourmet King. Hopefully that's enough to get us done with his link, and we can finally be free. I can't believe we're gonna finish fucking Gourmet King before we finish Chihiro and Kaz. That's so upsetting to me. Hi, Chihiro. I'm gonna go somewhere. I'll go with you if I can't up Gourmet King, but I know you're already like good to go to 10, so I don't need to invest anything in you. Hey guys. About the cult. I wonder how many people truly believe in it. It seems that much of the public will openly discuss the end of the world without truly understanding the consequences. Yeah, I think I get what you mean. I've noticed something similar too. Like, some people are just going along with it, saying things like, I joined the cult because my friend believes in it. I overheard some folks talking the other day, too. They said that life was so boring, it wouldn't be so bad if the world ended. In other words, they think of the cult as nothing more than a trend. It helps people fill the emptiness they feel inside. Cult is everywhere, all over the city, even in our school. Everyone is talking about how the world is going to end as if it's fact.
Seriously?
Yeah, how can they give up so easily?
Oh, yes.
And again, we can't really expect everyone to think like us. Yes, every human is different, and will come to their own conclusions. That's why I believe there are more people out there who won't give up either. Who's the dumbass in charge of that cult? Here we are busting our asses, and they go and pull this crap.
Excuse me.
You can't just blame the cult. The cult exists only because there are people willing to believe in it. Yeah, I guess that's how the world works. Well, it means it's up to us to do something about it. Whether or not you believe in the cult is a personal decision. I would never believe in it myself. When I think of my friendship with Natsuki-chan, I have no need to join the cult. Bond of friendship. Though this may sound cliche, I believe the ability to forge bonds is the most beautiful thing about being human. In the end, the most important thing is the bond formed between people. That's right, no matter how much power somebody has, nobody can survive alone.
Well,
There's still so many things I want to do in life. I don't want to die before I can become an adult. I plan to do everything I can to make sure that doesn't happen. Please tell me you're ready to go up so we can be done with you. I beg. Hey, man. Seems the thing to do is join that cult thing now. Why isn't anyone trying to stop them from doing such a damn fool thing? Did you see the news? Some thump broke into the hall where the university's testing is held. My eldest is entering high school next month. I'm worried. My neighbor's son was apparently taking the test then. He said the man was screaming "Nix" or something with a crazed look on his face. Okay, thank God. Really? We're done. We're done. We're free.
Hey, so about last time,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
let's go to Hagakure.
Sure, man. The restaurant is filled with the familiar smell of fish.
My younger brother and I were twins, but not the kind that looked the same. He was the better looking one. Everyone called me the uglier Suimitsu. They always compared me to him, and I could never beat him in anything. There was a time when I used to hit him for no reason. But even then, he still treated me like a brother.
So you were just a shit person from the get-go, and it has not improved. Got it.
Then in middle school, we bought steamed buns. And then he died. Food poisoning.
Not my guy dying of food poisoning. That's so sad. No. Aw. That's gotta be one of the worst ways to go out. That's how you're trying to go. Honestly, valid though. I see it. I see the vision. How you doing, Obsty? Good to see you.
They said the meat was undercooked. Just his bun though. Not mine. But I couldn't even cry. I actually felt relieved. I thought maybe they'll all finally stop laughing at me.
That's terrible. I'm gonna level with you, but you're not a good person. I want to make it clear.
I was a terrible brother.
Might be on track with those. You know, actually, Numi has a point. Those mayo donuts might be doing more damage.
At first, I tried to be more like him. I went to cram schools and did martial arts and everything. But I could never be as good, and eventually, I started to feel like people were laughing at me. The only time I feel safe is when I'm eating. All that matters is what's in front of me, and everything else melts away.
The thing that upsets me the most about this character, genuinely, is that he could have been really good. Like, I feel like the idea behind the character itself is really good, and like, you know, a very sad story, you know, twin brother who was like very much more attractive and like beloved than him, and he felt very inferior, and you know, he struggled with those feelings. And when the brother died, he went into like eating as like a, you know, eating disorder kind of like coping mechanism. And like all of that like baseline, I think, can set up for a very good storyline, right? Where it's like, you know, you can support him and help him kind of like overcome his eating disorders and stuff, right? That he's been like coping with death and whatnot. But instead, he's just kind of an asshole the entire time for no real reason. And the plot doesn't really give a shit about, you know, the like coping side of things. He's just kind of like, he's an asshole for like 5 things, and then he tries to get you to join a cult for like 3 of them, and then he says I'm sorry at the end, and that's his arc. It's just like there could have been more here. There could have been so much more to this character.
See? That's what the Gourmet King really is. I only eat to run away from my problems. But if I keep this up, I'll never be able to replace my brother. Will I?
Just be yourself.
Be myself? Be myself!
A revelation.
Is that really how it is?
Something apparently he's never heard before. And now all his problems are gone.
I hear you. You're right. I can never be like my brother. We're 2 different people.
Oh my gosh. Fluffy Towels, thank you for the Prime sub. We saved a life tonight. We did it. Everybody, we're a hero. I'm so proud.
How did I miss something so obvious? I can be pretty dumb sometimes.
Yeah. No, I agree with that one.
Thank you. Really, thank you so much.
Sumitsu truly appreciates me. I feel like our relationship is stronger. We did it! We never have to talk to him again! Yippee!
Finally matured. The innermost power
The true benefit of finishing a social link that you don't like is the fact that you never have to speak to them again.
now bestow upon thee the ultimate form of the moon within thyself.
The ultimate form of the moon within thyself. Wow. I can now fuse Sandolphin. Oh boy. I can finally have my own dolphin.
Sudden, but I'm relieving you of your duties as the Gourmet King's Royal Guard. You're fired.
Oh, well, I'm unemployed now. Rip.
Because you're the new king. All hail Gourmet King the Second.
I would like a better title than that, personally. Gourmet license.
The restaurants in the strip mall gave this to me because of how often I eat there.
Right.
I feel like I've been fake all this time. But one day, I will become the true Gourmet King. I think I'll become a food critic. It'll be my job to eat. I'm gonna become a food master.
Yeah. Okay. I feel like this is not actually solving any of the issues that you had. You know what? It's fine. We don't have to talk to him anymore. It doesn't matter if we solved his issues. That's his problem.
Then when I die and go to the afterlife, I can face my brother. And then I can tell him I was the best at something for once in my life. So until I reclaim my crown, you can hang on to it. I may have lost my title, but someday I'll make my grand return as Gourmet King III.
Right. No, yeah, no, okay.
That's my promise to you. And to my little brother.
Aren't you twins?
Huh. I've been talking so much about my brother, but I'm okay. My memories didn't make me sad and hungry this time. Oh, wow. I never realized how good the ramen tastes here.
Aren't you supposed to be like a food guy? You've never tasted the ramen? All right, whatever. You know, we don't have to think about it anymore. We don't have to put any effort in. We're done. We're free. It's coming of age day. I don't want my life to end before I can become an adult. Let's make sure we win. And then, just like always, let's come back here together. We can watch a movie with Koro. We can... Okay, nothing of importance here. Fuka's on the second floor. Our crops can be harvested, so let's go do that. I forgot to do it yesterday. Nutritious armor onion and medicinal armor onion. All right, let's get some spinach. 123. And that will be our final crop. That will be our final crop before the end of the world. We'll make some spinach right before the end of the world. Man. Just like I've always wanted. What's the game today? Punch boxer. Strength. Okay. Let's go with Chiyu. Raise my persona strength by 3. Nick. I hear people talking.
Hey!
By the way, I wanted to show you this magazine that hit the stands today.
What?
Which one? Don't tell me it's an article about cults. Everyone's been saying the end is near lately, but what's up with that?
Hold up.
I just read it. You'll see how true it really is. Ooh, it's cold. I wish I could get my skin plated. Then I'd shine as bright as the sun. You know what I mean by plating, right? It's when objects are covered in a thin metallic layer. Tin plating is done by plating iron with tin. For corrugated galvanized iron, you plate iron with zinc. Gold medals, by the way, are created by plating silver with gold. But technically, Olympic athletes don't win gold medals. Kind of a bummer, right? Yeah, I'm going to bed. Good night. I guess time.
Oh.
Wait, no, hold on.
Oh.
I need to go get Nidhogger back. I can get rid of Garulu now. Typing accurately on a small device such as a cellular telephone provides more difficulty than I had anticipated. Perhaps I should undergo special training so that I may learn to type as efficiently as Yukari-san. In any case, would you like to walk home together today as well? So true, I guess. So true.
Marvelous. I'm looking. How may I assist you?
Also, do I have any fusions of interest? Beelzebub. I can make Beelzebub.
Are you satisfied with this?
Mamudon, Yegon, Demonic Decree, Abaddon, Balzable, Lilith, Zuzu, Succubus, Incubus. Fire Amp. Like, triple auto is probably fine on this thing, but I need you to make Lucifer. is the key here. Look at him. Big man. The big man. And then what do I need for Seth and Isle? I need Michael and Lucifer. I believe Michael is from Ken's link. So
What kind of person?
I can make Byakko now, but I don't know that it really means too much to me at this point. This is another one of the ones where it's like, I couldn't finish Koromaru's link until, like, you know, this month. When Byakko is, like, much past being relevant for me to summon. Which makes me confused about the purpose behind it, but...
Please take a look.
You're just a soul seed drop. Okay, cool.
Are you finished? We look.
Alright, now that we have a persona, we can go with Aegis. We shouldn't need to switch this one out very much. Do we have a strength persona? Because we won't need... No, we do not. Because we won't need a chariot or a justice, because both of them are 9 already.
Oh.
And we've now finished Nozumi's moon, so...
Thank you very much.
It's cold out, so we should head straight home. Let's see. When's the next train? Oh. So true. That is what a cat sounds like. I agree.
Stay behind me. This could be dangerous. They seem very angry. You're the ones that I often see at the shrine. What's wrong? What? Koromaru-san? You think we what? Wait, we aren't mistreating Koromaru-san.
We would never.
It's true that he's been helping us in our battles, but... What? No. Oh, these are Koromaru-san's old friends.
Uh-huh.
I doubt our intentions regarding Koromaru-san, since he's been more frequently injured lately. How can we make them understand?
Well, if I had to take a guess, I would say that we should probably, we should just try explaining.
This is all a misunderstanding, everyone. Please don't be angry. Just calm down.
Aw.
I'm so sorry. My hand is hard.
Not good to bite on.
I see. No wonder they're suspicious of me. My body is completely unnatural to them. I hope that dog isn't hurt. I've been thinking lately. No matter how human my heart becomes, my body will always remain a machine. Of course, it's obvious when you think about it, that I'm not strong enough to be a weapon, and I'm too stiff to pass as a human. There's nowhere I truly belong. I'm neither completely machine, nor quite human.
That's not true.
But... Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. You're right. Even if I can't quite explain it, I have to be true to myself. Sorry for bringing all of this up. If I hadn't been created, I never would have met everyone. And that includes you. If I can stay by your side, then nothing should faze me. I know that.
I sense Aegis' faint affection. Yippee! Aegis! Rank 3! We have to really just spend as much time as possible with Aegis. It's very tragic.
Friends understand our situation. I don't want you to end up in danger again. I'll see you later.
Parted ways with Aegis and went back to the dorm. Aegis was also going back to the dorm. Why did we part ways? We were going to the same place.
Oh, there you are. We're all going to Hagakure. Wanna come?
Absolutely.
Oh, that was easy. Sonata-san's buying today. You remember that bet we made in Yakushima? Ah, you probably forgot all about it by now. Well, you won in the end, even if it was Aegis.
I'm just built different. What can I say?
But whatever, Sonata-san still lost, right? Even if it took me like 6 months to make him admit it. Come on, everyone else already left. We got a jet.
Everyone's okay with the special, right?
Sounds good to me.
Okay. 5 specials, please.
Man, this is awesome. Sonata-san's never treated us all to ramen before.
I'll accept that I lost. But why do I have to treat all of you?
Yeah, I mean, I can understand treating me and Junpei, but what about Yukari and Aegis?
You're still going on about that? Come on, Sonata-san, a bet's a bet. You gotta pay up.
All right, all right. I never said I wouldn't. What's wrong, Aegis? You doubting me too?
No, but have you seen the magazine on the counter? The headline caught my attention.
What magazine?
The one on the counter?
This one, Emergence of a Messiah. The charismatic one speaks.
Oh, it must be about that doomsday cult. They're all over the internet, too.
And we're gonna finally see who the leader of it is, right?
Hey, look at this photo. Check out their so-called messiah.
There he is.
What the? Is that Takaya?
I thought something was up. So, it's Strega after all. I just lost my appetite.
Listen. Mankind is currently imprisoned by the sins of hate and anger. But soon, a savior will descend upon this world to break the chains that bind us and lift us to new heights. This great being is known as Nyx. I have beheld her glory, and she has blessed me with power beyond belief. When Nyx arrives, there will be no more pain, no more suffering. Humanity shall be freed.
Yeah, I mean, I guess technically none of that's incorrect.
How the hell does he know about Nyx?
Wait, he's saying that Nyx will save the world? But that's a lie.
I don't think that even matters. This is all just a game to him.
That bastard.
But there are those who do not understand the truth, even though they have also been granted her blessing. They have acquired the same power as I, yet they abuse it for their own personal gain. These miscreants are the ones to blame for the recent tragedies that have been plaguing our streets.
Wait, is he talking about us?
You're too loud.
Right. Sorry. But can you blame me? And what do they mean by the charismatic one? Why is he suddenly a celebrity?
Well, apparently Jin was already pretty well known on the internet. He's probably good at influencing public perception.
Yeah, I bet he orchestrated Takaya's rise to fame by building his brand like a celeb. Those two make me sick.
Brothers and sisters, I shall go forth to make preparations for Nyx's arrival. But do not fear those evildoers who desecrate their gifts. Nyx shall right their wrongs.
Allegedly.
May your hearts be filled with peace as you await your salvation. Blessed are those who take joy in the coming of Nyx. The revolution is upon us, my brethren.
Revolution? People can't seriously be buying this crap, can they?
Apparently they are.
Perhaps the power of an exceptionally charismatic individual is the only way to change this nebulous future. That's the end of the article. It appears Strega disappeared again after the interview.
Well, there's only one place they could have gone. Tartarus. They're just wasting everyone's time.
Still, it seems they've managed to shift the atmosphere of the entire city, even if they don't say it out loud. People must be scared inside.
Probably, yeah. You know, if the end of the world is known to be coming in like less than 3 weeks.
Yeah, they probably are. Why else would anyone believe this nonsense? It's not normal.
Believing what you hear is a choice. There's no real way for them to know what's true.
Well, no wonder it feels like the world's ending. We're all gonna die.
But is that so unusual? All life will eventually come to an end. Does Nyx's involvement change that in some way? Death is a natural occurrence in the cycle of life. Don't all humans realize this?
They're not ready.
I guess.
Tell you the truth, I never even would have thought about my own death if none of this happened. But we're already here, so why don't we just leave it at that? Our target is Nyx. If Strega gets in our way, we'll deal with them too.
Hell yeah.
There is to it.
Agreed. We'll probably run into them in Tartarus anyway. No matter how you look at it, they want us out of the picture.
Promise Day's almost here, huh?
Sure is.
Yeah.
We need to do all we can until then.
Alright. And first things first, we're gonna need lots of energy. Let's eat. Excuse me! I'll add a Hagakure bow to the list. You don't mind, right, Sonata-san?
This guy.
Whoa, Junpei, didn't you say you were eating half of Aigis' food too?
Don't worry, I'm starving.
Bro getting 3 bowls.
Is that...
I have to admit, it's impressive how well Strega has manipulated the media. And I'm a little disappointed in the media for being so easily influenced by them. Do you think the media were paid off by Strega to promote them? Actually, that would be even more disappointing. Less surprising, though.
Stop messing around.
Damn it, I can't believe those Strega assholes went and pulled that bullshit on us. They've been running their mouths about the damn cult, and now they're gonna pin the blame on us? Yeah, ain't no way I'm letting them off easy, even if they get on their knees and beg for mercy.
So,
I think the magazines that interviewed Strega are ridiculous. They're so insensitive. Do they think they can just write whatever they want as long as it sells? That's capitalism.
That's right, but...
That's true, but it still doesn't make it right.
Is that...
I'd say 95% of the people referred to as charismatic by the media are charlatans. And Strega are most certainly not the genuine 5%. They don't have charisma. They're just agitators who are stirring up unrest in society. I think Strega is controlling people by taking advantage of their insecurities. So if people have enough confidence, Strega probably can't influence them. I mean, for one, none of us have been swayed by their preaching, right? Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so no matter what, just don't forget who you are and what you really believe in.
I think.
Even if I wasn't in C's, I still wouldn't join the cult. How about you? Do you think you'd ever fall down that rabbit hole? Nah. That's what I thought you'd say. The cult can't influence those who are true to themselves. Boxing helped me find my true self. It seems like you have your own activities to keep you focused. Oh my gosh. Leaf! Hello! Welcome, Raiders! Goodbye, Leaf. I appreciate you for coming through. Hope you had a good stream. Hope you kicked lots of ass. You caught us at a great time. We're not in any spoiler territory. We're fine. We're just in the dorm. Did you make it to Master Ball? Hope it all went well. Hi, good to see you. Anybody else who's coming in with the raid who doesn't know who I am? My name is Kodak Zach. I'm a variety streamer. My main game is Pokemon. and we've been deep in the Persona 3 rabbit hole. And tonight we will be beating the game. We are very, very late in the game, middle of January, near end game. So yeah, this is also the official spoiler warning for anybody coming in. If you do not want to be spoiled on the end game of Persona 3 Reload, feel free to skedaddle on out of here. I fully understand. Hope you're all doing well. All right. We want, I guess. Just keep ourselves as ahead of the Aegis link as we can here. I feel like the bond I have with Aegis has grown stronger. We really need to make sure that Aegis is done in 10 days if we want to have a chance. That's kind of our thing right now. Aegis has to be a 10-day and done if we would have any chance of finishing everything else. I can hear people talking.
Come to think of it,
My brother's been acting weird lately. When I pressed him for details, he told me he was invited to join the cult at Escapade.
Seriously?
Your brother's always been kind of gloomy, though. Anyways, I never would have thought someone all for salvation stuff would be at a club. Apparently, this guy's always lurking on the corner of the dance floor. He's got this crazy look in his eye whenever he goes off about the moment of salvation or whatever. Personally, I'd stay far away from him. Someone suspicious seems to be persuading people to join a cult at Club Escapade. I should probably be more careful whenever I go there. Is that gonna be Takaya? Jin? I have a favor to ask. I apologize for the sudden request. I would like to drop by somewhere with you today. If this is acceptable, I will meet you at your seat after school so that we may leave together. Hey, Junpei. Don't you think it's... Check Gremlins. Grab the gremlins. Checking gremlins real quick. So true, Lee. 07s. Apologies for your everything that went wrong today. I assume you can't even hear me anyways, but nonetheless. 07s. I think it's hard not to stare at people talking about the cult stuff. I agree. I try not to, but I can't help it. Sometimes I stare too long and they start getting suspicious.
Goodbye.
If you don't mind, I'd like to stop by somewhere with you on the way back.
Thank you very much.
Does Polonia Mall work? I know everyone always hangs out there.
Excuse me, could I trouble you for a moment?
Yeah, what's up?
Have you seen a kitty cat around here? She's a precious little white spotted cat named Michan. She slipped away when I wasn't looking. I'm so worried about where she could have gone. She's getting on in her years, like me, so I doubt she could have gotten very far.
A white spotted cat. Did you see one?
No, I haven't.
Oh, I see. I've been so worried. I hope my little Michan is eating all right. Thank you for your help. I'll try looking elsewhere.
A white spotted cat named Michan. If you don't mind, could we help her look? Being separated from a loved one can be very distressing after all.
Alright.
Yes! What's the phrase usually used in situations like these? What goes around, comes around to hit you in the back of the head.
close enough. At least you got the spirit.
That's it. She might be so hungry, she could eat a house.
Horse, but again, close enough.
Or was it hungry as a house?
Getting further.
In any case, we should hurry. Mi-chan-san! Mi-chan-san!
I love that she does Chan-san.
Are you there? There's no trace of her. I can detect hostile readings like shadows. But when it comes to this, I'm useless, aren't I?
Useless? You... I can't. I always think of the fucking... The Persona 5 video where the dude just roasts the fuck out of them for saying useless like 47 times in Makoto's storyline.
And I was the one who insisted we search. I'm sorry.
Don't let it get to you.
It's not working out. After all, how could a machine like myself have feelings like a normal person? It's getting dark. We should probably give up the search for today. Thank you very much. I'm happy that you took the time to indulge me in this.
Rank 4! Yippee!
I'll be going back alone today. I need some time to think. I'm sorry. After you invited me out, too. Welcome back.
Hey, how was your day? We're almost halfway through January. Today's the 13th. We only have 18 more days. To be honest, I was still nervous until recently. But I'm not nervous anymore. I know that we'll be alright. Let's talk.
Hi.
It really flies by. Let's spend the remaining 18 days with no regrets. Our relationship with Igus up. If we can just really stay ahead of the ball so we can keep on Igus, we're in really good shape. That's kind of where I'm at right now. We can hear people talking.
Hey there.
They were handing out flyers at Polonia Mall the last time I went. It's the same one that's plastered all over the city.
Wow.
Oh yeah, the one about Nyx, right?
Ah.
Huh, is that how you say it? I don't know, I just like the logo. The stuff written here is kind of interesting too. Maybe I should ask them about it next time. I gotta go to the... I forgot to go to Escapade. I need to remember to go to Escapade tonight. Thank you for the hydrate and the posture check. How are you, Cuddle Fresh? That's today. Let's go! This isn't... Did you notice this image? Here it is again. Despite the small number of pixels used and the suboptimal resolution of the cell phone screen, it remains clear that the image is depicting a cat. By the way, would you like to go back to... I would like to go back to today too. Would you please accompany me? I love her so much. She's so stupid. I love her so much. What? Should I meet with Igus? I can literally just talk to her.
Thank you very much.
Today's another cold day. Let's hurry before it gets dark.
Was that a cat's meow?
Gasp.
Could it be? Are you Mi-chan's son?
So true.
It is Mi-chan's son. I'm so glad. Let's go tell the old lady about this.
Are we gonna, like, bring the cat with us? Oh, okay, yeah.
There. You seem a little skinnier than you used to be. This little one is all I have left to keep me company. I was so lonely when Mi-chan was missing. I don't know how I can thank the both of you.
Lonely? Is being by oneself lonely?
Oh, yes, dear.
Is that a person? Yeah, all the animals are voiced by people. Sometimes they're fine, sometimes they're very, interesting.
When you get to be my age, you'll find that all the wealth in the world won't take care of you. No one can truly live alone. Some of my neighbors have delightful children, but they aren't interested in old ladies like me.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that?
Miss.
Well, Mi-chan, shall we go home? Thank you so much, you two.
It seems that living is something that can't be done alone.
You might be right.
Yes, it's important to keep someone in your thoughts, and to know that you are in theirs. To be able to contact them anytime, and to touch them. But I do understand one thing. It seems I feel happy when I'm together with you.
I guess is smiling shyly. Seems you've grown closer. Rank 5! Yippee!
I have to wonder if living means to be able to connect with other people. How close to that goal can I come with a body like mine? Just kidding. I've been exceedingly negative lately. I wonder what's wrong with me. We should start heading back.
Okie doke. I'm sure nothing's wrong. I'm sure everything's fine. There's never any turmoil in any, You're a robot? Yes. I guess it's a robot.
I see you're back.
Luca's on the second floor, presumably with Aegis. Oh no, she's just by herself. She's up here reading. Where's Aegis? Oh, she's right there. I just missed her entirely. Okay. It's fine.
You there?
Hey, man.
You live in a world where emptiness roams and chaos reigns. You struggle so fervently, twinkling like stars in the night. But such delusion will not lead to deliverance.
Yeah, man.
Join us in the Messiah and await the moment of salvation.
No, I'm good. I'm busy right now. I got shit going on.
Will not wait. If you wish to hear the voice of the Messiah, you must make haste.
This man that preached to me is staring at me from over there. Once he starts, it's probably going to take a while for him to finish. Okay. Oh, hell yeah. Friendly man. Vain woman. I miss, guy who can't get groovy. I miss that guy. I don't know. I wonder what happened to him. Alright, hey man. Ready to hear the voice of the Messiah and welcome to salvation? Except I wonder what to tell me. It could be dangerous. What do I do? Time will not wait. Now's the time to take action. I'll meet the Messiah. Well then, follow me. Into a back alley to meet the Messiah. Yeah, this feels safe. This is smart of me to do. There's a suspicious guy in the back of the club who's like, "Hey man, you wanna meet Jesus? He's in this back alley. Come with me." I'm like, "Oh, okay, yeah, sure, let's go. Why not?" Hey, bud.
Well, well, well. I do believe this is the first time you've ever visited me.
Yeah, probably. You visited me a couple times.
I'm sure you are aware of the coming salvation.
Yeah, I'm aware. So I've heard.
Yes, you certainly wouldn't be so stupid.
Yeah, I'm not the idiot around here.
I'm certain you've realized it by now. We have no further reason to be enemies.
Yeah, you know, I don't know that I agree with you on that one, but sure.
Your efforts were all for naught.
You can say that as much as you want.
Dark
But...
Hour will persist, and Nyx will bring an end to this planet.
Uh-huh. I'm sure she will.
Fate has been decided.
Yeah.
But there is no need to worry. We are simply being freed at last from the illusion of a future rife with betrayal. Nothing more and nothing less.
Makes sense to me.
All you must do is embrace this truth. Do so and I shall be your shepherd.
This fight's just begun, baby.
But of course, that's just the kind of person you are. So then, you intend to fight Nyx?
I do. Fight and win. Let me just, you know, add the addendum there.
I see. I scorn those who preach about the future with improvidence. The world does not need a script that is already written, nor does it want for charlatans who speak as though the future can be seized. What it needs is for the curtain to fall. If I just endure for now, if I can wait until tomorrow, these blind hopes for the future are the root of the people's suffering. They can never be saved because they look to a future that doesn't exist.
Right. Are you done?
It doesn't matter whether you can defeat Nyx or not.
I mean, I can, but that's neither here nor there.
Why, you ask? Because you won't even be able to reach her. On the day of salvation, I will wait atop the Tower of Demise for Nyx to
Bestie, we already beat your ass one time. We can definitely do it again.
And be warned, if you dare to oppose me, I will show no mercy.
Okay. Like, again, we easily dealt with you before. You think we're not gonna do it a second time?
Good morning. This is Elizabeth.
Oh, who fell in?
I am calling to inform you that more humans have wandered into Tartarus. 2 this time, I believe. Please swiftly and safely conduct a search and rescue. Goodbye now.
Okay. Yeah, we'll save him.
Yes, exactly.
Finally, on September 24th, the Satsuma Rebellion ended. This marked the end of the Age of the Samurai. You know what? I'm blowing off the next chapter. I want to go back to the Sengoku era. There's just so much more to cover. What? You want me to teach you modern history too? You guys are still in your second year. You'll have plenty of time to learn that crap when you're a third year. People out there might be talking about the end of the world, but believe me, there'll always be another school year. I mean, come on. Has no one been paying attention? Look at all the stuff our country's survived so far. Yeah, no, I'm going to bed. I am not here to listen to this lecture. Goodbye.
Oh. Yes.
Junpei. Yeah, we have to go with Junpei today. That's what I was worried about. I apologize if I'm being a nuisance. However, I hope that you were able to share my fondness for this small image. I continue to find it quite magnificent. Regardless, would you like to go back together today? Oh, I guess. You good, man? Come hang with me after school. Yeah, we're going with Junpei. Sorry, I guess. Might seem kind of sudden, but do you want to do something active? Let's play some catch. I brought a glove for you. Really sick. Thanks, dude. The story lore of this game, but it's funny. Hey, sometimes that's how it's gotta be. You show up and you have no clue what the fuck's going on.
What the hell's this? It says no playing catch in the park. Kind of messed up, don't you think?
A little messed up, yeah.
Kids are supposed to make friends. Adults can't just ban it because they feel like it.
Yeah, they can't do that. I agree.
Right? I don't like this one bit. In any case, I didn't know it was banned here till today. When I first moved here, I play against the wall every now and then. This whole catch thing, it's because I wanted to get my arms back in shape.
Uh-huh.
I've been thinking about maybe getting back into baseball again.
Ooh, exciting.
I still have no clue what I want to do with my life. And if I keep trying to avoid it, I'll have nothing but regret hanging over me. Next time I'm asked what I'll be doing in 2 years, I want to have a real answer.
Hell yeah,
That's
man.
why I'm picking baseball back up. You, think that's the right call?
Sounds like a great call.
Oh, yeah? Well, that makes me feel pretty good about it then.
Yeah, he's a former player who I believe becomes a player again. In Arena, he's a baseball player. But
anyway,
that's a couple years future and also not canon. Baseball glove.
Today was a bust, but we'll try again another time. Hang on to that till then. Though I guess we'll have to wait till after you know what, huh?
Probably.
I don't know. Honestly, I've been feeling like this since April. I can barely juggle what I've got on my plate as it is. Let alone think about the future. Our senpais, though. They're such badasses. They're still prepping for exams, even with everything going on. Man, it's been a hell of a year. We're gonna look back on all this someday and wonder how we ever got through any of it.
Yeah.
And it wasn't all good. And we hit more than a few rough patches. Guess you could say our short lives have been pretty wild so far, huh?
Pretty crazy, man. You said it.
Right? Despite all that's happened, I'm glad you became our leader. I know I said you should do what you want to do. Thanks for choosing to fight. Well then, let's make sure this chapter of our lives ends on a happy note. Alright?
You got it.
Then, Hollywood will turn our adventure into a movie.
Hell yeah. Now we're talking.
Obviously. Dude, you'd be a shoo-in for Best Supporting Actor.
Not Junpei. Not Junpei. Let's be a little more honest about this, shall we?
That serious crap ain't our style, is it? Come on, let's head home. We'll figure out how to sweep the Oscars on the way.
You got it, buddy. I can now usurp the Lord of Fire. Great.
Welcome back.
Good to see you again. Time seems to pass so quickly lately. It's already the middle of January.
Excuse
I will no longer waver. I know what I want to do, and that is to fight alongside you.
I suppose.
No matter what may happen, I will fight to the very end, ever at your side. I won't accept this fate. I'll stand against the fall.
Is that?
I've seen the username Jin before. He's very popular and has a lot of support from his followers. He's a very charismatic figure. Can't believe he's the same Jin as the one from Strega. Studying for the college entrance exam got me thinking about where my life's going. So I'll say this again. We've all got our futures ahead of us, and we're not going to let Nick stand in our way.
Seriously?
Everyone being fooled by that cult better wake up, man. Don't they know that Strega's all behind it? Hell, don't they have anything else to believe other than Strega's BS sermons? Okay. So long as everybody's good today. Honestly, even if they're not, I think we'd just go to Tartarus today. Let's go rescue those two people. I don't think we're gonna spend a whole lot of time here. We'll go rescue those two that fell in. Where are they?
I can sense it.
231, 235. Thank you, Lizzie.
Very well then.
231 to 235. 232. Perfect.
Preparations complete. Moving out.
So what is the story?
I want to visit Yakushima again. I'd like to see
The ocean one more time. I agree. So we are high school student. We are orphan. Pokemon Junpei. That's what we like to see. We moved to a new town in the fall and discovered that, hey, something's a little weird here. Something strange is going on. And there's actually secretly a 25th hour in every day. That's called the dark hour. And during this time, most normal people don't know it exists because they are not aware of it. But there are monsters called shadows that roam around during the dark hour and cause problems, generally. Also, this giant tower shows up. This is Tartarus that we're in right now. And it is a giant 250 floor tower that we need to figure out what the fuck's going on. It's the home of all the shadows that are causing problems. So we went on the mission to defeat the 12 big scary shadows.
Someone's there. Come on.
Found you. Yep, take them back. And the big boss shadows would show up every full moon, every month. And the goal was we beat all 12 of them, and in doing so, defeating all 12 would destroy the Dark Hour and Tartarus and save the world. Except for the fact that we were lied to and betrayed, and that didn't actually happen. And 248, 252, perfect. Instead, what that did was fuse the 12 parts of the separated shadows into one whole being. 250, perfect. Allowing them to come back to become Nyx, which is the ultimate end of the world. And Nyx is going to descend upon the world on January 31st and kill everyone on it, and that will be the end of the world. Oopsie doopsie, we made a fucky wucky. And Nyx is unable to be defeated, unable to be killed, but we're gonna try anyways because, you know, we have the power of God and anime on our side.
Another one of those doors.
And I feel like that is the most like baseline synopsis that I can give.
All right.
We could pierce. Oh, okay.
I'll go with.
Oh yeah, FGU. Bonk. Goodbye. No specific reason, we end up defeating it somehow through the power and friendship because yes. Yeah, pretty much. We kill God at the end because it's a JRPG and that's what we are supposed to do.
Oh, hello.
Nihil white model. Should I fuse Measle and Lucy today? Might be an idea. While I'm here. Maybe I could get a lover's card. That would be cool. Get a lover's card, fuse Lucy, and call it a day.
Oh, there's a treasure chest.
2 locked chests, 1 in the north, 1 in the south.
I really want to go to karaoke. Since it's quiet here, mind if I practice for a bit?
I do mind, actually, yes. Light amp. A clock. I really don't terribly need the clock, but I guess I can get like Yukari and Aegis or Yukari and Junpei up to 99.
That enemy looks rather tough. What should we do?
We got the upper
This should be
hand.
a good test of your strength. But don't get careless.
If they didn't crit there, that's so rude of him.
Don't get careless. Pull the trigger. I can do this. Athena,
All right.
what's next?
Been away from your laptop. Hi, Sudoku. How are you? Oh. That's rude of you. Apparently, I should have cared about this enemy more than I did. There we go.
Good work out there. Good work, everyone. Now let's.
Repel Pierce. Neat. Clock is right here. Give me Yukari. Give me Junpei. Back to lurking since you have very little filter and very snappish. Understandable. Enjoy your lurk, Sudoku. Hope you have a good one.
Welcome back.
There's a person. Sick.
Great.
Anyone gonna help me get out of having breakfast with your grandparents tomorrow? I don't know that I have any ability to help you with that, but I believe in you. There we go, Junpei. Thank you.
Okay, let's keep on exploring.
If we all become...
Where is... Wonk.
A rare enemy. It'd be great if we can defeat it. Yukari's gonna knock one down. You take it from here.
I'll go with. Come.
Goodbye.
That's a win for the team. Good job, everyone.
No shuffle times, huh? Unfortunate.
Enemies defeated. Without...
I feel like I could have done that probably better if I swapped to Satan instead. But... it's like Saturnus. If I switch to Satan instead and I Viper the hand, and then I could use Aegis to knock the other one down, and it would be no problem, but oh well. Alright, we got everybody, cool. I'm gonna dump you because we don't need you right now. Let's go and make Beazle.
Welcome to the Velvet Room.
Use personas. I would like to make one Mr. Beelzebub, please and thank you. Yeah, this should be fine.
Please choose what skills to inherit.
I'm just going to give you, at this point, Muraku, Masuku, Spellmaster, and Dark Boost.
It appears it will receive an immense amount of power. Well then, shall we begin?
Yippee, we made Beelzebub. With my secret art of spirit slaying, 9 enemies will experience true hell. Demonic Decree, sure. Maggie Dolan, I have that on like 5 things at this point. Concentrate, I have that on like 5 things right now. I just had a driver ask your name, but you didn't realize it was him and you thought it was some random on the highway. Oh my god. Not like this.
Are you satisfied with this? What do you wish to inherit?
It appears it will receive an immense amount of power.
A new power emerges.
There he is. The big man. To thee who walketh the world of darkness, born from sinners' hearts, I shall obey this secret covenant and be thy strength. Exactly how dangerous it is out here. Yeah, middle of nowhere. Best to not risk it. Inferno. Take it over Brave Blade. Panta Ray, I'll take over Debilitate, because I have it elsewhere. Diamond Dust. Yeah, we'll do that. I'm only missing Michael, and I could fuse Satanile if I wanted.
Registering, I see. Will you register it to the compendium? Will you register it to the all registered? Please take a look.
I think I didn't register LL either.
This so you'll be
Which is a
summoning
little
this one.
unfortunate,
May
but
it be your inner strength. This so you'll be summoning this one. May it be your inner strength. This is your progress so far.
do I need Beelzebub for anything? I mean, I have Thanatos who's doing the same thing here. Better resistances. No triple autos.
Very well. We look.
I needed a better triple auto than Norn, because Norn is really slow, so Lucy being triple auto will be nice. To play with weird stranger men, especially truckers. Valid. Yeah, the ones you know are one thing, obviously, yeah, but like strangers. Alright, I think we're good. I think we leave.
Oh, hello.
I can hear people talking.
By the way,
I've been feeling kind of down lately, so I went to Escapade for a change of pace. And someone was selling these brand new super cute accessories there. Next, I couldn't buy anything though. Everything was way over my budget. It's like I have nothing to talk about if I don't buy anything new. Is there anything affordable around here?
by the way.
What about Umiyushi's new menu item? People have been talking it up.
No way.
Sounds like some shops have new products out. I should take a look soon. Okay, we have 15 days left. How are we doing? How are we coming along? Aegis is 5, so we need 5 more days with Aegis. 1 day with Kaz, 1 day with Chihiro, 3 days. So we need 10 days total. 10 total days to finish those 4. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, assuming all of those are good. So we'll be over by 3 days. We'll have 3 extra days for anything that we need. What was I gonna do? I was gonna go get a persona. Who am I dropping to get a persona? Is the question. For right now, I think we probably will drop Mara for a myriad of reasons. Better think this through. Man, now I sound like a teacher. Who would have thought that would happen? Both for the sake of it's kind of expendable and one that we can replace, and also carrying the dick chariot around in my pocket is kind of a lot, you know. 07's tomorrow. It's been real.
Welcome to the Velvet Room.
Let me go ahead and register Lucy.
Acceptable? I've completed registration. This is your progress so far.
Get back Nidogger.
Inner strength. Very well. We look.
And let's go back with Aegis. Oh, Mitsuru Superfan? What do you have to say? Yurijo Senpai was in a kimono over New Year's? Did you get any pictures? Yeah. Well, where are they then? Don't joke about something like this. I'll knock you silly. Okay. That's my favorite NPC. I love her.
Thank you very much.
Can we go to the strip mall? I really enjoy how lively it is there.
That old lady. She's Michan-san's owner.
Hey, Granny! I got a date tomorrow, but I don't have any money or anything, you know?
It'd be like that.
Oh my, is that so? Oh, you poor thing. You've always been such a good boy, Kyoshi. This advance on your allowance will just be between you and me.
Come on, quit it! I told you not to call me Kiyoshi!
But it's such a beautiful name. I picked it out myself, you know. It was the name of a fine doctor from my home village.
Yeah, I know, I've heard. Come on, hook me up already!
Oh, yes.
Yeah, Grandma, whatever. Sure, I just need money.
It's not much. Try not to spend it all in one place.
Sweet, thanks. See ya!
See ya.
Be careful and visit again soon.
Brown mouth, triple brown, triple brown, triple brown mouth.
Kiyoshi-san.
Okay, let's go.
Kiyoshi-san, please wait.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's so funny.
Senpai?
Do you know me?
Well, yeah. You're famous. I'm Kiyoshi Sakuma. I'm a first year. Everyone calls me Joe, I guess, Senpai, so you can just...
Changing his name to Joe, huh? Interesting. He has a very, very foreign name, but he changed his name to Joe. That sounds awful familiar to somebody else I know, huh? Yo, mama. So true.
I would like to ask you something, Kiyoshi-san. Do you mind?
Sure.
Kiyoshi-san, do you feel lonely when you are by yourself?
Huh? What?
grandmother said that she's lonely because she has nobody else.
What is this, a lecture?
No, I just want to know. Why don't you visit your grandmother more often? If you are her relative, you may have the power to alleviate her loneliness.
I mean, I am her grandson, but look, I don't need a lecture from you, alright? It's none of your business, okay?
Kiyoshi-san, have you ever considered what it means to live?
I guess you're asking him some very real questions in the train station.
Live.
Personally, I think the bonds between people are what's most important. That's what your grandmother is slowly losing.
To live? Are you kidding? No one actually talks like that. What more do you need out of life than to have a blast?
To have a blast!
To have a blast?
I mean, you're happy when you're having fun, right? So hell yeah! We're alive to have a good time!
Yeah, man.
A good time.
So, what do you say, Aiga-senpai? If you got time, why don't we...
Yeah, the idea is that nobody knows, although it's questionable at best how nobody is aware.
Thank you, Kiyoshi-san. Let's go.
Huh? What the hell? What, so you were just trying to play me? Screw you!
Oh, okay.
I can't understand Kiyoshi-san's feelings, and I even made him angry. Did I do something wrong?
You didn't call him Joe. Joe Mama. No, you didn't.
I see. I wonder why hearing you reassure me that way is... well, it makes me happy. Ever since I decided to live, I've been asking why and how more frequently. The more time I spend with you, the more I discover that I don't understand. But when I ask myself why I'm not alive, I never have an answer.
That's okay.
Is this what you call frustration?
That's a good word for it.
At the same time, I feel extremely lucky. I would even say I'm more fortunate than others, despite not being human myself. After all, you are very important to me, and I get to be by your side. It's strange how two conflicting feelings can coexist.
Yeah, it's part of her head. Like it seems to be deep in thought. Seems to have grown closer. Rank 6. We're getting there.
In all honesty, though, my feelings towards Kiyoshi-san are unusually harsh. Kiyoshi-san has warm, soft hands to embrace those precious to him. And yet he... What is this ugly feeling? Is it jealousy? Let's stop this. It isn't right. Yes, I am stopping right here.
Okay. We're stopping here.
Go home then?
Oh, welcome back.
Matsuru Senpai and Sanada Senpai went to take their entrance exams today. And they're going again tomorrow, too. How do they concentrate with everything going on? Why wouldn't I concentrate? I'm not about to give up. Suppose you could say we are defying fate. But if we want to ensure that... I want to ensure I'm doing everything that I can be doing. Which is to say that I won't give up either. By the way, if you're going to Tartarus, I'll go with you. The final battle's in a couple weeks. I'm not putting training on hold just because of some exam. Oh, I don't know if I can keep up, but at the very least, I won't give up either.
Hey!
I don't really know how they do it, but however they do it, I think they're right to. I'm actually feeling kind of inspired, so maybe I'll do some studying on my own, too. Oh, but I'll definitely go to Tartarus if you want.
Hey.
Whenever I see followers of the cult, it just reminds me that there's no way I'll ever devote myself to it. Even if I'm ever swayed to join, hearing Natsuki-chan's voice would snap me back to reality. If only everyone could form a strong bond with someone, then nobody would flock to that cult.
By the way,
Come to think of it, have you decided on a career path yet? recommend being proactive now so you're not overwhelmed as a third year. Remember, defeating Nyx isn't the end. It's a means for us to keep moving forward.
So,
I was thinking about what Strega said about the fall being salvation. Didn't he say something similar? I mean, Akutsuki?
Yes.
Yeah, I remember Akutsuki-san talking about the salvation in the fall. Do you think it was just a coincidence? Gonna BRB? Gonna find a snack? Enjoy that snack. The media is attempting to sway public opinion by reporting Strega's activities in a positive light. And his most popular queries on the internet include the keywords Nyx, cult, and end of the world. Do people truly yearn for the fall after all? No way.
Is that so?
But if it's gaining traction, that must mean that people are curious. Why on earth would people be interested in the end of the world? Perhaps some sort of humanity longs for the end. Alright, what's the game of the day? Magic. Supervisor informed me they may be getting rid of their season tickets for our local CFL team. Asked her if you could have tickets for July, but now you don't know. Oh no. Hopefully that means, like, you know, after this season. Takes news for his first American football game. Don't want to pay. Fair. Hi, bud. Good boy. I always thought that taking college entrance exams was one and done deal. After you take the National Center test for university admission, there's a secondary exam for each college you apply to. I feel like there's no end to the test. Materials on the other third years are amazing. Not all that expensive though anyways, so we'll probably go anyways. Yeah, but not paying would be preferred.
By the way,
Getting pretty obvious who believes in the cult and who doesn't. Do you have any friends besides us who don't believe in the cult? I think so. But the work seats are floor seats? Oh.
It couldn't be.
The machine that malfunctioned in the command room, the camera. Oh, don't mind me, I just realized something. Is there a recording? I didn't think there were any more recordings. Thought we were done. There are no recordings. Cool. Oh my god, all the trash. I heard Nyx-sama will save our world. My life's been going downhill, and I'm getting tired of it. At my lowest point, I found out about Nyx-sama, and my heart came to life again. How about it? Will you let Nyx-sama into your heart too? Oh, but I'm not telling you what you should believe or anything. After all, I didn't believe at first either. Blessings to the believer. Oh.
welcome back.
Salut.
Jacob believes the fall will bring salvation, but I wonder what my grandfather thought of it. He didn't believe in the future, so perhaps he also thought like Strega. But that's just speculation. The dead cannot speak on their own behalf, so we never know. I guess.
Yes.
Agus is giving the planters her full attention. I tended the plants with Agus.
How much longer until they can be harvested.
6 more days.
That should be enough.
Didia. Boo boo boo. But do 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 do.
I guess we'll get started.
Yeah, I'm not listening to you. I'm sorry, bud. We've been here for 3 hours already. I'm not about to be here for another several. Listening to you. It was Cersei. No issues to report. Or instantly underwent maintenance in preparation for the final battle. I'm pleased to report that no abnormalities were found. How about you? How are you doing? Oh, I'm sorry. Do you mind if I accompany you again today?
Thank you.
Picking up pre-release temporal forces tomorrow? Ooh, that's exciting. Can we go for a walk today? I'd like to observe some people somewhere busy. There's a Solosis full art that you're gonna go very hard for. Ooh.
You're Kiyoshi-san's grandmother. Good afternoon.
Oh, you're those nice students from before. Hello there. You have great timing. I was just hoping to run into you two again. The truth is, Michan's disappeared again.
Oh, so it's a recurring problem. Don't worry, though. At least this time, we have an idea of where to find her.
No, that's all right. I believe that this time, Michan went in search of something.
In search of something?
When cats feel that their life is nearly over, they look for a place to wait for the end. Isn't that what they say?
Wait, but what about...
It's okay. Michan even came to say goodbye to me before she left.
I don't know if I've looked at the set yet, but it goes hard. I have not seen anything from it, I don't think, yet. I'll have to look to it.
So, I don't think I'll need you to find her anymore.
Miss.
Besides, it's more or less the same for me. My day will eventually come too. And when it does, I hope I can rest in peace without making trouble for anyone else. Oh, I'm so sorry, but I did want to make sure I thanked you two again. It was nice to see you. Well, good day.
Wait, Miss, You're not alone. I'm certain of it.
Yes, you're right. No one is ever truly alone. Not as long as they continue to live in this world. See? I have the company of a fine young lady such as yourself.
Aww.
Bless you, dear girl. You have a kind heart. See you later.
Kiyoshi-san said that people live to be happy. Was Michan-san happy?
I think she was.
Was Michan-san grateful to have been born?
I'm sure she was.
For what purpose was Michan-san born?
No one can say.
Life originate? Where does it go? What reason does life have to exist? Living means connecting with others. All life eventually ends. Parting seems to be a natural and inevitable aspect of life. An unavoidable end. Life is cruel.
A little bit, yeah.
I wonder,
Welcome back.
will I too someday have to part with you forever? I do want to live, but that's not the only thing. It's not just about becoming more human. It's about you. Being with you. What is this feeling? What do I want to do?
Aegis looks terribly confused. Seems we've grown closer. She seems like she's having a lot of turmoil. We've grown closer. Yippee!
I'm sorry for getting upset. I'm going to head back.
Said to go back to the dorm.
Oh, welcome back.
I can.
So,
I was thinking about what Strega said about the fall being salvation. Didn't he say something similar?
Yes.
We had already had this conversation. Why are you still lit up? Studying for college entrance exams got me thinking about where my life's going, so I'll say this again. We've all got our futures ahead of us, and we're not going to let Nick stand in our way. Hey man. He's a great man. He understands my pain and has answers to all my questions. Thanks to him, I have accepted the teachings of Nyx. If only I had words to explain to you how wonderful it feels. Yeah, man. Is Monday a magic day or strength day? Strength day. "12 days left." I can hear people talking. I'm so sleepy. It's so cold that it's actually painful to leave my comfort of my bed. I'm starting to think that living life with apathy syndrome would be easier.
Yeah, exactly.
I know, right? I could sleep all day and people would get all concerned for me.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe I really should get apathy syndrome, at least for a little while. Okay, so I think... Would you care to go to the rooftop after school? I would like to look out over the ocean with you. I think we're gonna mix up our schedule a little bit here. We were talking to a girl at the station the other day, but man, it was the worst. She's a believer of that cult, and she kept going on about Nick Sama this and Nick Sama that. What a letdown, man. Who the hell is this Nick guy anyway? I want to learn his technique. I think... So here's our thing. We have 3 more days with Aegis. She's 7. We have 3 days with Yuko. And we have a day with Kaz and a day with Chihiro. I think we go with Kaz and Chihiro the next 2 days. Or... No. They're available on the same days. So it'll be Kaz today. Kaz, Aegis, Chihiro, Aegis, I think is the call. That knocks both of them out, and that gives us maybe Kaz today, Yuko tomorrow, just because I don't want to get into a situation where we get down to just like we finish all of Aegis, we get down to you know, finish Kaz, finish, and then Yuko's not available on the right days left for us.
Heading to practice?
So I think we're gonna mix it up. Just kidding. Let's save that for the trek, yeah?
How are you holding up, Kaz?
My knee's not so good. Can't put too much weight on it.
Okay, then let's take an early break. You mind giving Kaz's leg a quick massage?
No problem. Let's see that leg.
Sorry. You're missing practice because of me.
Hey, don't be like that. This is for your nephew, right?
Still, I'm really sorry.
Maybe we're at the dorm after practice.
Hey!
Hey, bud.
Do you have a minute? There's something I want to talk to you about.
Okay, let's hear it.
Actually, let's go somewhere else. I don't want anyone from the team hearing.
Okay.
Plus, it might take a while, so let's go somewhere. Anywhere.
The scent of broiled fish in the air fills the inside of the restaurant.
Where do I even start? It's all a mess in my head. First things first. This is for you.
Sports tape.
My nephew gave it to me. He said it's a good luck charm.
Aw.
He gave me more than I'll ever need. And if you get hurt during practice, now you can tape yourself up. I wanted you to be the first to know. I've made up my mind. I'm gonna have surgery to fix my knee.
Oh, they grow up so fast. What about the big meat?
I don't think there's enough time for me to recover by then. But that's okay. I don't mean to pout or anything. I'm just trying to stop making selfish choices. I don't think it's right for the whole team to suffer because of my knee and my nephew. Even if I manage to win, I don't think I'd feel good about it afterward. Up until now, all I could think about was winning. But my eyes opened up after Coach grilled you about my knee. It was such an obvious thing. I realized I can't keep thinking only about myself. Winning still means a lot to me. That's part of who I am, and that's probably not gonna change.
This is what we've been saying from the beginning. Take, like, you know, a few months off, recover your knee, and then be better later.
Worry about winning races. I'm gonna focus on winning back my health instead.
You've got this.
Well, I can't exactly force myself to heal, you know? Anyway, I can't just keep asking for your help all the time. That said, thanks for everything you've done for me so far. Between practice and rehab, I'll have a lot going on. But I'm gonna kick butt, both of them. And someday, I'll kick your butt too.
You can try.
The ultimate form.
Yippee! We can now use Thor, the mighty god of thunder.
I'm gonna go tell my nephew what happened and offer to go through rehab with him. I wonder which one of us will recover first. He's a tough one, you know, just like me.
Yes.
Hi, Koro. He seems to be saying, we will win. Yes, I agree. We will win together.
Excuse me.
Kuromura-san is also a proud and splendid teammate. If you intend to go to Tartarus, please consider adding him to the combat party. Kuromura-san would be greatly pleased.
Seriously?
Everyone being fooled by that cult better wake up, man. Don't they know Strega's all behind it? Hi, buddy. I feel a strong sense of determination from Koromaru. That's my goat right there. Oh, Ken! I've been training even harder since last time. This time I'm not going to lose. Let's go again. I'll be on the 4th floor of the dorm.
Oh.
Thanks for coming. Do you have a moment? Seems like he was waiting for me. Should I spend the evening with Amada?
Yes.
Okay, let's head out then.
Here comes the champ.
Now things are getting exciting. Get him, Amada.
Oh, why are you all here?
We heard you guys were gonna have a match, so we came to witness it.
These kinds of things need an audience, don't you think?
When I told them I wanted to beat you, they all offered to help.
I set up a training routine for him and gave him advice on his movements.
Oh, I'm gonna get my ass beat, aren't I?
I also wanted to build my legs and core, so I've been going on runs with Koromaru.
And I took on the role of being you for practice matches.
Oh, never mind. If Junpei's my me,
then beating you would be out of the question.
if Junpei's supposed to be me, then we're fine.
Hey, spare a thought for the guy covered in bruises over here. Man, he really didn't hold back anything on me.
Well then, let's do this.
You're doing good, Amada. Keep it up.
It doesn't look like he's doing very well.
You can do this. Just take it half a step further.
Crap, did he get hit?
The next one's coming. Get up.
No hard feelings, bud.
Hey, are you guys up there?
Wow. Wow. Cheap shot. I see how it is.
Oh yeah, that's a clean hit. The winner is Amada in the blue corner.
Wow. Cheating ass.
I just got lucky. Plus, I did kind of cheat.
You did. Fully cheat, actually.
You saw a window of opportunity and you took it. That's something to be proud of.
Fuka and I bought some roasted sweet potatoes. I was looking for everyone to come eat with us, but what are you guys doing up here anyway?
Don't worry about it.
We're witnessing a showdown between men. Right, Amada?
It sounds kind of weird when you put it like that. But yeah, I guess so.
It was a great match on both sides.
Huh? I don't really get it, but it sounds like you're having fun. It's cold though, so you should head inside soon.
Oh wait, did you say sweet potatoes? Count me in.
I bought them for Amada-kun. Junpei, you can have the skin and the burnt parts.
Hey, what am I, a dog?
Thanks for the match. I learned a lot from it.
You were great.
No, I just got lucky. I was stuck on the defensive that whole time, but I think I did do better than our last fight. Now, I just need to apply this to a real battle. Technically, we're tied 1-1 now, so the next match decides the real winner. Not sure I actually have a chance, though, but I hope you'll let me challenge you again sometime. You gotta promise, okay?
Okay.
Okay. Then, until that time comes, will you hold on?
If you throw a glove at me, we're gonna have words, is all I'm saying. Silver key.
That's the key to the house I lived in with my mom. Whenever I look at it, I remember the time I spent with her. That house is filled with all kinds of memories we shared together. I know the final battle isn't going to be easy, but no matter what, I want to come back here. I feel like this key will connect us to each other. And I hope, someday, maybe I can be that person someone can always come back to. Just like how Mom and everyone at the dorm was there for me. Sorry for talking for so long. Shall we go down and have some sweet potatoes? So our next match would be next year? Or maybe even longer than that. I know! How about once I reach the same height as you?
Oh, so like several years.
And
Got
if
it.
we're around the same build, I might stand a chance. Oh, but you'll probably be even stronger by then. When that time comes, I wonder what everyone will be like.
Junpei will be a baseball player. Yukari is a Power Ranger. Mitsuru is a CEO. Akihiko is a wandering wild man. Aigis is still a robot.
It's exciting just thinking about it.
Amato was beaming with happiness as we went to join the others. Michael. Neat. That means we could fuse Sataniel as well. I don't actually even know how good Seth Nile is in this game. Yuko, I do not have a strength persona though, do I? Yeah, I think if I remember correctly, I think Ken's voice actor is non-binary. But I think they nailed the role. I think they're really good.
Marvelous. I'm looking. How may I assist you?
Give me strength.
Please take a look.
Genuinely though, like my thing is, I've talked about it the entire playthrough, that this game did a incredible job with casting. It's very difficult to recast a entire cast for a game that is as beloved as this one. But every casting I think was very good. Even Koro has moments. I think there are moments that are not great. Don't get me wrong. There are moments that are like, oh, that's a whole ass man. But like, you know, Koro has moments. I'm pretty much ready to throw that party, so I thought now might be a good time. Well, my place. Don't worry, I tied it up beforehand.
Sorry that the party ended up being at my place. I was out buying stuff that might be useful for running practice, and I ran out of money.
This is a nice room.
Oh, really? Good thing I took the time to tidy up. Feel free to eat as many snacks as you want, okay? It was a lot of hard work, but I'm glad we decided to coach those kids in the end. What do you think? Sorry, it's just I never noticed how long your eyelashes are. It's only the two of us here now.
Ma'am?
Maybe that's why I'm a little nervous.
Ma'am?
How about we change the subject?
Ma'am?
I'll ask you a question. Oh, do you like children?
Ma'am?
Really? Me too. I like how they're so pure and always try their best. It just makes me want to support them as much as I can. I realized recently how much I like to look after other people. Let's see. Okay, next question. Let's say you get married and have a kid.
Hypothetically, of course.
Would you want it to be a boy or a girl?
I don't care.
Is that really how guys think? Oh, if you mean you don't care as long as the baby is healthy, then I agree with you. Either way, I would just hope that the baby didn't take after me. You could say I'm a little rough around the edges, but if they took after you, I'm sure they'd be super cute.
Ma'am? Ma'am?
They'd probably be athletic too. Wonder if they'll take an interest in sports.
Ma'am, you are talking about our future children when we are not even dating. Seems to be deep in thought.
By the way, do you look more like your dad or your mom?
Great question. I have no idea.
I'm told that I'm the spitting image of my dad. Not that I mind, but I do have mixed feelings about it. I mean, we don't look that much alike, right? My eyebrows aren't as bushy for one.
Chat with Yuko for a while, then return to the dorm. Great, that's rank 8 with Yuko. We have rank 10 with Chihiro that we can do tomorrow. Today, it'll be just 10 more days till the day Ryoji was talking about, huh? Alright, I'm hyped. We're gonna blow that Nyx thing away. We literally probably are. We're very over-leveled. Koromaru usually only gets to eat regular dog food. Let me give him the good stuff.
By the way.
Yes, Koromaru's physical condition and the morale need to be in top shape for the final battle. Good thinking, Yukari. We gave Koro-chan a special dinner today. He needs to keep up his strength for the final battle after all. Oh, look how happy he is. What a lucky boy you are, right, Koro-chan? Eat a lot and get strong, okay?
Oh, right.
Do you remember that time we ordered sushi? Well, Koro-chan was the only one who couldn't have any. So I prepped a special dinner tonight just for Koro-chan. I hope it helps him grow stronger, and that he likes it, of course.
By the way,
Koromaru loses owner because of the shadows? It's easy to forget because he's always so full of energy, but this battle must mean a lot to him. Wednesday. Magic. Mitsuru.
I'm sorry to ask this so suddenly, but can you come with me? There's something we need to discuss.
You want all of us or just him?
Just him for now. Come with me to the student council room.
Okay. Anyone gonna say anything?
Kinda weird that she'd only want to talk to him.
Probably big, important student council business.
Maybe, but Senpai was acting a little weird. She had that look she gets when she's keeping some terrible secret.
You worry too much. Well, guess we might as well head home.
Hey, wait a sec, Junpei. According to the seating chart, if he's not here, you have to take over cleaning duty. Have fun sweeping the hallway.
What? Since when?
Poor Junpei.
There's something you have to know. Do you remember Chidori, the girl who was with Strega?
Mm-hmm.
I don't mean to alarm you, but the truth is, there's a chance that she may wake up today.
She what? Huh? Chidori is still alive?
I know what you're going to say, and yes, we did see her die with our own eyes. However, a few days later, her body began to undergo transmogrification. For the past few weeks, she's been in a sort of stasis, neither living nor dead.
How is this possible?
I don't know. It may be related to her persona's abilities, but that's mere speculation. The reason I wanted to talk to you is... how do you think we should tell Iori? You see, she's probably... Yes, it's me. I see. Yes, I understand. That was the hospital. They say she's just awakened. It's hard to believe, but it seems that Chidori really has come back to life.
Did I hear that right?
Iori?
Chidori is... Huh? Is this a joke? Some kind of trick?
No, it's not a joke or a trick. She's currently recovering in the same hospital as before. But, Iori, she probably...
Chidori's... alive?
What? Hey, Junpei! What about your cleanup duty? Jeez, what's gotten into him?
Well, I guess it's a moot point now, but perhaps it's for the best that he found out this way. I think I'll head to the hospital after this too. Could I ask you to come along?
Sure. We all decided to go to Tatsumi Memorial Hospital together.
Huh? Junpei, you took off that fast and you still haven't gone inside?
Well, I mean, it's kinda...
We'll wait outside. It wouldn't be good for all of us to charge in.
I agree. Go on, Iori. You go in too.
Why me? I barely knew the girl.
Her damaged endocrine system and other internal organs have completely healed. She's still weak, but there's no more danger of her dying in 2 years.
Chidori. Is it really you? I'm not dreaming. Am I?
Dreaming?
It's true. It is you. Chidori.
Who are you?
Huh? What?
I thought so. Transmogrification is the proof that one lacks potential. I had a feeling this might be the case.
This is Kirijo-san and Iori-kun. They were your friends last year.
Friends? My name is Chidori Yoshino. I'm sorry. It hasn't quite hit me yet, but I guess I don't remember anything of the past few years. It's like I was having a really long dream.
Chidori. Yoshino.
It seems all of her memories after she awakened to her persona are gone. She remembers everything that happened before then. But as for you all...
Iori.
Nah. I think it's better for her that she doesn't remember all that stuff about the fighting and the suppressants.
We're talking about all of this directly in front of her. Like, you know, yeah, you know, all this thing that she forgot. It's probably best that she doesn't remember that she had to fight and that she was on to, like, she's sitting here like, that what happened? What's going on?
When you're having a nightmare, it's better to be able to wake up.
I didn't say it was a nightmare. Don't put words in my mouth. It was a dream of meeting a kind, warm person at the end of a long tunnel.
Aww.
I can't remember it clearly, but I wanted to make him happy. And I think there were flowers. A room filled with them.
Chidori, take it easy. Don't force yourself to remember.
Flowers in a room. If she can remember that part clearly, then maybe... Do you remember how she'd occasionally use her power to make flowers bloom again? She'd always do it for the flowers in her room on the days when Iori-kun would visit. And she would always spend more time on the flowers she received from you, Iori-kun.
She never even looked at me when I brought them in, though. Now I see.
Any flower she touched would be mysteriously preserved. I ended up keeping them all for my research, but after the autopsy, I put them all on her chest as a tribute. Now that I think about it, that must have been the night she began to transmogrify.
The power to share one's life with others. Could she have reclaimed the life energy she'd given to those flowers?
Well, there's no real proof, but compared to her previous state, she's changed. The loss of her power is part of it, but furthermore...
Excuse me? Are you talking about me?
We were talking about how you want to live now.
What do you mean by that? Of course I want to live. I have to find the person in my dream someday. I don't have time to lie in bed forever.
Supposing you do find him, what will you do after that?
Well, that's none of your business.
Oh. Talk to her, Chidori.
Chidori.
The strength of two hearts connected brought about a miracle. Or rather, a victory.
Chidori.
Hey. Why are you crying?
I can't help it. I've never been so happy in my entire life.
Have some self-control now.
Girl, let him have his feelings.
Let's go.
Oh boy.
Oh, welcome back.
All right.
The Kiriju group will protect her with all the resources at its command. That is a promise. It was so sad seeing Junpei act like that back then. I'm so happy for him. Sorry, every time I think about it, I start to tear up. Now Junpei's got all the more reason to give it his all. No way he'll let us lose.
Very intriguing.
It's beautiful how two people care so much about one another. Today's the best day of my entire life. Aww. They're so cute. I love them dearly. Is today strength day? Punch boxer. Cool. I hear people talking.
Hey, dude.
Our career consultation is next week, right? You planning to go to university? Yep, I'm going to study abroad.
Huh?
Abroad? This is the first I've heard about that. I'm your boyfriend. You have to tell me stuff like this. Career consultation is next week. It's been getting restless out there, huh? Have you seen all those flyers at the station? None of that stuff has any substance, though. You can tell there's no certainty in what they say. That's right, it's a matter of probability. Hey, don't give me those looks. The end of the world. Let's discuss the odds. I would like to be by your side. Is that all right? Yes, it is all right, but I need to go get Nidogger back.
Welcome to the Velvet Room. Registering personas is overriding. I've completed registration. Please take a look. So you'll be summoning this. May it be your inner strength. Are you finished? We look.
Get Adelon out of here. Get back to Aegis. Beer bin, that casserole was delicious. Oh, enjoy the casserole.
Oh. Yes. The wind is calm today. I don't detect the usual scent of the sea. I'm sorry about the other day. I think my heart is growing closer to that of a human.
Uh-huh.
But because of that, I've realized something. The heart and body are inseparable. A human heart can only function properly within a human body. Have you ever come here alone with someone else before? Perhaps you gazed out at the view together and spoke quietly.
Alarming amount of times at this point.
Oh, I didn't mean to pry. I was just curious.
I'm doing it now.
What? But I'm only shaped like a human. And besides, I'm a machine. Actually, I've been a little worried. At school, I am seen as a human girl. I was concerned that if I stayed too close to you, it could cause a misunderstanding. If that is the case, please tell me right away. I wouldn't want to prevent you from becoming closer to another person.
I don't mind you being here.
The view from up here is beautiful. That must be why I sometimes see couples alone up here after school. They might be leaning against one another, or embracing. I never gave it a second thought before, but lately, it pains me to see them. I think I've come to realize that this is the kind of connection I can never have. As my heart grows more and more human, it only becomes clearer how much sets us apart. Just because my heart is developing doesn't mean I can actually become human. I've known this since the beginning. Yet... I'm sorry. I lost control of myself again. But I still care about you, and that won't ever change, no matter what happens.
Seems we've grown closer. Oh boy, rank 8. We are squeezing these things in. We have 9 days left. We have 5 ranks to go. 2 of those days are Sundays, so we won't have anybody available. So we have 7 days left to do 5 ranks.
Why are you so important to me?
We're squeezing them in. Ooh, why can I didn't think I could do that this time. Because we're friends.
So this is friendship.
I'm sorry, I guess I do have to turn you down. But
Oh, so that's it. I finally understand. I have another wish. One just as precious as my desire to live. But I don't know if it's something a machine like me can be allowed to have. Let's go home.
we decided to go back to the dorm together.
Oh, it's you.
Career consultation, huh? Why do you have to do that crap right before a battle? Damn it, I've got too much on my mind. You think I can just skip it?
I suppose.
As an anti-shadow weapon, I did what was ordered of me. There was always someone dictating my actions, my choices. But choosing what I want to pursue for my own future will be a new experience for me. Though it may be difficult, I'll do my best, so please do the same.
Oh, that reminds me.
You'll be having your career consultation soon. Have you given any consideration? Sure have.
All right.
Good. Speak with confidence when you meet with your teacher.
Yeah.
Your career consultation is next week, right? I've got no advice for you. This is something you're going to have to figure out on your own. If you let someone else tell you what to do with your life, you might end up resenting that person if things go south. Whew. We're almost to the end. We've gone through all of our files. All the way back from 5.3 to now. 103 hours and 32 minutes. God damn. Nine days left. Real wheel racer. Wow, look at me drift. Hitting those sick drifts. What was the noise that just came out of you, Junpei? Why bother doing anything at all when the world's gonna end? That's what some guy told me anyway. So true, Junpei. So true. I have a favor to ask. Could you hear me out?
Thank you very much.
Do you mind if we go to the roof? I think the view will be nice today. I'm sorry, I guess. I'm sorry in advance.
How the sunlight on a winter's day seems clearer than it is during the summer? Maybe it's because the sun is lower in the sky and you don't have to look up to see it. I've gotten so used to this view, but no two times is it ever exactly the same. You could say the same thing about one's day to day, and each life as well. The promised day is almost here. January 31st.
8 days. You're right.
Whenever I come up here, I get lost in my thoughts.
Data Persona Q2 player. Welcome in. Want to play Persona games with Vsauce? Probably constantly be analyzing the characters and how it works. Fair.
Can't let it end like this. I want to protect it all. Thoughts like that. Since last time, I've tried thinking things through more rationally. I thought about that old lady and Mi-chan-san, and Kiyoshi-san as well. I wonder if Mi-chan-san was alone until the moment of her death, somewhere no one could find her. I think the old lady wanted to be there for her at the
Give it
end.
about 45 more seconds.
To live means to be connected to other people, but life is finite. Farewell, sir. It's sad to think about, but you and I will have to part one day as well. And then, I'll never be able to see you again. There are so many things in life I don't understand. It's filled with so much pain. You meet others, forge relationships, and spend time with them. And then they're gone, leaving you behind, leaving you alone. I am a machine. No matter how human my heart becomes, my body will never be flesh and blood. As long as I undergo maintenance and can replace my broken parts, I will exist indefinitely. But even so, I can understand this much. No two views are alike. No 2 days are the same. It's natural for everything to disappear, re-emerge, and constantly change. Life is both short and finite. That's what makes it so invaluable, and why one feels that it must be cherished. When you think about it, it's a miracle that two given people are able to ever meet in this chaotic flow of time and space. That's why we find happiness in forging bonds and relationships. I think that might be the true joy of being alive. It can be sad, but at the same time, so warm. beautiful because it is destined to end. And that's why I mustn't hesitate any longer. I have to tell you my feelings. I want to spend time with you, to see new sights with you, to go to new places together, to share new experiences, to make far more memories. I know I'm being selfish. Your time is finite. And I know that someone like me shouldn't be taking it away from you. But even so, my wish is to be your closest friend.
We can be great friends, don't get me wrong. You're already my best friend.
I'm sorry. I don't know what to say. I thought telling you how I felt would be enough for me. But hearing you say that makes me so
I think we actually might have already been on the friend route because I think we said something like a round or two ago.
Thank you so much. I'll never forget the time we spent here today.
I think in 8 we said something that was putting us on the friend route already, so we don't have to shoot her down, thank God.
We should start heading back. I wouldn't want my best friend to catch a cold from staying out too late.
Don't have to what now? Yeah, if you were on the romance route, you'd have to reject her.
Welcome back.
Our final crops are ready.
By the way,
Your consultation is coming up. I've already planned on going to college. It wasn't a difficult decision to make. I mean, I couldn't think of anything I wanted to do besides study. But it's hardly a decision I can say I chose for the sake of my own future, is it? Maybe. Maybe you should give it more thought after all. I need to expand my horizons a bit. I saw a TV show the other day that said the family environment influences your career choice, whether someone grows up in a strict household or even a lenient one. All of that affects how a person relates to others. Kinda complicated, huh?
what?
Timing for this couldn't be worse. We have to figure out what we want to do in the future now of all time? Seriously? Well, what about you? Do you know what you want to do? Yeah? Wow, you really have it together. New consultation will be a breeze, huh? Spinach. You know what? Fuck it. Yeah, we'll plant some tomatoes. I won't be able to harvest them. That's okay. I'll come harvest these if we get through the promised day safely. Magic. Beautiful. Okay, so today we can do a double. I think on Sunday we're gonna do a double prayer. We're gonna go to the shrine. One week. We have 1 week left. Go to the shrine today, and I'm gonna pray for Yuko, and then I'm gonna go to come home. Shooting her down. Oh, if you're not on the friendship path already, I think if you said like, because I think I said something about like, you know, you're my best friend or something in the last one. If you're not on the friendship path already, that they're going to confess that they love you, and we would have had to give a fat rejection for that because we are. I mean, you don't have to, but we're already in a relationship, so. You can choose to romance multiple, but
I see you're back.
there's 1 week left until the 31st. You probably already know this, but just in case. Once we enter Tartarus on January 31st, we won't be able to leave until the battle is over. Losing isn't an option, so spend your time this last week wisely. I can hear people talking.
You know what?
I've heard a lot of talk lately about salvation in the world becoming renewed. If everyone ends up getting apathy syndrome, we really might need something like that.
Yep.
Yeah, I always hear people talking about it on TV. I thought the cult sounded suspicious at first, but maybe it isn't. I mean, if the whole world believes in it, I'd feel stupid being the only one denying it.
Attention, please.
I don't care. Going to sleep. Sweet dreams.
Let's begin, shall we?
Oh, hi.
I'm not going to say much, though. In the end, it's your decision. All right, first question. After you graduate, are you planning on going to college or getting a job?
Go to college.
I see. Well, if you've already thought about it and made your choice, then there's nothing else for me to say. What's most important is that the decision is yours, and yours alone. If someone else makes it for you, you'll regret it later. And then, you'll have to live with the consequences, whatever they may be. But, to be honest, I'm not that worried about you.
I'm worried about you, so it's okay.
You've really matured over this last year. In fact, you've changed so much, I almost don't even recognize you.
You specifically talking about how mature I am makes me extremely uncomfortable.
Don't tell me you haven't noticed. What do you think has helped to bring about this change the most?
Meeting people.
I see. Well, whatever the reason, you should be proud of the young man you've become. That's all for now. I hope you have a successful third year. Let's see, who's next? Aigis-san. Would you mind letting her know? Thank you.
Yeah, I'll go tell her. I was told to fetch Aigis, but she's not around.
Oh, the next one up for career consultation? That'd be Aigis-san. She was just here a second ago, but I guess she went out.
Maybe she's on the roof? Seen her go up there alone every now and then.
Thanks.
Sure. Good luck. So do you think she's gonna go to college or get a job? She's full of mysteries, isn't she?
I don't think she's gonna do either. I'll be honest with you.
She's changed recently, though, don't you think? Like her expressions and stuff.
Again with that? You ever gonna stop thinking about hitting on girls?
No. He won't.
I don't mean it like that. All I'm saying is...
Should head to the rooftop. Yeah, I guess. What should I say to her? Something on your mind?
Oh, I'm sorry I went off on my own. It's nothing really. I just needed some time to think.
He seems to be lost in thought.
After New Year's, when I had time to gather my thoughts, I realized something. When I fought Ryoji-kun that night, I got really scared when my consciousness began to fade. But that wasn't all. I was also confused and ashamed when I realized I couldn't defeat him. But I couldn't defeat him 10 years ago either, and I didn't have those feelings then. I really have changed.
I like you better this way.
I've been thinking a lot about this change that's occurred in me. In the past, if I didn't understand something, I would just ask someone to explain it to me. But ever since I decided to live for myself, no one's been able to answer the questions I've been facing. But there's one thing that I do understand. The reason why I wanted to be close to you was so I could monitor death. But
What's wrong?
even though death is gone now, I still want to be by your side. I still don't know what it means to live yet, but I want to learn the answer. And I think I can if I'm with you. So please, please take me with you. I may not be strong enough, but I'll fight with everything I have. Please.
All right. You were gonna be in the party anyways, but.
Thank you.
Right, I remember from the story and we wanted to see you. I guess 2 of us left the rooftop together. Okay, so I can't hang out with Igus today because she's busy.
Get a load of this.
When I was talking to Miss Toriumi about my future, she laughed when I told her I had big plans. But who cares, right? We're going up against Nyx. We'll be eaten alive if we don't think big. Yuko's not available today. Ooh, this is a rough day to not have... Oh no, Kiraja-senpai will graduate pretty soon. Everyone's scared that the world might end, but this is a real problem. Now, how can I go on without her? Oof. Yeah, none of our 3 are available today. Igus is 9. Chihiro's 8. Chihiro's 9. So we need 4 more days. We have 6 left. One of them's a Sunday. And today is a no-go. Cutting things real tight here. Throw one for Yuko. Because we have no chance if Yuko isn't a 2-day. There's no chance in hell unless Yuko goes up both days. We can't afford a day where she doesn't go up. If we don't win, there won't be another. Everything will be okay.
So,
We have to win. I guess. That's right. We can't afford to doubt ourselves even a little bit. We will win no matter what.
Excuse me.
My current mission is about to come to an end. The mission my creator gave me, that is, to destroy all shadows. But in its place, a new mission has just begun. My mission to live in this world. I know I can do it, with all of you helping me. Did you have your career consultations? It's important to give these things consideration, especially now, isn't it? If you have something you want to do for your future, then you'll have reason to defeat Nyx, right? You're right? I haven't really thought about my future because I'm so young, but I think this is the goodest opportunity as any to start.
Hey there.
Future's like train tracks. Defeating Nyx may be our next stop, but it's not our ultimate destination. It's up to you to figure out what that'll be. I understand how Junpei-kun feels, actually. Anything can seem like a big deal if you think it'll be the last time you get to do it. Isn't that kind of sad?
Why, certainly.
Right? It makes me want to protect our precious ordinary days even more.
Hey,
Promise Day. Honestly, I'm pretty freaked out by the whole thing. But I feel alright, because we're all going to take it on together.
Hey.
See, this here instant ramen? If I think of this as the last time I'll ever eat instant ramen, and I'd get all emotional about it. What about you? Yeah. Right? What a great discovery. It's just instant ramen. Plain old cheap instant ramen. This is what life tastes like. Soy sauce flavor. Oh, Junpei. Monday, I think, is a strength day, right? Yeah. Dum, dum, dum. Dum, dum, dum. Dum, dum. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Hello. Are you available after school? There's something I would like to do with you at the dorm. I had a favor to ask. It's something I can't do alone.
Thank you very much.
Let's return to the dorm then. I can hardly wait.
Could you come a little closer? Ah, right there. That should be good.
Oh.
Okay, here goes. Cheese? Oh, good. It came out nicely this time. I wasn't here when everyone took pictures last time.
That's okay, we'll take another picture.
I've wanted to get one with you since. Technically, I could just capture video data through my eyes, but in that situation, I wouldn't be able to appear in the picture myself. Oh, I know it's a little late to be asking this, but do you like taking photos?
Yeah, it's fun.
Ah, what a relief. In that case, we should get a silly one next time. I think photographs are a truly amazing invention. They allow us to preserve a single moment in the endless flow of time. This technology was born from a desire to preserve the experiences that are precious to us. Until recently, I was sad about the fact that I am a machine, that I'm so different from other people. But after telling you my feelings, I realized something. There is one thing only a machine with a human heart can do. That only I can do.
What's that?
No matter how clear our photos and records are, they can't preserve our feelings. Data and memories aren't the same thing. Emotions can't be captured by a photograph. They can only continue to exist in our memories. But we'll all have to say goodbye eventually. And someday, our memories will fade. But I'm different.
What's up, Wyatt? How you doing?
I'm going to keep my memories of everyone alive. Your experiences and feelings will continue to live on inside of me. I will never forget. Even if you all change, or if time ends up pulling us apart. Oh, yes. Will you take this?
Charred screw. Eating dinner right now? What you got for dinner?
That's one of my parts that had to be replaced after I collapsed at the Moonlight Bridge. I asked Mitsuru-san to have it sent here. I kept it hidden until recently.
Mini corn dogs. Hell yeah.
I'm just a machine. But not anymore. Now, it's a symbol to show that I'll always remember you. This is the proof of my resolve. And I want you to have it. I want you to know that as long as I'm here, I will never leave you.
Sparkling ocean spray. Ooh. I have not had an ocean spray in like 12 years.
No matter how or when your life comes to an end, at that moment, I will be by your side. Everything that makes you who you are will live on in my memories. I am your friend, but I am also the machine that will keep your memory alive. Because this is something only I can do.
Aigis has a genuine smile upon her face. I feel a strong bond with Aigis. We did it! We maxed Aigis.
I am thou. Thou art I. The bond thou hast nurtured hath finally
I've talked about it before, but the feeling of refreshment, I'm still stressing on other links, but in my playthrough of P3P, the first time I played this game, the first time I got to the final day, and I had both Aigis and Mitsuru on rank 9 with neither of them ready to go up. So I left both of them on rank 9 on the last day, and I was very upset about it. So having both of them 10 comfortably before is just such a like, ah. Now if you use Metatron. Thank you for the hydrate.
Oh, hey, you two. We're home.
Hey guys.
Oh, welcome back. Were you hanging out together?
We ran into each other at the station, and well, I would have felt bad just leaving Junpei behind there.
Allegedly.
Uh-huh. You're just so thoughtful, aren't you?
So, what were you and Aigis up to?
We were just chilling. Taking a picture.
A picture? Why?
I don't know. Why not?
Oh yeah! Hai-chan wasn't there last time.
Oh, that's right. Why don't we all take a photo together since we're here?
Ooh, check it out! We got all the second years here. All right, I'm in. Let's do it.
The squad.
But who's gonna take it? I don't think we can fit all 5 of us. Well, I guess we could just take turns.
Okay. I'll take the first shot. Where does everyone
I
want to
feel like you could absolutely get all 5 of you in a selfie, but, you know, I suppose so. Been a long time with everyone.
Oh.
Only 5 more days until the promise day. We're gonna break that promise. I'm trying not to overthink too much, but it's kind of hard not to, you know? Can she just extendo her arm? She has bullet hands, not extendo arms, unfortunately. I don't quite understand what it means to live yet. My career consultation was really confusing, but I know that if I'm with you, everything will be okay. Don't get nervous when it's the dark. Don't you get nervous when it's the dark hour and you're all alone in your room? Well, I do. I feel better if I'm in the lounge until it's over. Promise day is almost here. This will be our last battle. There won't be any second chances. Everything has been leading to this singular moment. Make sure you're more prepared than ever. Okay, so it's Wednesday, so Yuko should be here, right? Yes, we have Yuko. Chihiro will not be available until tomorrow. We can finish Chihiro tomorrow, and then Yuko on Saturday is hopefully or Friday or Saturday. Right? Finish Chihiro tomorrow. Yuko's available one of these days, but I'm not sure which one. But we have to do Yuko today or we fail her. I'm pretty sure. I didn't actually get rid of Nidhogger. Oopsie.
I'm looking for. How may I assist you?
Fusion. It is a special persona you desire.
Make Metatron, Makugan, Divine Judgment, God's Hand, Megidolin. Okay. I can make Asura, Agidine, Akasha Arts, Unshaken Will.
What kind of persona do you desire?
Make Horus.
Somewhat beneath you.
Make Michael.
Satisfied with this?
Divine Judgment, Heaven's Blade. Archangel's Wings. I needed that for somebody. Increases evasion against fire, ice, wind, electric, light, dark skills. And nothing that I need right now.
Are you finished? We look.
Okay. Get rid of Nidhogger.
Welcome to the Velvet Room. Please take a look.
And we needed a strength. Empress, Emperor, Hyro, Lover's Chariot, Justice, Hermit, Fortune, Strength.
Does that persona catch your eye? This, so you'll be summoning this. May it be your inner strength. Very well. We look.
Yuko.
Oh.
You're leaving. Want to hang out somewhere? We all need to take a breather sometimes, right? Cool. How about we head to Chagall? We can take our time chatting there. I am sorry in advance, Yuko, for what's going to happen.
Miss Miyahara just wouldn't stop talking. She wrote out some weird math formula and said, "It's beautiful, isn't it?"
Yeah, it sounds like her.
Make me more confused than I originally was. Guess I'll have to go ask again tomorrow.
You're so hardworking.
You think so? I guess it just feels wrong to not try and understand something. Anyways, I decided to start being serious about my future. Remember when I told you about what happened to me at school? It was when I handed in a blank answer sheet for that pop quiz and I got yelled at by a coda. Back then, I just wanted to graduate and go to a community college or something.
Uh-huh.
But after
As you do.
coaching those kids, I started to realize something. I enjoy helping people who are willing to give it their all. So, I finally figured out what I want to do with my life. Can you guess what it is?
You want to be an instructor.
Close. You almost got it, Mr. Ex-Assistant Coach. I'm thinking of becoming an athletic trainer. It's their job to monitor each athlete's diet and help them plan their training routine. So I'll go to professional school once I graduate, and then work towards earning my certification when I turn 20. Between the general education requirements and the classes for my major, it's gonna be over 350 hours.
Got this.
That's why I'm gonna start studying right now. Improving my writing is my first goal. It took me all night to finish that 3-page essay.
Oh no.
Those kids had a huge influence on me. I know I only agreed to coach them on a whim, but teaching them really made me think. I started wondering what I could teach my own kids one day, and I realized I didn't have the slightest clue.
Relatable.
You hadn't been there with me. I don't think I could have stuck it out until the end. And I definitely never would have thought about my future either. So, thanks.
Rank 9. Yuko, yippee.
Also, I know I'm always asking you to stick around and help me with stuff. I kind of feel bad about it. I'm sorry.
What's up, Mitsuru? How are you?
I realize now that I might have been relying too much on you.
I don't mind.
Why are you so nice to me?
Yuko seems restless. Better choose my words carefully.
Are you like this just with me? No, that can't be it.
Unless... It's because you're a close friend.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. It would be weird if it was anything
I
else.
sure am lucky to have such a good friend.
Yeah,
So
a friend.
reliable. Though sometimes you worry me a little. Sometimes you say suggestive things with a straight face, you know?
When have I ever?
I get the feeling you might give someone the wrong idea.
When have I ever?
So you should really be careful about that. It could land you in some hot water.
Doing pretty good. We're doing all right. We're I think gonna pull it off. We had a few links that we were unsure if we were gonna be able to get them all done. We're gonna pull them off, I think. Who I'm dating? I'm dating Yukari. My beloved.
That's the way. Sorry, this isn't what I wanted to talk about. Thank you again for coaching with me. I'm glad
Anytime.
I have someone like you to rely
Not
on.
really anytime, but like, you know, glad to help.
Next time, I'll be there to support you. If there's anything I can help with, just let me know, okay? We're friends, aren't we?
Friends,
I'm gonna
correct.
head out. Gotta work on my modern literature and English today. See ya.
If given the option, I might have been dating Akihiko. I loved his link in the female route, but unfortunately, that's not an option for us. Former days, I can practically feel Nick's breathing down my neck at this point. Prepare in every way possible so you don't regret anything. I'm doing my own preparations too. We've come so far. Nothing's more important than this. Yeah, we're kind of loaded. We've been chilling on like 3 mil for a while. We were 2 mil for a while, and now we've been 3 mil for a while. They say January walks and February runs. It'll be a whole new year in a flash. Before that, we've got our final exams, so don't relax just yet. Anyway, just look at me. I managed to come to school every day, so you can too. Even though if I had the choice, I'd have slept in at home. Too many scary people around town lately. Yep. Go to bed. How many days we have left? 3? 3. Hey, Chihiro.
Hello there.
I'm actually going to start prepping for it by making the flyers. If you're free, do you think you can come help?
Thank you so.
There's no meeting today, so let's go ahead and use the student council room.
Thank you for taking the time to help me.
How long? We have the entire final boss sequence. So, a while. Yeah, Kat's always here. Whether you want her to be or not, she is here and ready to enforce. Yeah, sometimes she's lurking, especially when she's at work right now, so she's
Did you know that if you want a space to do street fundraising, you have to send the application 2 months in advance?
That's
I
crazy.
wonder if this is going to be enough flyers.
We're having a fucking meltdown. Oh no. Not going well today. Looks tough.
Yes, it is. But this is what I signed up for.
Not even to do with work, but it amplifies it? Oh no. Hopefully everything gets better quickly.
The student council president mentioned the street fundraiser before, and now that it's almost here, I asked to be in charge of it. Ever since that business with Mr. Takenozuka got resolved, I felt more confident. Or I can even talk to the boys in my class
Sorry.
now too.
Or maybe proactive is the better word.
Well, a little.
Well,
Anyways, running this
I believe.
fundraiser is just the beginning. From now on, I'm not going to be afraid of trying new things.
Proud of you, Chihiro.
Oh, but I'd appreciate it if you could still help me every now and then, just like today.
I believe in you, Chihiro.
Yes, thank you. Oh, that reminds me. Do you remember that illustration collection I found at the bookstore?
I do.
Apparently, someone ended up buying it. I checked the other day and he wasn't there anymore. But for some reason, I'm not sad about it. As long as whoever bought it is happy, then I'm happy too. I'd like you to have this. It's a collection of manga short stories by the same artist. I bought it a long time ago, and I read it so many times that I've practically memorized it. I'd like this book to be read by
Have a good debriefing in DMs for later.
just like
Bet.
that illustration collection. I'm sure that's much better than me just keeping it for myself. Could I ask that you be the first of those many readers?
Thanks. Get the same GT Online chicken ad. Oh boy.
When you finish reading it, please pass it on to someone else. Maybe it would be a good idea to hand it off at the bookstore.
Thank you for sharing your Yuri with me.
It's not in print
I
anymore,
appreciate
so
it.
You'll never see it in new releases. Thank you. I'm so lucky to have met you. That book couldn't be in better hands.
Yippee! We did it! We got Chihiro. A little late, but better late than never. We can now make Melchizedek! I love Melchizedek! I don't care for him at all, but...
There she is.
Hey guys.
Are we interrupting?
Pros, you were able to make jacket potatoes for dinner and they're really good. Ooh. Okay. Okay.
No, not at all. Did you need something?
Well, the student council led a street fundraiser a while back, and they asked for regular students to participate, right? We were curious about maybe learning more. Did you have any information on that?
Of course, I can help with that. Oh, thank you again for helping me today, Senpai. I'm sorry I ended up taking so much of your time.
Baked potatoes, but actually crispy as fuck. Yeah.
By myself.
Love me crispy. I can tag along.
I can do this on my own. It's just a little bit of talking. If the timing is convenient though, let's walk home together again sometime. Go ahead and fill out your name and class on this form. Now, as far as what you should expect on the day of...
After helping Chihiro, I headed back to the dorm. Alright, we will have one more rank up, hopefully, for Yuko.
Welcome back.
Only 3 more days, man. I'm kind of looking forward to it, but also kind of not. Hey, I know I've given you some shit before, but I'm fully behind you now, dude. Let's give Nyx hell. What do you say, leader? You brought Pinocchio so you can wipe your tears on him? If only you had your Senna. Someday. Yeah, Yuko's 9. Pinocchio, listen. Listen. I can't read. So we will leave Hidetoshi and Kaisuke at a fat 2. 07s and BB at a 5. And those will be our 3 unfinished links from the end. Okay. Honestly, that's pretty good. I think we've done pretty well for ourselves here. Character is dying, young man. Listen, we don't take shit on my man's Akinari, all right? That's my goat right there. Picture anyone you wish to intensify your relationship with and click the button below. Yuko. Okay, so yeah, today is a track day, so no Yuko. She's available tomorrow, right? Surely. If she's not available tomorrow, I'm gonna scream. I'm pretty sure she's available on Saturdays. I know there was one day that both her and Chihiro are available on the same day, and I'm pretty sure it's Saturday.
Oh, it's you.
Just 2 days left now. It's cold and dreary outside. Couldn't blame you for feeling even drearier at the moment. We need to just hang a little while longer. Spring is just around the corner, as they say. It's almost time. How are your preparations coming along? Right on schedule. Good, we need to be fully prepared if we aim to win. Right now, Natsuki-chan is somewhere far from here, doing her best in life. That gives me the strength to carry on and never give up. This month went by fast, man. It's almost time for the final showdown. Alrighty, come on, let's make this final stretch count. I mean, it lasted about, what, 4 hours and 42 minutes so far, so... You've probably had this thought already, but after this is all over, C's won't be needed anymore. It's hard to wrap my head around it. I guess it's too soon to get emotional over it. Better to spend that energy focusing on defeating Nyx.
In that case...
Well, why don't we go to Tartarus and train? Can't be too prepared. Let's take Cora for a walk. Everyone can come along for a walk tonight. All of us together.
Clothes shopping with me?
Keep your voice down.
Sure. Let's go together next time, Mitsuru-senpai.
Go right, Fuka. Gotta go around from the right.
Okay. Huh?
No, that's left. Oh, wait, that's right for you, huh?
Oh my god, Jinpei.
Whatever. Why don't you just climb to the top of the jungle gym?
What? I'm not going down the slide head first. My clothes will get all dirty.
That was your age? We used to compete over who could slide down in the funniest way.
That sounds about you. That sounds like Aki.
You don't have to take your shirt off. It's fine.
Sir? Oh, Akihiko.
Is shake the command given to request pause on one's head?
Oh, is that what it is? That's okay. I've been mixing up for Buppy then. I understand now.
I comprehend.
The day of the final battle draws near. Everyone is having fun, as if trying to make the most of this moment. It's been a pleasant evening together. Alright. Class is ended for today. Yuko! God bless America. She's real. Thanks. You go ahead to the field. I'm gonna stop by the faculty office to go over some notes.
Sorry I'm late. I was asking the teacher about something I didn't understand in class.
Uh-huh.
But then it led to even more questions, so I was stuck there for a while. Ugh, this is so heavy. I shouldn't have crammed everything in there.
Want me to carry it?
No, it's okay. I'll just think of it as weight training. Still, I can't believe how heavy these textbooks are. Students all over the world have it rough.
Real. Prince of consciousness. Only when he's perfectly in the middle does it truly happen. Yeah, he's trying his best, you know? But it's okay, because he hits really fucking hard.
Whenever I come to this field, I get so nostalgic. It hasn't even been that long since we coached those kids, though, huh?
That's just how fulfilling it was.
You said it. I had to really put my brains and body to work. I've never had to run around like that. Not even for the track team. Oh, that's right. Here, take this.
Kid's letter.
It's from those kids. They told me to make sure I give it to him.
They remember my name.
Yeah, they usually just called you coach or boyfriend, huh? You get something like this, it makes you forget how tough it was in the moment. Kind of makes me want to do it all again. What about you?
Only if you're doing it too.
Huh? Me? Well, yeah, I guess I do want to. Next time we should get more people to help coach, though. It was pretty tough with just the two of us. Once I'm caught up on school, I'd like to take some time to think. Not just about coaching, but about enjoying life and stuff too. I can hardly wait. All right, time to study like hell.
Hell yeah.
Let me know when you figure out what you want to do for your future too, okay? If you decide on something similar, maybe we could even study together.
Yuko and I talked for a long time. One last rank 10 for the road, baby.
Of the strength arcana,
Yeah, Yuko's voice actress did a great job. I'm a big fan of her rendition. Now fuse Atavaka, the Wisdom King General.
Oh, look at the time. See you around.
Okay, bye.
Welcome back.
It's good to see you again. It's almost time. It has been 10 years since death awakened. And now, finally, tomorrow is the promised day. Once we enter Tartarus tomorrow, we won't be able to leave. Are you ready? Everyone's average level is 93 at this point. Just between you and me, I think black coffee is really bitter. I was told that when I grow up, I'll acquire a taste for it. Wonder if that day will really come. I don't know.
Yes.
You're right, no one knows about the future. Anyway, let's do the best. That's all we can do after all. My father couldn't stop the experiment from happening. When I close my eyes, I see his sad face, just like in that video. I'm gonna get rid of the dark hour so he can smile again. You know? One last time. The last night, possibly on Earth. I'm gonna brush Koromaru. Look at him. What was that noise? Thanks, bud. Appreciate you. Played with Koromaru for a while before heading back to my room. Full moon. Today is the promised day. At last, we can confront Nyx at the top of Tartarus. Expect that once we enter Tartarus tonight, we won't be able to leave until the battle is over. That voice actor has actually been the voice of Koromaru for like 15 years. It's been the same guy the whole time. He was the one in the movies. He was the one in the originals. Oh, hi. Didn't expect to run into you here. You shopping too? Yeah.
Oh.
Getting some supplies for tonight. Thanks for always being on top of everything. I should make sure my weapons are ready when I get back later. Well, let's do our best tonight. Joined Yukari to come shopping, but there's so many fashion trends and designers I don't know of. I certainly can't let myself forget all of this, now can I? Like some sort of liquid. It looks like a container. I'm guessing you're supposed to drink it. Remembering something about fortune telling, so maybe it has something to do with that. Soma, cool. Found that missing student the other day. Salvation. Ooh. Don't have much, but I should be able to help you find what you need.
What do you got?
I don't have much to sell you, but I'll give you what I got.
Come back soon.
Okay, so if Yukari and Mitsuru are there, is everybody else around somewhere too? There he is. Hey, buddy. Hey, funny seeing you here. Actually, did you know this is where Chidori and I first met? She was sitting here drawing, and I decided to go up to her. We gotta beat the last boss so that we can keep Chidori's spot safe and sound. I feel like Ken or Aki will be back here. No? Huh. Ken is over here with Koro. I'm talking to Koromaru for a walk while I can, since I don't think there'll be time tonight. Getting out of a rut my life's stuck in sounds good. But that stuff about salvation and the end of the world rubs me the wrong way. Imagine being the person who on the last day on Earth spent time with the Gourmet King. Who was that? Or one last Akinari. What a way to go out. Hey, Aki.
Yo.
Ramen, eh? Good choice. Fighter needs their energy if they're gonna go all out in battle. Doesn't hurt to share a meal that's so full of precious memories. Well, eat up. I don't want you going into tonight's battle on an empty stomach. That's everybody, right? We saw everybody? We didn't see Fuka. No. Fuka's missing still. And Igus. I was reviewing everything to prep for tonight when Igus took me out for a breather. I think I'll keep at it after taking a short break. Don't push yourself too hard. Thanks. I've got Igus with me, so I'll be fine. I can't fight on the front line, so I wouldn't be able to provide everyone with support, the perfect support. Everyone seems to be spending today being where they wish to be, doing what they wish to do. I've decided to wait for everyone to return in the meantime. How do we want to spend our last day on Earth? That's the real question. I think we haven't done it much. Let's sing some karaoke. Never mind, we won't sing any karaoke, sorry. Alright, I guess we're gaming. hello. Very strong. Chi Yu is almost max strength as well. All right. We spent our last day on Earth gaming,
All right.
as it should be.
This will probably be the last time we'll meet like this. Is everyone ready?
Can I say something? I know we have to take Nyx down, but if you think about it, that means we'll be getting rid of the Dark Hour. Ryoji-kun mentioned that if he dies, our memories will disappear too. So if we defeat Nyx, we might not remember any of this.
All of our memories.
That's true. Our experiences with the Dark Hour and our personas, we may lose them.
But even if that happens, I want you all to know I won't forget you. Even if it robs us of all our memories together, I swear I'll still remember you all.
What do you mean, Yucatan? Of course we'll remember each other.
I won't forget you either.
Me neither.
I as well.
I don't know. I might forget.
Even if you do forget about us, I'll remind you.
Yeah, so don't worry about it.
Thanks, everyone.
Okay, in that case, let's promise to meet each other again after the battle, no matter what happens.
Good idea. But where should we meet?
I don't think it should be the dorm. We'll come back here anyways, if all goes well. Oh, right. Should we decide when we'll meet up too?
Yeah, it should be a special occasion.
How about on graduation day for the third years? When the Dark Hour vanishes, our memories might not disappear right away. So we shouldn't plan to meet too soon after the battle. And there's no other day that'll have more significance to us.
Wow, you're really smart, Yukari-san. Graduation day, huh? Well, that's easy enough to remember.
Graduation day.
Yeah.
I'll look forward to it.
Best bet. All right, let's do it. Now, where should we meet up?
Ideally, a place where we can clearly see that peace has returned to the city.
Somewhere we can see the whole city. Well, there's one place.
Some place with a good view, then?
Oh, how about the school roof?
Ah, nice idea. All right, the roof it is.
Remember how you all feel right now. No matter what happens, we'll keep our eyes on the future. We're not going to forget anything. And we will see each other again.
Right.
Excited, aren't you? All right then. Let's get going.
All right, squad. You can count on me.
Yeah.
Together. I'll do my best.
Don't let us down.
This will be easy.
Yes.
One last party select, huh? Hey, bud. Feel a strong sense of determination from Koromaru.
Okay.
You have to put an end to the Dark Hour for my mother, Aragaki-san, and myself. I will fight with all I've got, not for revenge, but so we can live.
Hey.
My dad delayed the fall until now, so he could pass the baton to me. I'm going to run with it until the very end.
I suppose.
I want us to get through this. All of us. We must live. That's why I'll continue to fight.
Leader.
If the world ends, our bonds of friendship will disappear too. I don't want that to happen. There are a lot of people I want to meet and befriend. That's why I won't let the world end today.
Yo.
Here we are. It all ends tonight. Don't look so worried. We're going to win.
Right.
And Shinji will be fighting alongside us tonight. I can feel it.
Hell yeah!
Chidori gave me her life. I'm sure as hell not gonna throw it away. I'm gonna beat the crap out of Nyx and live a long, long life.
I suppose.
Wasn't able to protect my father, but his dreams live on inside me. I'll make sure they come true. Alright, let's get going. From here on out, there's no turning back. Once we enter Tartarus, I know that we won't leave until the battle is over. Ready as I'll ever be.
Let's do this.
New. Face Nyx. You got it, Chief. Long last, you will soon arrive at the top of this tower to overcome its challenges. I will do everything in my power to assist you up to the very end so that you may grasp victory. Please come see me if you feel your strength waning. I shall heal you. Oh. So you can stay in here for a long ass time and just she'll heal you every time. Good to know. But we don't have plans to do that.
Shall we head out?
The path is open. It should lead to the place Ryoji-kun told us about. I sense a strong presence on the floor above. This feeling is... a human? Please be careful. This is Striga's presence. They're really here. Stay on high alert. Give me Lucy. Did it? You've hit 800? 800...
Preparations complete.
What?
Moving out.
800k? Sheesh.
Hey, there's a treasure chest.
Snuff soul.
An enemy. How should we proceed? An enemy. How should we proceed?
Ignore it because it doesn't matter because it's not real. Yeah, just go up. We're getting close to the Striga leader. I'm getting a reading one floor above us. Once you cross fast, I don't think you'll be able to avoid combat. There's a teleporter here though, so make sure you're prepared. How long does that even take? She's been here pretty much all of my streams for the last like 2.5 years. So, going to the signal, they're blocking our path upwards. But there's only one signal, they're not together. I don't know what they have up their sleeve, but for now, our only way is up. 3 years, just about. I mean, it was like halfway through. It was like August that you got here. Putting everything on the line in this one battle. I'm sure he's doing the same as well. July, same thing. Firmware was saying, this won't be easy, but we can do it. I think it'll be pretty easy, actually. We're very over-leveled. Seems our opponent is trying to buy time. Let's defeat him quickly. We must keep moving forward.
Hey.
I'm ready whenever. Just leave it all to me. I won't let anyone get in our way. We have to keep going. I'm ready. They can try to stop us all they want, but it's not going to work. Our goal is too important. Let's get this over with, alright? They're willing to take us on again after last time. They're either very confident or they've got something up their sleeve. But it doesn't matter either way. We won't lose. I sense that the enemies are even stronger than last time. Brace yourselves for some tough battles ahead. I'll also do my best to support you. Yeah, she's been on Twitch longer. Longer than following me. Waiting for us. The only way to get past him is to fight. You ready? Go.
So, you came after all.
July 3rd is pretty much August. It's the same thing. It's a month apart. Hey, Jin.
Where's your partner?
Takaya went on ahead of me. He's destined for far greater heights than someone like myself. So, if you guys are here,
Yeah, I tend to be.
Serious about fighting Nyx.
How
What do you know about Nyx?
I just pieced together what information Ikutski left behind. Of course, a good chunk of it was just delusional nonsense. He was a real nut job.
Yeah, he was.
You knew Ikutski?
Oh yeah, so he was your boss, huh? It was a big surprise finding that out. And that said, we only really knew his name. He was just one of the researchers who created us.
He created you?
Who exactly are you?
What's the point in telling you? It'll all be over soon.
We don't have time for this. Step aside.
Sorry, no can do. There's no way Nyx could be stopped by the likes of you, but I ain't about to let you get into Kaya's way.
Buddy, you don't have a say in this.
If we don't stop Nyx, all life will be destroyed.
That's the point. He ain't gonna live much longer either way. So we gotta see it through to the end. This is Takaya's wish. So I'm not backing down.
But...
all right. I think that's enough talking. Time to get serious.
True, Wyatt has been here longer.
However it turns out, this is the end. I'm going all out.
Okay.
I'll go with... Not going down.
This is my resolve.
I have to do this.
When we first Sword Shield stream, God, that was so long ago. That's crazy. About to celebrate our 3-year Annie.
I'm nowhere near Takaya's level, but I've improved since we last fought. You can't hide your weaknesses from me.
That's okay.
Come on, let's see your weakness. Take this.
Evasive maneuver.
Well, the weaknesses only really make a difference if you hit us with them, so...
Now's the time. Come.
Thanks, dude.
I appreciate it.
Oh, we hit one, though. Oh, that's it.
What to do? What's next?
Whew. Unfortunate that Junpei is down for that, but we'll still get the chip damage we can.
Pull the trigger.
Thank you for your support.
I'm just getting started. No, not yet. We're just getting started. You ain't the only ones who came prepared.
It seems like we're much more prepared than you.
Now you'll see what I can really do. Here's a special treat just for you.
Not the flash grenade. Oh no.
Nothing.
We came here for a reason. You think this is gonna stop us?
What next? Isis.
I appreciate it.
We have double Theurgy up if we're so inclined for it. I feel like a Scarlet Havoc from here would probably... It's fine.
I'll go with. What's next?
Bloody Charge Scarlet Havoc will definitely kill. I don't know that we even need the Scarlet Havoc though.
Thanks. Give it up already.
So much for you know our weaknesses. That's crazy. Yeah, if I had gone Scarlet Havoc, I'd probably kill there, but also.
This is my resolve. This is my duty. In this situation, come,
You're not beating me. I'll die before I let you pass.
Well, rip Bozo.
Performance enhancing drops? At that concentration, your side effects must be.
Never mind. He just doesn't give a lick.
Like, we're just gonna go Arhabaki. And we're just going to guard up on everyone else for this charge attack. Well, I tried to guard up, but Junpei has high endurance, he'll be fine. Yeah.
Yuji, I think I can use it now. Releasing all limiters. Orkiamo! Pull the trigger. Confirm Persona. I appreciate it.
Can't stop me now.
I could have also just not healed and used Junpei's Theurgy, but... Oh, you're stupid. Yeah, this is Jobert. Oh! Big damage from Igus. Well, Yukari's miss doesn't help, but that's okay.
I failed. Oh, what are you waiting for? Finish me off.
Now we're good.
I would do anything for Takaya.
Why are you so devoted to him?
You wouldn't understand. Takaya showed me the light when I was in the darkness. I forget how many years it's been. It was before I knew about the Dark Hour or having the potential. Or any of that. The Kirijo group rounded up orphans from all over and tried to awaken personas in them. Their goal was to investigate Tartarus.
What?
But When a persona doesn't emerge naturally, it's difficult to control. So, the kids had to take these experimental drugs so their personas wouldn't kill them. Only 3 kids out of the original 100 survived. And after 6 months, the experiment was canceled.
No. So, those 3 survivors were...
Strega.
So you've all suffered at the hands of the Kirijo group as well.
Takaya saved me from it all. I'll never forget what he told me. Don't be bound by the past. And don't look to the future. Simply live in the moment. Honestly, I don't even give a damn about Kirijo anymore. But I'm gonna fulfill Takaya's wish. No matter what.
But you...
We overstayed our welcome.
Uh-oh.
We're running out of time. Everyone head up!
But what about him?
Come with us.
I don't need your pity, dumbass.
Okay, well.
No hesitation. If we don't defeat Nyx, then this was all for nothing.
Got it.
Damn it.
Let's go, Igus.
All right. Well. Good luck, bud. Have fun with the small army.
Look at these ugly clowns crawling up in droves. You're not eating me. I ain't going out on your terms. I believe in you, Takaya. Fulfill our wish. I'll hold on to the freedom you gave me to the very end.
Hey, you hear that? Don't tell me.
Don't look back.
Let's go.
Stop messing around.
Precious eggs. Sick. Okay. Up we go again.
We're making good progress.
Kinda sad when people can't see eye to eye, isn't it?
Hey, let's loot that chest.
Hey, there's a treasure chest.
Bottom corner.
Look at it. Wandering around like a clown.
Like a clown.
Let's be off then.
Yo, there's a shadow. Just keep your eyes on me. I ain't gonna lose.
Palm of life.
Hey, there's a treasure chest.
I don't remember there being these intermediate floors before. I don't know if I just don't remember them or what, but I don't remember these being here. I remember it being Jin, Takaya, Nyx, like 1-1-1.
It's a treasure chest.
All right.
Leader,
This floor seems safe. You ought to get the team organized and prepare for the upcoming battle here. Once you're ready, we'll have to settle the score. Think you win on the first attempt? Oh, absolutely. We are, again, very heavily overleveled. Unless, like, something tragic happens where we get, like, just, you know, crit change to hell and back and we get, you know, knocked really easily. I think we should be fine. And he'll still stand against us. Let's head out once we've finished our preparations. He should be waiting up ahead.
leader.
Let's hurry. Our goal is within reach. I'm ready whenever you are.
Excuse
Oromaru is trying to cheer us up, saying, hang in there. The Kyoryuger group. I cannot possibly hope to atone for our sins. That doesn't mean we should stop trying. For the sake of the hope and dreams entrusted to us, we must struggle and persevere.
Okay.
Let's deal with this quickly. Our real enemy's still ahead, after all. I'm ready to go when you are. Looks like we'll get a chance to settle this before we can move forward. You gotta let me fight this one with you. We'll settle this once and for all this time. Please allow me to fight. I guess it's not like beating the shit out of him will suddenly fix everything, but anyway, we gotta get past him either way. You ready to do this? Yeah. I think for this one, we do gotta let Aki and Ken get a swing on him.
I don't need any salvation. I'll crush that false hope with my own 2 hands.
There's one member of Strega left. If we want to proceed, we'll have to fight him. Are you ready? I'm ready.
So, just ahead of here's the top.
Hey, bud. Been a minute.
I take it you've defeated Jin. You are quite a troublesome bunch. Even in these final moments, you still insist on fighting. Why struggle against the inevitable end?
Sorry to disappoint. Nothing's gonna end. Not if we have anything to say about it.
Cease your petty resistance. Why not celebrate this wonderful moment instead?
Because we're not completely insane like you are.
I'm not opposed to seeing this world off in your company.
Will you shut up already? We're not letting that happen. Got it?
My life was stolen from me. And in its place, I was given a power I never asked for. And so, I learned that the future is only a delusion. Only by striving to live every moment to its fullest can the soul truly be satisfied. That is why we welcome this glorious revelation, to shine a light upon this darkened world.
I've had enough of your shit! I'm not dying, so you can have a freaking nightlight!
Talk to
This is
him.
not merely my own desire.
Talk to his ass, Junpei.
Many of my disciples have gathered to rejoice in her arrival.
That's just because Nyx is causing all these strange incidents.
I'm afraid you have that backwards. Consider for a moment, who is responsible for reviving Nyx? Can a single person boast of this great accomplishment? You all worked tirelessly to prevent it, and yet instead, you unwittingly aided in her coming. So you see, this is not just my will. It is the will of all people. People cannot face death without first finding meaning in life. But the world has realized that any meaning in it was lost long ago.
Thank you for the posture check. Oof, there we go. Got the pop.
Nyx has come because humanity has cried out for her salvation.
No way.
I don't believe you. Who would ever wish for Nyx to come?
No. There is some truth in what he says. I guess. Wandering without purpose. Living an empty life. Dying an empty death. Passing your days without suffering. I don't know if this can be called right or wrong. But personally, I wouldn't want to live that way. I want a purpose, and to have others I care about. To me, this is what it means to live.
Let's go, I guess.
We're not alone. On our own, we may be helpless, but together we can achieve the impossible.
Look at the squad.
This is what you lack. That's why you see the fall as salvation. In choosing solitude over bonds with others, you limit your own power.
So a Kirijo, responsible for robbing us of our future, would dare to speak of our limits? How laughable! Then again, I should have known better. This is just the kind of bigotry I would expect from the ones who labeled me a failure. However, fate has chosen us. If you recall, I told you that if you dared to oppose me, I would show no mercy. If you intend to deny the future I have envisioned, you'd best be prepared.
Let's settle this.
You needn't hurry. The moment we await is predestined. It makes no difference whether it comes sooner or later.
Please be careful. I sense an even greater power than before.
This isn't about revenge. We're fighting to protect something. My persona's ready.
Tenyu just not as much of a spammable healer as Yukari is.
Thanks. Nice work.
I forgot you have. I forgot that Aki has it.
Even as I speak, I can feel it. The end of everything.
He's insane, so he doesn't feel pain or something like that.
Those who cannot see the blessing it truly is. We are mere mortals. We cannot change our fate. Out of my way!
Ooh. Right. Koro is weak to light. Forgot about that.
What to do?
Okay, well,
I don't know their weaknesses yet. Can we test something out?
we can test this. Yeah, that seems pretty effective.
And now?
Right, and Ken is weak to dark. Wow, this was a stupid team comp for me, wasn't it? That's okay. We just won't get hit.
Let's go win this.
Make them pay!
I don't like the look in your eyes. What is it that you see before you now?
Only the opponent in front of me.
Spirit. That's right. That's how it should be. Death to all fools.
Bro took all of my SP. That's crazy.
The moment we await is upon us.
I'll go with. All right.
We're kind of just chipping away here. I don't feel like I have a better option right now because of the team that I brought. Because I'm mildly stupid. Let's go, Koro. That's what we needed. That's my goat.
It seems we are destined to be at odds.
It seems that way.
Summon such power even in the face of death. And out of my way!
Dolan, that's fine. We should be okay.
That's gonna hit me.
Yeah. How did Koro be the only one that got hit? His agility is fucking crazy. Yeah, top number is HP, bottom number is SP.
Let's see.
Hear my prayers. Let me help you out.
Thank you, Fuka, for your service.
I'll end this. You're fast.
One step at a time. I've got you.
Can you not? Can you stop doing that?
I'll go with.
Like, damn, I get it. I'll use fucking physical skills.
Keep it together.
Fuck him up, Baki. Honestly, doubled up.
Why? Fate is supposed to have chosen me. This again. Is my resolve still not strong enough? If so, I'll throw away my trivial pride. With my entire being, I will bring you to your knees!
All right, man. Oh. He has a theurgy. Interesting.
Why can he use theurgy?
Yeah, we're gonna.
I made a promise.
The moment we await is upon us.
What to do?
Come!
Goodbye.
This can't be. I failed. Haven't I?
Yeah.
It's over for me. There is nothing more I can do. Now, kill me.
Nah.
Are you scared?
What a peculiar question. You must be a stranger to death if you think it is something to fear.
What do you mean?
You fear it because you do not understand it. I've lived long enough.
Aren't you like 25? Aren't you allegedly like, you know? Sure, man.
We have no interest in taking the life of someone who can't even move. You will live to see if what you wished for comes true or not.
Yeah, stay right there and think about what you've done.
What a truly baffling group you are.
We're finally here. Up ahead is the summit of Tartarus, the promised place Ryoji mentioned. Let's regroup for the final battle.
Do we still get to regroup right around his dead body? Because I think that was really like peak before. Okay, no, we left him further behind. Seems to be unconscious. Before it was literally we were all just like gathered in a circle around his body as we regrouped. All right. Give me a precious egg. Give me the SP back.
Yes.
Finally time for our last battle. I promise I'll protect you. That is why I'm here. Maybe in a way, these guys weren't actually that different from me. But that doesn't matter right now. Let's go.
Excuse me.
Oromaru-san is saying, this is it. He appears to be ready for anything. We'll be fine. We got this. Your cleanup hitter, Junpei Iori, is going to knock it out of the park.
Yeah?
There's no one left in our way. The stage is set and our opponent's waiting. I'll give everything I've got.
Okay.
The top is just up ahead. We finally made it. We finally conquered this tower.
All right.
I have so many things running through my mind right now. Most of all, we're definitely going to win this, right? We finally made it this far. This wouldn't have been possible without all of you. I cannot possibly thank you enough. All right. Before we go up those stairs, I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to run to the restroom real quick. And we will come back and we will beat the rest of this game. So I will be back in just a second. Yeah, end of stream. Goodbye. I will be back in just a second. If I were to asked to create an Obst character out of the options that I had in this game, this is exactly what I would have made. He it's like a dubious little creature. It's a cat. It's perfect. It's very Obst. God. Kid's fucking framed like. Hey guys, what's up? No, it's me. Yeah, I'm here. No, don't worry about it. Yeah, no, I got this. I know, I'll testify. Don't you worry. Hey guys. No, it's all good. No, I can see. Don't worry. It's all good. I love it. I love this kid. Hey, she's right there. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? She just skipped away behind the pillar and disappeared.
Oh, that's so creepy.
Oh, fuck no. Oh, fuck no.
That's so funny. Can you scatter? Yeah. Oh.
I tried to.
Watch the line.
She's coming right for me. Nope, I'm out. No, fuck no. Fuck no. Nuh-uh. Or do. Actually, I don't need the book yet. That's not how that's supposed to work. Anyways, I'll let them deal with that. Honestly. So I'm going to ask you a favor, sleepyhead. Ever since we were kids, I'd always be the one to wake you up when you slept in. But this time, when all... Fuck me. God damn it. Fuck's sake, dude. I almost made it. I swear to Christ, Leave, I'm going to murder you.
Not before I do. Yeah, before you kill some of us.
He wanted to show off his cool barrel that he found. I'm also scared of hitting any of these barrels now for the fact that... Moon, welcome in. This is a robbery. I have $3. Here. They walk in the place like they own the damn place anyway. Hey, I would use my imaginary points in order to make the streamer do funny dance to the boop-a-doo, and the streamer didn't do it right away, which means I got scammed. I want a refund. Like you act like you own the damn place. Like this is my stream. We're here. We're ready. It would be funny if I just like left it on BRB and just didn't come back. Just leave the stream on BRB. It eventually like ends just out of nowhere. And I just never address the situation again. All right.
Hey.
If we head up from here, we'll reach the promised place, the summit of Tartarus. This will truly be our final battle. Are you ready? Ah, yes, because people took that one really well. Oh, we're here. A couple years ago for, I'll explain it later, actually. I'll explain it after the cutscene.
So this is the top.
Look at that! In the sky!
Here she comes.
Oh no!
Nyx?
There's no mistaking its power, even without my persona. I've never encountered anything like it before.
Hey, bestie. It's been a while.
You... Ryoji-kun.
That was my name for a time. I almost miss it.
What's going on? Wait, could you be...
I am merely a harbinger of the fall. Or perhaps I should say, former harbinger. There is no longer a distinction to be made between Nyx and myself. I see. So this is your purpose. Still, I don't regret my decision. We're taking you down no matter what you are!
Let's go.
I see. Then you must already understand what people fear the most. What they try to turn away from. That is the wretched thing I have become.
We know that.
Yeah, we're ready.
It's the one absolute for all living things.
Then you must also understand that it is futile to resist. Will you still face me? Surely, there must be fear in your hearts.
Yeah, of course I'm scared. But who gives a shit? I've got too much to live for.
Hell yeah, Junpei.
I'm sick of running away. Living means looking death square in the face. So I won't back down. Not even from you. Even if I have to sacrifice myself, I will stop you. This is my choice.
I see.
Get ready, everyone! Nyx is attacking! I'm also sensing multiple shadows approaching from the lower floors.
Stand by, team. Intercept those shadows. This is the final battle. Victory at all costs.
Let's do it. Oh, baby. The music is here.
Come on, everyone. Let's band together and win this. I know we can do it.
All right.
I gotta listen to this for a moment, just because I need to hear the drop. Also, Nyx looks crazy good in this game. Hit it. I forgot about the light part. There's the hit. Ooh, baby. It still hits.
Summoning.
The moment man devoured the fruit of knowledge, he sealed his fate. Entrusting his future to the cards, he clings to a dim hope. Yes, the Arcana is the means by which all is revealed. Attaining one's dream requires a stern will and unfailing determination.
Nyx's Arcana just changed to the Magician. His properties changed along with the Arcana. Be careful. It doesn't matter how many times he changes Arcana. I'll stand him no matter
In this
what.
situation, I don't care what you are. I'm not backing down.
Appreciate it.
Impossible.
I'll go with or something.
Really? That's unfortunate.
The Arcana is the means by which all is revealed. The silent voice within one's heart whispers the most profound wisdom.
trigger. I won't lose.
The Arcana is the means by which all is revealed. Celebrate life's grandeur, its brilliance, its magnificence.
Evasive maneuver.
Oh, Junpei. Easily up to not take that.
The Arcana is the means by which all is revealed. Only courage in the face of doubt can lead one to the answer.
The answer? DLC? It was leaked the whole time? Oh, hey, bestie.
I'm detecting a surge of power from Nyx's sword. I want to protect this world and everyone in it. Summoning. I know I can do it.
Persona, engage.
I'm just getting started.
Junpei-kun, it's time to strike back.
Burn up Persona! Time to hit him hard. Flaming tornado. Junpei!
Fog him up, Junpei.
The Arcana is the
That's my
means by
goat
which
right there.
all is revealed. It is indeed a precious gift to understand the forces that guide oneself.
God, the visuals of this fight are so good. They did it such justice.
Nyx's feathers are floating. What is this? There's some kind of special power in those feathers. Be careful. You're going to be way more vulnerable to mental ailments. Nyx just changed the Hierophant.
Oh, we're gonna be here for a while. This is that's why every health bar is kind of light, but fortunately we're again wildly OP. He goes through all the Arcanas,
The Arcana is the means
all
by
the
which
way to
all
death.
is revealed. There is both joy and wonder in coming to understand the hearts of others.
Nyx just changed to the lover's type.
Oh, this is bad.
No matter how long it takes.
What to do? Never mind. Never mind. Let's see.
We have Aegis up.
Go with. What's in this?
I can do this. Utilizing.
The Arcana is the means by which all is revealed. One of the greatest blessings attained from the gift of life is the freedom to pursue one's personal goals.
Nyx switched to the chariot now. I have to do this. Everyone is with me. This time, I will defeat you. I appreciate it.
What to do?
Yeah, you're immune to physical. That's what I thought. Fortunately, Junpei can ignore that. Never mind. It's only on his actual attacks. His sword attacks. That's fine.
Thank you for your support.
I'll go with.
This is my resolve. Athena! Pull the trigger. Isis!
The Arcana is the means by which all is revealed. To find the one true path, one must seek guidance amidst uncertainty.
Nyx changed to the Justice Arcana! Damage and foundation! My energy. I think I can use it now. Thank you very much.
I think we save Orgia mode. Or we could do maximum firepower, I guess, for the next one, and that would probably be a full health bar.
The Arcana is the means by which all is revealed. It requires great courage to look within oneself and forge one's own path.
He changed himself to the hermit. It doesn't seem like Junpei-kun can move yet.
I'll go with.
Here I go!
Hit him with a flyby, I guess.
The Arcana is the means by which all is revealed. Ever present alongside time is fortune, cruel and unflinching.
Now it's the Fortune Arcana! What next? Confirm!
Pathetic.
What to do? Not that.
The Arcana is the means by which all is revealed. One needs strength to endure and rise above suffering and torment.
Nyx switched to the Strength Arcana! Summoning! This is my duty!
Impossible.
Scan on this for me? Analysis complete!
Okay, no strike. Just use magic. Perfect.
Accept your fate.
Ow.
I'll go with.
The Arcana is the means by which all is revealed. In the face of unavoidable disaster lies the opportunity to search for redemption.
The Hanged Man.
In this situation, thank you for your support.
Right, you get that. I forgot you had that.
Impossible.
Stupid.
Never mind.
Could I scan on this enemy?
What to do?
It is time. Athena!
The moment man devoured the fruit of knowledge, he sealed his fate. Entrusting his future to the cards, man clings to a dim hope.
How many more we got? We're almost there.
The means by which all is revealed. Beyond the journey you have taken lies the absolute end.
There it is.
It matters not who you are. One thing is always certain. Death awaits all.
Oh, looks so good.
Death Arcana. This is Nyx's true form.
I didn't want you to suffer, but the time for that is long past. Is this really what you desire? Well, I already know the answer. Very well, let us continue until the world meets its end.
Let's go, Ryoji.
I am with you to the very end. What's up, everyone? All right, here we go. And with this, you're finished.
You cannot avoid death. To live is to die. They are one and the same. The time has come.
Severe damage.
Oh. Ouch.
Thank you very much. Summoning. This is my duty.
Oh, I guess.
Let's see. Oh, you Tristan
Pull the trigger. I have to do this. I won't lose.
Behold, this is the path you have chosen. The Arcana has revealed.
Oh.
I'm scared. Hold on.
What to do?
I think I can use it now.
for your support. Hear my prayers. Let me help you out.
Omni boost. Please and thank you. Charge and focus. That'll work too.
This is my resolve. Persona, engage.
Only a 2-hit is a little unfortunate, but
Now's the time. Some fun, Persona.
All shall fall.
I'm freezing.
I'll go with. Persona.
What is optimal? Athena, engage. Hikari-chan's frozen. She can't move.
I'm using this.
In this situation, I won't lose.
I appreciate it.
Fall.
okie doke. What you gonna do with those?
Just accept it.
Oh, hey. Petricorn. Oh, hey.
What to do?
I'll give him hell.
Let's go, Junpei. Big crit in a big moment. That's my boy.
Accept your fate.
Should I scan on this enemy?
You know, for the content, should I? Fuck it. Got him.
Did we do it?
Such a pity. You understand your fate, yet you still fight against it with all your might. If only there were more like you, then perhaps the fall could have been prevented. But it's too late now.
Ho 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 ho. This is sick. I love seeing this animated.
What is that? It's the moon. It kind of looks like Ryoji-kun's getting pulled into it. No, wait. It's the moon that's being pulled down to us.
You're kidding me. Are you saying that Nyx is the moon itself?
It's coming. Soon it will descend upon us.
crashing into the earth.
The fall. Literal.
Where am I?
Hey, what's going on? What the hell is that? Wait, look up there! Is that the moon? What is going on?
What is that thing? I can't get a signal.
My phone isn't working. What's going on? No. You heard anything about this? What's going on?
Holy crap! Look at the moon! Holy shit, this is amazing! It's the apocalypse! The world is finally ending!
Oh. Oh, hey, bud.
Last.
You! Oh, marvelous! I can't believe the moment has finally arrived! Shut up!
What are we gonna do? Something's coming from the moon.
What is this? It's like something's crushing me.
This is nothing.
Unbelievable. Even now you continue to struggle.
Yeah, we're good at that.
You bastard! Death will be patient no longer. Can't you see that? What can you hope to accomplish now? I wish you were here to see it all end. Jin.
I will never give up. Never.
Why? What good will it do to rise up? Just give in.
Hell no. I'm not backing down.
We made our choice. We staked our lives on it.
Amada!
It seems like it's not going very well.
God damn it!
We've come so far. It can't end here.
My consciousness is fading.
Okay, gotta stay calm.
This is new.
That's right. Like Fuka was when she saved me.
My friends.
The one who said we're always connected. That's how I know you're still hanging in there, Fuka. I'm scared as hell right now, but I know I can't give up. Right, Fuka?
What's going on?
Am I dreaming?
Maybe. Hopefully.
Man, what am I gonna do?
How can this be happening?
Are we in the afterlife, dear?
As close as you probably can be.
I have no idea. What the heck is going on?
What's going on? Why is the world suddenly declaring an emergency?
Oh god. You could have not been here, honestly.
Someone's gonna have to pay big for this one. I guess all I can do is believe in them. Don't die out there.
Where am I? The Velvet Room?
There's no need to worry. This isn't the afterlife. You're still very much alive. Do you remember what I once told you? How the strength of your social links will determine your potential.
Yeah, I got a lot of those.
Listen. Can you hear their many voices? Each one's power is faint, yet they all reach out to you. Can you feel them? Close your eyes and listen. Their voices may be faint, but you hear them, don't you?
I feel my friend's powerful emotions flowing into my heart.
I'll always have your back. All I can do right now is pray, but whatever it is, man, don't worry about a thing. I know you can do it.
Something frightful is going on, but we're not giving up.
That's right, dear. We have to be strong for him.
Something crazy's going on here, but I know you're out there doing all you can.
The Persona Classic, truly.
I'm not gonna lose hope. I learned that from you.
I'm okay right now, and it's because you gave me the courage to stand on my own. So please, you can't give up.
Oh god, I'm freaking out here. But I know he's doing his best out there too.
Maya being voiced is fucking Whiplash.
I don't even know what he looks like, but I know he's okay. I can feel it. Hey, can you believe what's going on?
I know you must be doing everything you can, so I will too.
Everyone else is scared, but not me.
My bestie, Maiko.
You showed me how to be tough. I won't give up.
What on earth made me think of you at a time like this? Well, I suppose you did teach me a thing or two about trust.
You were the one who taught me that running away never solves nothing. And I bet you're somewhere out there fighting the good fight right now.
Hell yeah, Mutatsu.
I'm here for you too, kid.
I'll take on any challenge that comes my way without passing blame. You taught me that. I bet you're fighting right now too, huh?
You saved me. I was so blind.
You could have not shown up, actually. I wouldn't have minded.
I'm sure you've got things under control, right? You always do.
I know I'm not the only one who suffered.
Akinari.
You endured a lot too.
My goat.
But you can't just give up. You taught me that.
Can you hear them? These are the voices of hope that wish to help you. Separately, they are weak, but together, they will bring about a great change in you. Now is the time to draw on the true strength of the bonds you have forged.
The final arcana.
Of seeing that card with my own eyes. This is indeed a surprise. Behold, the greatest power that you and I shall unveil. It is the power to bring about a new beginning, or the ultimate end. With this newfound power, it might now be possible. Perhaps you can save those you hold dear from that which cannot be defeated. What you have in your hands is the power of the universe. Nothing is outside the realm of possibility for you now.
We will soon reach your destination.
It seems that, in addition to death, fate has also dealt you the wild card.
Neat.
You must accept your destiny. Our contract has been fulfilled. I have completed my role as well. You were truly a most remarkable guest.
I get that a lot.
How are you even standing right now?
Hey, you can't be going out there by yourself.
No, don't go! No, wait! What are you doing?
Damn it! Why? Why the hell can't we get up?
Don't do this! We've already come so far together!
God damn it!
Why aren't you listening? Come back!
I got a date with the moon. Oh, baby.
What can we do? How can we help him?
Don't give up! We're gonna get through this together!
Give him strength! Take my life if you must!
Our friendship surges through me. Yippee! That was not nearly enough HP recovery, though.
You better come back from this! You hear me?
I don't believe it. He's going to face it all alone.
No, he's not alone! I'm not letting him die!
My goats.
You promised. Didn't you? Please, you have to make it back!
Alright, let's do this.
Hell yeah, buddy. That's my goat. My goat. Yes.
Where are we? Did Nyx create this place? Or was it him?
Yamagishi, is he alright? What happened?
Everything disappeared after being covered in that light. I don't sense anything now.
Don't tell me he...
The hell are you saying? That's impossible! Try again! I can't be the only one!
I'm not gonna make it through this ending. I can already tell you I'm not going to make it through this ending. I'm already not doing well.
We put our lives on the line just like he did. In fact, we came here expecting to die. So why only him?
Why am I so powerless? Am I really unable to protect the ones important to me? This is what I was trying to prevent.
You're out there, aren't you? I know you are. I refuse to believe that you're gone. Answer me. I know you're listening.
We're here. Say something, please.
Hey, besties. I can hear everyone desperately calling out to me. I'm chilling. I'm good. Don't worry about me.
Don't worry.
That voice.
I will sleep once again. Peace will return to this universe. For you. And for him. He's found the answer to life's greatest question. It just happened a bit sooner than it will for the rest of you.
Life's greatest question.
I guess you'll find the answer one day as well. Your life too is precious. Irreplaceable. You just need to realize how the bonds of friendship have changed you.
The bonds of friendship.
The dark hour will soon vanish from this world. You will truly be liberated from its dominion. The legacy of life will continue. Congratulations. You have the miracle you sought.
Yippee!
May we meet again someday.
Now how did we end up back?
Hey, look over there! Whoa, what's up with Tartarus?
Farewell, Tartarus. You will be missed.
It's finally happening. Everything's going back to normal.
Our job is done.
Wait, is that?
Hey guys. How's it going?
You're back! Oh, thank goodness!
You sure took your damn time! Seriously, you were really stringing us along there.
You had me going. I was starting to think we'd never see you again.
Nah, I'm chill. I'm chill.
Guys, come on. This isn't the time to be crying.
So true, Aki.
You're crying too, Sonata-san.
Finally, the team's all here.
Leader. Huh? Oh no, I won't stop. What's wrong with me?
My sweet, sweet Igus. I love you dearly. This time, never to return. The battle has ended. By an unexpected miracle, the world was saved from the fall. Peace was restored and people resumed their busy lives. No one remembered anything about the extraordinary turn of events. And so, seasons changed. Yo!
Damn, it's cold. But of course, you never miss a day of school, huh? I'm impressed. Man, this year really flew by. We're practically third years now. Only one more year of high school. You think there's anything interesting on the horizon?
Probably not. You never know.
Looking at the current third years, I'm not really sure. Pretty much all they do is freaking study. Sure doesn't look like fun to me. Is that what we're gonna turn into next year? Man, why do I feel like I'm forgetting hiding something. Hey, is that girl looking at us? Dude, she's pretty cute. How come I never noticed her before?
What are you talking about? She lives in the same dorm as us.
Wait, she does?
Oh, Junpei.
What's her name then?
I don't know.
Sheesh, then you barely know more than me. Anyway, it's always crazy in the dorms this time of year. With so many people coming and going. Oh yeah, did you hear? Sonata Senpai's moving out. You know him, right? He's the captain of the boxing team.
Yeah, not that I really talked to him. And obviously all the graduates are leaving.
Obviously.
Richo Senpai's getting ready to move too.
Richo. Oh, the student council president. She's in our dorm too, huh?
Man, what's up with that girl? Hey there! Are you looking at us? Is something wrong?
Oh, no. It's nothing.
She looked like she had something on her mind, huh? Wait, you think she might be interested in one of us?
Not a chance.
Especially not you.
Man, you really know how to hit a guy where it hurts. By the way, Yucatan. Yeah, never mind. Forget it.
What? Just say it. Now it's gonna bother me.
Well, do you remember how we became friends? I mean, don't take it the wrong way. I was just wondering.
Well, it's not like we're best friends or anything. But I guess it just kind of happened.
Just mysteriously, one day.
I guess so.
Somehow.
You know what's weird, though? I think I get what you mean. I can't really explain it, but something just feels off. Now that I think about it, that girl...
Ah, crap!
Days have been going by peacefully without incident. Class is ended for today.
Sup, dude? Wanna grab a bite at Hagakure? I haven't had their special in a while. Hold up! I ain't made out of money. I'm just a poor, broke high school kid here. Come on, man. We're buds, right? We even bonded while
Hi,
playing.
Suki. You're just in time.
Guess we never actually got around to that, huh? Well, anyways, hear me out for a bit. I got called into Miss Toriyumi's office again. She asked me what I was planning to do after April. Dude, like I know. And I was trying to play it off, but then she got all worked up and gave me one hell of a lecture. It's just me? Or she gotten way more serious than before?
Was lurking for Nick, so you played a little more Big Run. How's the Big Run going?
Tomochika was saying that you can't even bribe her with cake anymore. Oh, hey, did you hear from Tomochika about the new teachers coming in April? Apparently they're all women. You have no idea how stoked he was. Honestly, I was getting major secondhand embarrassment. Well, none of that really matters to me. I already got a special someone.
Mm-hmm.
Huh? I did have a special someone, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not making this up or anything. I wouldn't tell such a pathetic lie to try and look cool. I just thought that there was someone special in my life. Have I forgotten something important? Something I never should have forgotten? Sorry, man. I think I'll pass on the ramen, actually. Something's been bugging me. I just don't know what, but I feel like it's something I shouldn't have forgotten.
Doing okay? Haven't been able to beat your score, but you're pretty happy with it. What's your score at right now? Graduation is coming up. It's a waste of time to pursue anyone who's leaving. Next year will be tough too, man. All the hot chicks won't stay single for long. You better start planning now. Oh, okay, man.
Yo. Dude, I heard the juiciest news just now.
192. Damn. That's crazy.
You want to hear it? Of course you do. Okay, here goes. This is just between you and me, okay? Get this. So, next month, I heard we have 3 fine-looking teachers coming in.
Wow, congratulations.
After Emmy, Miss Kano leaves, the faculty roster kind of loses its spark, you know? Miss Toriumi has that weird secret. Miss Onishi is obsessed with medicine. Miss Terauchi is like going to India or somewhere. I mean, come on, even our school nurse is a guy. Sure, guy nurses are out there, but we could do better than him.
Sure, man.
He's got some kind of anti-hooky agenda. Speak of the devil, you don't look so good. You need to go see that devil nurse? If that's the case, sorry dude, but you're on your own. I refuse to set foot in that so-called nurse's office. Oh, and those new teachers are coming by today to check out the campus. I'm thinking about hanging around the faculty office to scope them out. Wanna come?
Sure.
Excellent choice, oh wise one. We got electives to choose next year, right? So we've got to make sure we choose the right one, if you catch my drift.
And I got you.
Wait a minute, wasn't today... Oh, crap! Sorry, man, I gotta split before she gets here.
Who's she?
My little sis. She'll be coming here starting next month, so she's gonna swing by today and look around. I'm not gonna be her damn tour guide. I don't want to be seen leading her around by the hand everywhere. I wish I had an older sister instead.
Yeah, man.
Well,
Whatever.
anyway, I'm in a jet. Later.
Oh, sorry, I was just thinking about you. Can we go somewhere else? Thanks. You look like you're not feeling well. Sorry to bother you at a time like this, but I appreciate it. Hey, sorry for calling you out here.
Not the music shift.
I actually have a little favor to ask. It's about my mom. I want you to meet her. I mean, not in a weird way. It's just that I promised to meet up with her, but I'm still kind of scared. If I see her, I might end up saying some really nasty things. What if we end up hurting each other even more? I'm not trying to make her feel bad. I haven't fully sorted out my feelings yet. But I do want to see her, I think. That's why I thought it'd be great if you could be there with me. You don't have to say anything, really. It's just that I'd feel more confident having you around.
Okay.
With you by my side, I think I could treat my mom with a little more kindness. So if it's not too much trouble, what do you think?
Sure.
You'll do it? Thank you. Okay, I'll call her up right away. I've been putting this off for so long. Sorry to wrap you up in my family situation. Hey, you must be thinking your life would be easier if I didn't have so many problems.
That's not true.
What? Are you saying you actually like my problems?
It's part of the charm.
Hey, don't worry about it. I was just joking, okay? Jeez. You know, it's almost spring break. It all went by so fast. We're gonna be 30 years soon. And after that, we'll graduate and go to college and then become working adults, I guess. Oh, it's hard to imagine. Do you think we'll still be together at that point?
Of course.
Yeah, I think so too. Well, let's talk about the near future then. Want to go somewhere over spring break? Oh, how about Destinyland? But just the two of us, okay? You better not invite anyone else.
Of course.
Like if we stay the night and stuff.
Oh.
I wonder if anyone at the dorms would notice if the two of us disappeared for a night.
Ma'am?
That's an embarrassing thought. We can talk more about it later. Don't forget to save some time during spring break, okay?
They dropped me off downstairs. No, this is the rooftop. They dropped me in the hallway. Okay, we got both of them in there. Go with Yuko. Hi, Yuko.
Are you going home now? Okay, then I am too. At least I want to, but I've actually got somewhere to be today.
Where?
I'll tell you, but don't laugh, okay? I'm going to the public library. Because, like, there weren't any books about sports physiology at the school library. I want to try studying stuff like that now. But, since we've already bumped into each other, want to chat for a little longer? At least until we reach the entrance. Well, I'm gonna head off.
Going to study?
Yep, I've been doing it every day. Aren't I awesome?
Yeah.
Hey, remember what I told you before? About finally finding my dream? I never had anything to work towards until now, so I'll admit I'd been slacking off. To be honest, my grades really suck. It's been tough getting them back up. Like, I have no idea what chemistry and all that stuff is about. Seriously, it's like a foreign language.
Yeah, it's okay.
So that's why I really gotta buck up. To tell you the truth, I really just want to sit back and enjoy life, but I gotta be patient. That's what I have to keep telling myself. I'm gonna take my dreams into my own hands. And then I'm gonna do some more studying, and then get a job. But after that, we should totally hang out again. We can invite everyone from the track team, too.
Bet.
Ooh, how about we have a drinking party, since we'll all be adults by then?
Uh-huh.
Well, anyway, I'll be focusing only on my studies for now. So don't try to tempt me with anything. Today, I'm gonna work on 3 subjects at once. Impressive, right?
Pretty impressive.
Whoops, I better get going. I still need to buy dinner. Well, see ya.
Oh, Kaz is right here.
Oh, good timing, man. There's something I wanted to talk to you about. I went back to the hospital to get a checkup on my knee. The results are in. It's 100% healed. They said I can run all I want now. Dude, I was so happy. I almost broke the doctor's back. I hugged him so hard. But thinking about it now, how would things have gone if I'd kept running through the pain? I was pushing too hard, only thinking about myself. I got pissed off when things didn't go my way, so I threw out the advice I got and shot my knee to hell. Man, I was such a moron. At least I can see it now.
Hey, that's progress.
I kept saying it was all for my nephew, but in the end, it was just about my own damn pride. I got you, everyone on the team, and my parents all worried about me. I didn't even stop to notice. I was a real selfish brat.
Don't worry about it.
Thanks, man. Well, it took me this long, but at least I finally snapped out of it. Thanks, man. It's because of you I'm standing here on 2 feet. I swear, things will be different from here on out. I want to repay you all for what you've done for me. No more stubborn pride. I'm gonna listen to what others have to say, even when it's not what I want to hear. Well, that's about it. I just wanted you to be the one I break the news to first. I'll run around to the faculty office and club room later to let everyone else know. Have a good one.
Good to see you, bud.
Oh, I was just looking for you. This came for you. It's from Hayase. I bet his school is sorry he's gone. Oof, he was a heck of an athlete. But it's good news for us. Now there's nothing standing between us and total victory. Well, I'll see you around.
Received a letter from Hayase. I better read it.
How's it going? I don't know your address, so I'm sending this to the school.
Hayase's firm handwriting fills the page. You can almost see Hayase's face.
I'm doing good. I'm starting to get used to the job, too. The real reason I'm writing is because of track. Before, I'd pretty much given up hope of ever continuing. Except there was a part of me that refused to let it go. I don't care what it sounds like. Track and field was my whole life.
I could tell Hayase was in a good mood when he wrote that.
I guess the factory manager realized what's up and he wants to help me out.
Yeah, the song.
We're gonna make a track team here. Well, I call it a team, but it's really just a few guys at the factory. We practice after work and sometimes on our days off. The other day we did endurance swimming at Lake Biwa. We've even climbed Mount Hiei. We don't have fancy equipment like before, so we're not as efficient. But I'm still having a blast. Most of the guys are just in it for fun. so I don't really get to do any serious training, but I guess it'll even the playing field for them. How about you? You're still at it, right? I'm sure you're just gonna keep getting better and better. It's weird how badly I want to see you improve. Look, one day, you and I are gonna go at it again.
Say less.
I'm gonna be a good rival, and I've got a lot of work to do. It feels nice having a goal to work toward. Almost forgot what it was like. Oh yeah, and my mom's getting better. She's in a long-term care facility with lots of fresh air. My relatives and friends come by the house, so my siblings are in good hands too. Things have been pretty great these days. I feel like I can take care of the people who matter to me. It's really fulfilling. And I get to feel that way because of you, so thank you. Can't wait to see you again.
The letter ends there. You said to go to a 4-year college. I think it's true that you need a good education in life. That doesn't mean I've given up. I'll get into the fashion industry even if I have to take a part-time job or something like that. Remember that incident about a month ago where everyone was standing outside at the middle of the night? I also went outside, but I don't remember what I was doing at all. Maybe it was because I was worried about Kirijo-senpai moving to another country. Hi, Fuka.
Oh, are you going home? You look a bit pale. Are you doing all right? Don't overwork yourself, okay? Maybe you should rest in the nurse's office before you leave. I was actually about to head to the faculty office. Would you like me to walk you downstairs?
Let's do it.
Sounds good. People often get sick when the seasons change, so maybe you're coming down with something. Okay, let's head over to the faculty office together.
Yamagishi, what are you doing outside the faculty office?
Oh, well, I want to start a tech club.
Tech gloves? Are you referring to technician's gloves? I think you'd have to go to a hardware store for those.
This guy's a teacher. This guy teaches children.
Not tech gloves, a tech club. Like a club all about technology and electronics.
You want to start a club now? Why is it always you, Yamagishi?
Bro, why he say it like that?
Look, it's already March. Can't you at least wait until April?
Huh? But I really want to get this group going. I promise I'll do my best to find members and all that. So, do I have your permission to start the club?
What? You don't even have any members yet? Then it's not even worth discussing. You can't start a club without at least 5 members. Now, I must be going.
And he's gone. Well, looks like I need to find 5 people now. Would you like to join my tech club?
Of course.
Yes! I'm so happy to hear that. I was hoping you'd help me. You know, I used to think it was wrong for me to like electronics. I always kept it to myself, because I thought it was a strange thing for a girl to be interested in. But you and the team accepted me for who I am. That's why I decided to be strong and let everyone see my true self. So even if people think I'm strange, I know it's okay. I don't want to hide it anymore. Now, I want to meet more people like me and hang out with them. Since I kept my love of electronics hidden, I never had any friends who shared my interests. That's why I thought I'd try starting a club all about it. Because maybe there are other people out there who like this stuff too. And if so, I want a way to talk to them. I do admit I'm a little nervous though.
Oh.
But don't worry, I'll still keep going to art club. It'll probably get really busy, but I want to keep trying.
It's okay. I only went to art club once, so you know.
It's like jumping off the diving board at the pool. That kind of feeling. Anyways, I've got to find some club members. Do I need to make recruitment posters and stuff?
You got this.
Yes, thank you.
I don't remember having clubs in high school. I think there were a couple, but none that I was interested in. I was too busy to join any kind of club like that.
We're going to be third year soon, and that means everyone will have to start thinking about what they want to do after we graduate.
Yeah, we had sports. We had sports and, like, you know, fine arts, and that was really like the extent of our coverage. We didn't have a lot of like clubs. There was some like student organized clubs that weren't like official, but they had like 5 people in them.
In fact, Yori-kun and Yukari-chan were talking about college entrance exams just the other day. But you know what? I think I'll be okay. I have everyone here to support me, so there's nothing to be afraid of. Oh, everyone? I keep saying it. But who am I talking about? Sorry. Don't mind me. Oh, I didn't realize it was so late. I hope the stores are still open. Let's see, I need paper. Oh, and I need to find a club room too. I think this might be more work than I thought.
You got this, Fuka.
Sorry, I need to get going.
I believe in you.
See you later.
Okay, we'll stay here and do this one, and then we'll go with Mitsuru. Hi, Miss Toriumi.
Anyway, you've been different lately, Miss Toriumi. You're looking more and more like a professional. Your lesson the other day really caught my eye. It seemed like you spent a lot of time preparing it. I've never seen you so passionate about teaching before. It's unparalleled.
Unparalleled? Well, yes, I have been studying while making preparations lately.
It's because her favorite MMO got shut down.
Things like how to best communicate the lessons I'm looking to teach. I guess it does seem kind of out of the blue, huh?
He has nothing else to do.
The thing is, I've decided to stop wasting my time only looking at what's right in front of me.
How wonderful! I'm impressed by your change of heart. What brought this on?
Well, when I was just goofing off one weekend, I met someone.
Uh-huh.
After that, I took a closer look at my life.
Mm-hmm. That's an interesting way of saying groomed a child on a MMO.
Wait.
I mean,
They were real, right? They had to be.
Ah, yes, I understand. I myself once had a similar epiphany. Now that I think about it, I met my darling husband thanks to a destiny called fate.
Destiny called fate? Isn't that a bit redundant? Besides, you should be careful what you say to a single woman. Anyway, if you'll excuse me.
Teachers seem busy. I should get out of the way. Oh.
Oh. Is everything okay? Do you need something?
Well,
Maybe you should go to the nurses. Wait, you dropped something. What? Huh? This phone wallpaper.
Now, mister. No cell phones at school. That screen. I read downward. Love you.
I still think it would have been much funnier if it was KYS.
My, what a charming confession of love. Did you make this?
No, I don't like the first option. It was made by...
Hey, I have absolutely no clue what this kid is talking about. La 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 la. I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
Uh-huh.
Never mind that. What's going on? Why do you have this screen cap? Oh, don't tell me you got it online. The only ones who were on that server were...
Uh-huh.
No, it couldn't be. There's no way.
This is why you shouldn't check people's phones. If my phone fell out of my pocket, the thing that you shouldn't do is pick it up and turn it on and look at like the screen. That's what you shouldn't do. You should just hand it back to the person. That's your fault.
Are you kidding?
Calm down, Miss Toriumi. Help!
Yeah, they call a fucking mental institution. Call the police.
Don't tell me. You're Tatsuya? I said all that to you?
Mm-hmm. You did, in fact, groom a child on the internet while admitting that you had a crush on the student who happened to be the child who was the one that you were grooming on the internet. Yes. That is correct. Let's go! Good ending! Yeah, yeah!
Oh, I can't live with this. Just kill me now.
Just kiss. Really just feed into this.
So, you really are...
Can I have my phone back?
I'm Maya. I'm Maya. It's me, damn it. You got a problem with that?
Several, yes.
Why don't you say something? Jeez.
I have so many problems with that, honestly.
This is so embarrassing.
Well, you know, that's what happens when you you do things like this online.
But there was one thing I wanted to say. If we ever met face to face.
Uh-huh. What are you gonna tell me?
I was able to turn my life around thanks to you.
Oh, congratulations.
So, thank you.
Are you a reformed groomer now? You no longer groom children? Did we save future generations from you? You'll never do it again.
Wipe that smile off your face, or I'll wipe it off for you with my fists.
Oh, now you're done. You've moved on from grooming to abusing children. Okay, cool. You know, I'm not sure if that's a step in the right direction. It's more of like a lateral step, but you know, it's something.
Anyway, if you don't mind, if you don't,
I mind. I mind. I mind. I very much mind.
Dinner?
I heavily mind.
Go to hell with this.
Alright, cool. See you later. Hi, Mitsuru. How are you?
What's the matter? You don't look well. Are you tired? Try not to overdo it. If you don't mind, could we go somewhere for a little chat? I have some business to take care of later on, but I'd like to talk with you until then.
Sure.
Thank you. In that case, why don't we go to the student council room? I'd like to see it one last time. This room feels so nostalgic, even though the entrance exams have only kept me away for a short while. The results haven't been posted yet, but I'm fairly confident that I passed.
I have no doubts.
If that's the case, then this spring I'll formally become a college student.
What's the... I don't remember. Her link starts early on, and then we did it like a bunch. But it's so... She is truly a character of a video game of all time.
And that means I'll no longer be seeing this view. Unfortunately, I don't have much time to spare today. The company heads are conducting a briefing. The Kirijo group may appear strong, but it's actually rather frail. It could collapse at any time.
Just like me, for real.
I have to keep it together.
Any way I can help?
Of course. In fact, there's something that only you can do. Who else is going to help me clear my head when I need a change of pace? It's thanks to you that I learned to feel comfortable in my own skin, beyond my identity as a Kirijo. Before long, I'll be taking my leave from the dorm as well. I've begun packing up my things, but I haven't made significant progress. My books, my clothes, my photos. Every one of them brings back memories. It's been a short but eventful 3 years. It all went by so fast, especially the year that you came.
Yeah, it was a great year.
It's hard to believe I've begun to feel like an ordinary high school student. I never knew I had these emotions, just waiting to be given permission to be felt. I wonder what would have become of me if you hadn't transferred to this school, if I hadn't met you. I might never have realized what was truly important to me, or would I have gotten on my motorcycle and left it all behind?
Maybe both.
Fate is a mysterious thing.
Yo, I said earlier, this is one of my most streamed games of this year.
Well, there's no point in dwelling
It's
on
we've been at this a lot.
There are things that need to be done for the future of the Kirijo group as well as my own. Even if I lose my way again someday, it doesn't matter. I know things will work out. I won't have to face it alone. You're the one who taught me that. All right, it's almost time. I must be on my way. Perhaps we could find some time to relax together on a weekend. I found a nice crepe shop that I'd like to try.
So true.
It's a bit far, though. You'd better get your motorcycle license soon. Just imagine hitting the road on our motorcycles together. I look forward to it.
Oh yeah.
Well, we'll see. Now then, if you'll excuse me.
See you later, Mitsuru. We have Chihiro. And that's it for this hallway. Third semester's almost over. After spring vacation ends, we'll be third years. When that happens, we can't take it easy anymore. I think we were talking about this before too, during third semester of our first year. Yeah, I don't care. That's Kaz. Classroom was Kenji. Oh, is it Aki over here? On the first floor hallway? I think so. There's somebody at the gate. Chihiro.
Are you okay? You don't look so good. You should get home and rest before it gets worse.
Everybody keeps telling me I look like shit. Not the introduction I want to have to everybody.
Oh, sorry. This isn't the time to talk about that.
What is it?
I suppose I can tell you. It's nothing important, though. Look at this flyer over here. The Dark History of Student-Teacher Romance?
I wonder which teacher put that one up. I wonder which one it was that put that poster up. It could have been any of them, really.
People are free to fall in love with who they want. There's nothing wrong with that.
Chihiro, you don't have to defend this.
I can see why it would be a problem if it was between a teacher
Chihiro, you do not have to defend this.
That doesn't give them the right to make fun of it like this. I'm going to write a letter of protest to the school paper.
Chihiro, you do not need to defend it like this.
Oh, I'll be all right on my own. I'm going to do this by myself. Thank you, Senpai. There's one thing I've decided for myself. It's not much, but I'd like to continue on the student council for next year, too.
Yeah. And in, what, 2 years, you'll be on the student council when the Yasugami folks come to visit. I think you're the president at that point.
It was because of you that I was able to change. I know that for a fact. And I never would have met you if I hadn't joined the student council. That's why I want to stay involved. At least,
I hope I can.
It's so funny how I joined the student council and I make two great friends. I have Mitsuru, who's ranked 10, and, you know, we spent a lot of time with, obviously, my teammate, and Chihiro, who's ranked 10. We made these great friends. And then the student council confidant, who's Hidetoshi, we did not spend time with one goddamn time. We joined student council, got 2 social links out of it, and then never spent time with the student council again. That's just how it goes. Oh my gosh. Drooby. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome, Raiders. How are you? How was your stream? What were you getting up to? Oh boy, we're at 7 hours. Oh my god. Oh boy. Hello. Hope you are all doing well. To those that are new that don't know who I am, my name is Codex Zach. I'm a mostly variety streamer, but my main game is Pokemon. And we have been in a month-long dive into Persona 3 Reload that is ending tonight. We are in the final day of the game. We have beaten the final boss, and we are saying our farewells to all of our friends. So we are on the tail end, wrapping everything up, just having a grand old time. Just started Liza P. You're loving it. Hope this journey has been a blast. It's been incredible. I don't know that I have enough good things to say about it at this point. You really enjoy it so far? It's kind of like a Souls-like in terms of like gameplay, right? I've seen a little bit of it, and it sounds really interesting. It's one of those games that's been like kind of on the radar, and I was kind of like, yes, ooh. That may be one we have to give a look at then. I love Souls-like gameplay. I think those type of games are really fun. Way cooler than you initially thought it might be. Yeah, I know like nothing about the actual like plot or anything. I've just seen like gameplay snippets. So that could be a fun one to just kind of jump into and see. It keeps showing up on my my Steam recommended. That's where I'm like, every time I'm scrolling Steam, it's like, hey, you play a lot of games that are similar. So I'm like, you know, maybe it's time. But yes, right now we have beat the final boss. We've technically beaten the game. And as is pretty standard in a lot of Persona games, any of the links that you were able to max with any of your friends, you get to go around to all of the spots where you would meet up with them, and get to speak with them, get their, like, you know, resolutions, their peace, and say your goodbyes at the end of the year. Do you need to wind down though? Still need to play this? Enjoy. Take care, Drew. I appreciate you for bringing the community on by, and I hope you have a good night. Anybody else who's coming in with the raid that needs to take care of some self-care, go get your rest. I know it is very late. Make sure to take care of yourself and to do well, and we will finish this baby out. Sorry to interrupt you, Chihiro. Anyways, what were you talking about?
I want to become strong and reliable, just like the student council president.
I believe in you.
That's why I want to join the student council next year, and the year after that too. It's a big goal.
If you're already in the student council, do you have to join the student council again every year? Or could you just, like, carry... I feel like you could just carry over and be like, yeah, I'm coming back.
Well then, I should be going. I'm looking forward to seeing you next year too.
You had to tell them you wanted to reach it. Yeah, I'd assume you have to, like, you know, sign up, but I wouldn't think you have to go through the whole process of, like, I have to, you know, I have to opt to join the student council. You know, I would think you could, like, skip a lot of the processing part of it. Also, Did I miss something that I was supposed to say to Kenji and Kazushi? Because everybody else's thing has gone away.
Damn, I really wanted to see those new teachers. I don't want to wait a whole month. Oh yeah, when my sis enrolls next month, I'll introduce you to. She loves to yap, but maybe she'll shut up if you're around. Just help me, for the love of God. Wait, but then you'd become my brother-in-law one day, huh?
Yeah, I don't know about that one either. I don't know about that one either, Chief.
Shit, I gotta go. Later.
Okay. Yeah, I just had one more, I guess, sentence to say to him. Probably same with Kaz. Aki, buddy.
It's quite rare for us to bump into each other here, isn't it?
What brings you here?
Nothing much. Just felt like looking around the school, that's all. After all, this is my last day here. The days flew by in the blink of an eye. But at the same time, it felt like this year would last for an eternity. I've dedicated all 3 years of high school to boxing, and nothing else.
And nothing else. You've done nothing else the entire time.
Was there really nothing else? Never mind. It's nothing. I guess hanging out with everyone at the dorm counts as something. We even made pancakes together. We had some good times.
Yeah.
If we hadn't lived in the same dorm, we might have never met each other. It's hard to imagine. I'll be leaving the dorm soon. But that doesn't change the fact that I'll always be your senpai. If you ever run into trouble, you can tag me in. Whatever happens, I'm on your side.
You got it, buddy.
Do you remember Shinji? I mean Aragaki.
Yeah.
Shinji was supposed to graduate with me.
Yeah, he was.
I still can't believe that he was dragged into that incident.
That incident. Wonder what kind of chemistry we'll be doing this third years. I can't wait. Dude, are you good?
You good?
Oh, he speaks. I forget he speaks.
Go home and get some rest, man. Good health is the most important part of training. We're still signed up for the spring tournament. If you slack off, I'm gonna leave you in the dust. Man, I had everyone worried sick. Well, the Miyamoto family has a saying for times like these. Nothing repays.
Not again. We can't go back into it. No.
Just you watch. Next run I do is gonna be a record breaker.
Is there anybody else here? We got them all. No, we still have people here. There was somebody outside, I think, right? Ken.
Oh, senpai.
Hey, bud.
I'm glad I found you. It was kind of nerve-wracking to come to the high school campus all by myself. Anyway, I'm here to drop off something Sonata-san forgot. He's usually so put together, but sometimes he can be just a little scatterbrained.
Just a little bit.
Oh, speaking of forgetfulness, do you remember someone named Aragaki-san? He was at the dorm for a little while.
I do.
I didn't really talk with him all that much. But whenever he crosses my mind, I feel this ache in my chest. And unbearably sad. It's as if I've forgotten something important, though I'm not sure what. I get the feeling that there was something I had to do. I just don't know what it is or why I feel this way. Oh, sorry about that. You're really easy to talk to, so I kept going on and on. I appreciate that you always listen to what I have to say, though, senpai.
Always, bud.
You even went with me to buy tea, and you don't treat me like I'm just a little kid. So, thanks for everything. Still just a kid, aren't I? I wish there was a way for me to grow up more quickly. No matter how grown up I try to act, people still end up... There's always someone sheltering me. I wonder if I'll ever be strong enough to protect someone else instead.
I believe in you. I'm waiting for my boyfriend. He's gonna walk me home today. But I'm not feeling as anxious as I used to. I'll be a third year soon, which means I'll be studying for exams every single day. But that doesn't mean I'm giving up the hunt for a mysterious stuff like that observatory. Having an inquisitive mind is important for people. And it's what makes me so interesting to talk to. My third year is just around the corner. Time flies, huh? Spent the whole year stalking and being stalked. I have to spend my time here wisely next year. I'll be a third year soon. And then all I'll be doing is studying for my entrance exams. That's gonna suck. I mean, how am I going to be able to study if I can't stop thinking about her? Okay, we got everybody at Gecko. Bologna. No Gourmet King here, huh? Wonder where he is. It's getting warm now. It's almost springtime. Puts me in the mood to look for a new sweetheart or something.
Hey.
Oh, hey, it's you. Why do you look so grim? You come here a lot, don't you? You shouldn't rely so much on medicine, you know. You're still young. You should build strength by exercising, eating well, and doing schoolwork. Don't worry obsessively over your health. That's the doctor's job.
Welcome.
Sorry, but we're closed today. Oh, wait, you're the weird kid who comes by often. You're an odd one to be interested in antiques at your age. Especially since you're always getting... What was it? Sorry, my memory hasn't been great lately. Come visit again tomorrow. I'll try to remember by then.
Yeah.
Oh, it's you. Is school over already? Been a long time since we just talked like this. Sorry, I don't quite remember how things went down. Well, in any case, the months are going to go by quickly. Make sure you enjoy your school life so you don't have any regrets. Oh my gosh! Rimmage! Welcome, welcome. How are you? How was your stream? Good to see you, Rim. What were you getting up to? We are right at the end of Persona 3 Reload. We are on our final day, saying our goodbyes to all of our social link friends. Hope you had a good stream. To anyone who's new, who doesn't know who I am, my name is Kodexak. I'm a variety streamer, but my main game is Pokemon. But we have been in a journey, a very long, month-long journey, playing through the entirety of Persona 3 Reload. I think we have comfortably over 100 hours now. I think we're getting close to like 110 hours in this playthrough, and we are finally reaching the conclusion. Personas have been going very well. We were able to beat the final boss. We are now just wrapping up the ending. So with that in mind, of course, fair warning to anyone who is trying to avoid spoilers for the end of the game. We're right now just kind of talking to social links, but we will be finishing the game very soon, so things have really calmed down over the last month. It's like that cult thing never happened. All I'm worried about now is my son's exam result. He says he's confident, but we'll see. Yeah, those motionless people are all but gone, and everything's back to normal. I'm glad that all I have to worry about is my son's university entrance exams next year.
Aren't you the boy who used to talk to the monk upstairs?
That's me.
He actually called here trying to reach you. Seems like he was wondering how you were doing. Come to think of it, I think he left a message for you. What was it he said again? Hey, don't give me that look. Just hang on a sec. Ah, found it. Here you go. I actually wrote it all down. Didn't think I had it in me, did you?
I didn't, but I appreciate you.
Let's see. Oh man, the handwriting is awful. Who the hell wrote this?
Yeah, man.
I found my wife and son. My son's still a good-for-nothing punk, and my wife is frigid as usual. She's like an old witch. What do you want? I'm on the phone. Hey, don't write this down, all right? Lots happened, but I apologized 1,000 times, and I worked to make things right. I guess you could say we
appreciate you,
fell in
Mutatsu.
love all over again. I realized, instead of holding on to my pride, I needed to just suck it up and apologize.
An old witch. I don't know if it was a complimentary term this time, though.
And it's all thanks to you. Well, you take care, kid. If it's meant to be, we'll see each other again.
That's the gist of it. I'm pretty sure I got everything he said. Oh, and don't bother asking for a number. He didn't say. But like he said, you'll see him again if it's meant to be. Don't they say, like, fate lies in God's hands or something?
Something like that.
Wait, that'd be Buddha for the monk. Huh. Anyways, that's that. If fate does bring you two back together, why don't you come party over here again?
Hell yeah.
The monk left you a bottle tag, didn't he? Yeah, I'd give you the bottle, but how many years will it be until you're old enough to drink? Well, I'll save it specially for you.
Great,
Until
thanks.
Then, make sure you stick to soft drinks. I'll see you around.
I think we're wearing the same shirt. That's so funny. I have had this shirt for so long. That would be the funniest coincidence. And I'm here for it. It's a very like generic, just, you know, black slate, I guess. I don't know what color you want to call this. V-neck. But I had my yeah, it's one of those where it's just like I've had this shirt probably since college. Like, you know, just one of those where it's like it's always just a, you know, it's comfortable, fits decently well somehow.
It's you, right? I'm Maiko's father, if you
I unfortunately do remember you.
Do you have a minute to talk? I've been dwelling a little on what happened.
Yeah, what's up? All right.
Perfect. If you don't mind, let's take a walk down to the takoyaki stand. I'll buy you some.
Hey, say less.
The food there sure is good. But you knew that already, didn't you? When I see this place, I remember.
Don't Starve. Ooh. I've only played Don't Starve like twice ever. It was with Spud, and I really enjoyed it, and then like never played it again because I didn't play with anybody. So maybe that's something to get back into. Playing the beta of the new patch. Ooh, how was it?
She came here when she ran away from home too.
Mm-hmm.
She really loved the takoyaki. She's a good girl. Wouldn't you agree?
I would agree.
She's so good that I wonder if she's really my own child sometimes. She actually sent me a letter recently. It's chock full of details about her new life. She said she's made a lot of friends.
Play the snooze and you constantly sabotage. I didn't constantly sabotage. I was just not very good at the game, and I kept running into dangerous situations while not being very good at the game, and that caused problems for everyone else. Me wandering into the area because it looked cool may have been on purpose. Me bringing the large monster back to everybody else was usually not intentional. One of those times I was gonna get him though. I was learning. It was, you know, at some point I was gonna get there.
Let's see. She's in charge of the rabbits at her new school and has had to get Ruli to clean the cages. They scolded her for forgetting her PE uniform. She forgot her homework and had to copy a friend's.
This all sounds like Maiko, yes.
I guess she can be a bit absent-minded. I never knew that about her.
You're her father. That's crazy. Bison are friends. Okay, well, after like the 4th or 5th time that they trampled me, I was kind of like, okay, well now we're gonna really we're really gonna see if we can do something about this situation.
Oh, and she did so well on her recorder test that she was asked to perform in front of everyone.
Oh, let's go, Maiko. Crushing it.
She went on to talk about
Future star musician.
Park by the school with her friends every day. Her mother's doing well too. They're having a lot of fun together. Having fun must be nice. Nowadays, I just come home to an empty house.
Sans sabotage. I'd be down.
I wonder if she feels the same way, living in a home with no father in it.
We put her through so much because of our own problems. I feel terrible about it. By the way, I've actually got a bone to pick with you, too.
Yeah, what's up?
Maiko must have really liked you, huh? She wrote all about it.
Yeah, because I actually, like, paid attention to her and, like, you know, spoke to her. Unlike a certain other man in her life.
I can't wait to grow up. That's why I'm drinking lots of milk. I'm going to marry him someday.
What the hell is that about, you little punk?
What do you want me to say about this? She's like 7.
You were taking advantage of my little Maiko, weren't you? Maybe I haven't been the best dad, but I'm still her father, damn it. And I'm not letting a guy like you touch my daughter with a 10-foot pole.
That's okay. I wasn't planning to.
I'll never let you marry her. And don't you forget.
That's okay. Again, I wasn't planning to. Okay, goodbye. Alright, we'll head back to the shrine. Am I ready for this one? Probably not. Hello.
Hello there. Oh, excuse me. Are you?
Yes.
So it was you. Oh, excuse me. I'm Miss Kamiki, Akinari's mother. My son talked about you a lot. I was just thinking about him. If you have time, would you like to stay and talk for a while?
Sure.
That's wonderful. Please sit down. Today is a special day. What a coincidence seeing you today. It must be another one of God's whims. Today is my son's, Akinari's, birthday. He'd be 20 if he was still alive. Only 19 years.
It's 3:30 a.m., so you're gonna get to bed. Take care. I appreciate you for hanging out, and I fully understand. We are coming to the wrap up, but as seems to happen every time we do one of these, where it's like we're gonna beat the game tonight, we're gonna go like 8 hours. Oops.
It was too soon. He was almost an adult, but he never made it. Akinari had a genetic disease. I'm completely healthy, but him... The doctors detected it when he was born. They knew he wouldn't live to see adulthood.
But he got so close.
Every day, I worried whether he'd wake up the next morning. I blamed myself for what he inherited. But he said something to me near the end.
Uh-huh. I can see it. I see the resemblance.
I'm sorry to have brought so much pain into your life, Mother. I'm glad that I was born into this world. I'm glad to have been your son. Thank you for the life you've given me.
Oh.
He suffered so much, and yet he still said that to me. But Akinari brought me so much happiness too. Feeling his warmth as I carried him in my arms after he was born. Those tiny hands. That first smile.
That's so
And his
sweet.
breathing as he slept at night. Every day, I was so grateful he was alive.
I mean, the same correlation that you made, but also small and cute, and would probably start a fight if necessary. Pretty much exactly like Tinkerbell.
Now, I'm so alone. And there's nothing I can do. But my boy gave me so much. I have to keep going, looking straight ahead. That's how I want to live. I'll eat the finest foods, visit the most exotic places. I'll do everything. Absolutely everything that Akinari couldn't. I'll have so many stories to tell him about the things I've done on that day. When we meet again on the other side. If I didn't have that to look forward to, I don't know how I could go on. That reminds me, when my son's condition worsened, he started writing a children's story.
You sure did.
But when I was cleaning out his room, I never found his notebook. He said he wanted you to be the first one to see it when he was done.
Should go eat and try to sleep. Take care, Rim. Yes, definitely get some good rest. Always advised. Appreciate you for bringing your community on by. Hope you have a good one.
Then he laughed and said I would be second. I suppose he wasn't able to finish the story.
He was. I have the notebook.
What? My son, he gave it to you?
I explained how I received the notebook from Kamiki and that I heard the entire story.
I see. So you did. I'm so glad. That was my only regret. It was awful to think that he wasn't able to finish his project. Oh, you should hold on to his notebook. I'm sure that's what he would want to. I'll hear the story from him directly when I see him on the other side. Now I have one more thing to look forward to. I'm glad I could finally meet you. Thank you. Before I go, let this old woman give you one piece of advice.
Yeah.
Take good care of the ones you hold dear. If you wait until their day comes, it's too late. Clinging to their cold bodies won't bring them back. Everyone who's born will die someday. Not just Akinari, or me, or even you. It's all the same. So before that happens, it doesn't take a grand gesture. You don't have to make a big production of it. But if you love someone, let them know it. We all go through life with the same struggles, the same heartbreak. We should all lift each other up with the same love and kindness as well. I'm sure you have something precious you can share with people too. Don't ever forget it.
Bye. Miki's mother left without looking back. All right, to the strip mall we go. Who is? Oh.
I heard he had a hand in the hidden menu at Hagakure as well.
Oh, yes. I've heard the same story. They say he tried a bite of some dish. Then he said it could use some fish flakes. So they put some in, and sure enough, it was delicious. Now it's an item on our hidden menu. I'm a big fan of it myself. I had him come up with some ideas for Wakatsu too.
Yes, he's the one. Suemitsu-kun put our coffee on the map too. Sure, his appearance and behavior are... say this.
Yeah.
Eccentric?
That's a much nicer term than I would use.
But he knows everything about food, and his palate is refined. He's in a league of his own among gourmands. There's not a restaurateur around here who doesn't know him.
Is he that famous? So when you heard he was planning to leave to tour the country...
I was shocked and disappointed, of course. But I'm glad to hear he's doing well for himself. I hear he's got a book coming out. It's very exciting.
Oh, great.
Even when he's far away, I can still feel him. Wait, don't run that.
Are the rumors about a King Suemitsu statue being built in this shopping district true?
The what?
Oh, yes. I can't wait. I'll be rubbing it every day for good luck.
Ma'am?
a student from the area? Do you mind if we get a few words from you?
Are you familiar with a high school student known as the Gourmet King?
I don't know him. Never heard of him. He's a great friend.
But I'd heard he wasn't interested in anything except food. Unless you mean you know him in the same way everyone else around here knows him.
No, I
Thanks for your
genuinely spent way too much time with him.
chance to meet him myself one
Oh my
day.
gosh, Makoto Yuki real? Wow. How's it going? Welcome. There they are.
Well, look who it is. It's been a while.
Hey guys.
You've grown so much since the last time I saw you.
I haven't, but I appreciate the thought.
Now, dear. They don't grow that fast. What must have happened is that we shrank. Isn't that right?
Oh, is that how it is? Looks like you got one over on me. Say, you know our old shop here, Bookworms? I'm thinking it's due for a makeover.
Uh-huh.
Something fresh, avant-garde. I can't let Gekukan's new school building hog the spotlight.
Good idea.
Ain't it? I'll hash out some plans with my dear and make this place even better.
Speaking of the new school building, they've decided to replant the persimmon tree. It'll be moved to a special location on a hill overlooking the whole campus.
There's not a hill on that island, but okay.
Our dear boy will be able to watch over those students for many more years to come. I know the tree isn't actually our son, and yet, this makes me feel so happy.
Ever since my dear heard the news, she's turned into a leaky faucet. Come on, give me a smile.
I love him.
Please, dear. I think your dentures are falling out. Anyhow, we'll be supporting the Gekukan students with renewed strength in our hearts.
I adore these two. They're so cute.
Looking at you again, you really did grow, didn't you? You've overcome great hardships, I can tell. Come back and visit us anytime. We'd always love to see you.
If we can get that young man to spread the word at Gekukan, there'll be no end to our customers.
True.
Not a bad idea, eh, dear?
Come now, don't make him do our work for us.
You don't have to put it like that. Besides, what are grandchildren for?
Oh, you.
Oh, you. I think the last one we have then is Koro. Hey, buddy. Oh, he's not got no jacket on. He's naked. Seems like Koromaru is worried about me. Probably look like a mess. I'll get some rest later. Koromaru's expression brightened. He seems relieved. Koromaru isn't budging from his spot. Guess he won't be leaving anytime soon. Okay. That's everybody. Should head inside. The TV has been left on. It's showing the news right now.
Coming up next, a special report on the Amazing Commodities Corporation, producer of Tanaka's Amazing Commodities. President Tanaka has made an undisclosed private expenditure that caused quite a stir in the media. With us is our reporter live on scene. Take it away.
I'm reporting from the Amazing Commodities head office, where a swarm of journalists has convened. Word has it that President Tanaka will be coming out shortly to make a statement. The tension in the air is thick.
Thank you. We'll be looking forward to updates as things unfold. Back to the studio. The unaccounted for expenditure has sparked a massive investigation. Some theorize he is guilty.
He's absolutely guilty of tax evasion, but I don't think that's what this is.
Oh, no question. This is President Tanaka we're talking about.
This one isn't tax evasion, but he's absolutely guilty of tax evasion.
All he cares about is lining his own pockets, and he does it by swindling his own viewers. He could become the richest man on the planet and still never be satisfied. Why doesn't he donate some of that money for a change? Damn Scrooge.
Well, I'm sure.
I think he should let me hold $5 personally.
Something's happened at the scene.
President Tanaka has emerged. He's carrying a microphone. It looks like he's about to sing.
Ready to go in your TV? Tanaka's Commodities. Everybody's ultimate friend and greed.
So true, buddy.
Hey everyone, Amazing Commodities is here for you year-round, rain or shine. We have a monopoly on the cheapest, highest quality goods. Our customers shout for joy so loud it's considered noise pollution. Our stocks rise so high they're a hazard to birds. And we make losers every day out of people who don't buy. We're the only miracle left in this sad, desolate world. That's the amazing.
Some things never change. I love how Tanaka's link is literally just like, yeah, he's just the same guy the whole time. He's just a shitty businessman the whole time, and nothing changes, and that's it entirely.
We look forward to your business.
President Tanaka's car drove off.
Oh, he's gone.
What the hell are you doing? You call yourself a reporter? If you can't get one lousy comment out of him, you're just giving him free advertising.
We'll have to interrupt you there as we've just received a fax. It's from President Tanaka. The message reads, "Hi, this is Tanaka, the best friend your pocketbook ever had. And what's in my pocketbook is my own business.
Oh, got him.
It's not my company's money, so what's it to them how I use it? But let me make one thing clear. I am not ashamed of a single thing. My conscience is clear, dear viewers, so buy my products, guilt-free.
Hell yeah.
Amazing Commodities, here for you year-round, rain or shine. Buy now, or you'll miss your chance. You'll see. Bye-bye." Apparently, he had no intention of revealing his use for the funds.
Does he have no shame? This Tanaka guy.
This Tanaka guy.
Just because he's made some money for himself doesn't mean that we're his little playthings. On behalf of the people, I have something to say, and I am not afraid to say it. Fat pigs like him who gorge themselves on the excesses of capitalism should
Eat the rich. Eat the rich.
Yes, thank you very much. This concludes our special report. With no clues as to the utilization of said funds, we can only hope that they went to humanitarian purposes. Next up, your daily glimpse into the stock market. This just in. We have reports that Amazing Commodities stocks have suddenly skyrocketed.
Wow. Report continues. My whole body feels sluggish. I'm too exhausted to fight the fatigue. They're just graduation ceremonies tomorrow. I should head to bed early tonight. Hey, Yukari.
Have you seen this photo before? There's Sanada-senpai, Kirijo-senpai, and that one student who passed away last year in an incident. Aragaki-senpai?
It's a photo of Sanada, Mitsuru, and Aragaki. Man. Seems like Aragaki is smiling faintly. Man. Got a text message. Sender's name is blank. Who's this from? Thank you. Hello? there somewhere else I'm supposed to go? Because, like, we didn't get to see Aegis. Oh, I can get my produce. Harvest is increased. Healthy tomatoes. No? Okay. I don't think I can leave again. I go to Aegis's room. Tsuru's, Fuka's, Aegis. There seems to be no one inside.
It's me, I guess. May I please come in?
Just a second. Hey, Aegis.
Goodness. I'm so happy to see you again. I'm sorry to show up so suddenly, but I really needed to talk to you.
What's on your mind?
I remember everything. It seems like everyone else has forgotten, but I remember. That day we
did.
I'm sorry. It's just that when I remembered, I was afraid you might go somewhere far away, like you did during the last battle.
I'm not going anywhere.
Today is graduation day, isn't it? I'm sorry. The ceremony's already begun. The weather is so nice outside. Do you remember where we all promised to meet? Why don't we go ahead and wait for the others? We can enjoy the peaceful view of the city.
The time to part has finally come. Though this is our last day together, we want the third-year class to know that we're truly proud of you. We wish each of you good health, happiness, and success. On this momentous occasion, I bid you all a fond farewell on behalf of the student body.
Next, a word from the valedictorian. From Class D, Mitsuru Kirijo-san.
Yippee, Mitsuru!
Thank you. This past year, I accepted an important responsibility as Student Council President. When I first addressed you from this podium, I spoke to you all about seizing opportunity while you had the chance. It must have been fate that intervened and gave me an important reminder of this. As many of you know, my father unexpectedly passed away due to sudden illness. Sudden illness?
Wow, that's rare. I've never heard her stumble in a speech before.
It's a big day. It must be tough to talk about her father.
I remember now. That's right. After my father died, there was a time I lost motivation to live my life.
Am I forgetting something?
Sonata-senpai? What are you doing?
Goromaru! But no longer. I shall honor my father's will. I won't run from the future. I'll face it head on. Not a single doubt remains in my mind. And the reason...
Yep.
I promise.
Mitsuru.
That's right! It's because I have forged such wonderful friendships. And we swore that we would never lose hope, no matter what the future may bring.
Senpai! We remembered him, and Aigis!
Yes, I did as well. Let's go. They're waiting.
Hello? This is the ceremony. We're not done.
Right? It's rude of it. It already did it once, too. It already did it once.
The wind. It feels so nice. I admit, I'm finally noticing the beauty of spring. It's wonderful. And yet,
It looks so good, yeah.
each and every season will come to an end. We fought side by side. We faced the world's end. And now, I'm finally beginning to understand what it was I'd been searching for. I always wondered what it really meant to live. Now I think it's following your heart, fighting for what you can change, and accepting the things you can't. Nothing on this earth lasts forever. Every life will one day fizzle out. That holds true for all of us, and as soon as you come to terms with it, you realize something. You see what really matters, and find out what it is that gives your life meaning. When I learned that I wasn't strong enough, I was tormented by it. Now I understand why. Protecting others is the duty I was given. But to me, it was more than an obligation. At some point, it became something I wanted to do for myself. Once I decided to try and prevent the fall, something inside me clicked. When I thought about how I might never see you again, that's when I first understood what mattered to me the most. And so, I made up my mind. What I want is to protect you from now until the end of time. I want to stay by your side. And I know I'm not the only one out there who could do this. But still, I want to. Because I'm positive, if I do it for you, then nothing's a waste. My life will have meaning. So, thank you.
I can't say that. I can't say the top one right now. It's too late for that one.
Sorry. What's gotten into me? It's good.
Yeah, I take it back. This game sucks.
Reason to live. So why am I? They're here. I see it now. I have friends. We support each other through thick and thin. Not everything needs to be for some greater purpose. Just caring about someone can be enough. That's all we need to give our lives meaning. As for me, I found my path. And that's to protect you with my life.
Little Babby. I love him. Stop the music. Don't do that to me.
Thank you so much for everything. You must be tired. Go ahead and rest now. I'll be right here. I won't be going anywhere.
They made this so fucking pretty, goddamn.
In a moment, the others will be joining us.
I'm getting sleepier.
It'll be okay. I'm right by your side, here to protect you forevermore.
That's really pretty Yukari art. Dumb man. Look at him. I feel like they never do for these endings, which is a shame because usually the lyrics hit fucking like unrelentingly hard. My boy Aki. Voice cast, again, I've said it so many times, but like, holy shit, they were so good. Genuinely, like every character, they nailed the casting. Shinji, my boy. Okay, they didn't need to go this hard. They didn't need to go this hard. Ooh. I can't believe we're through it. Genuinely, it's like still setting in a little bit that we beat it. I mean, again, I feel like I've said the praises of it so much, but Persona 3 was a phenomenal game. It was great. It was a revolutionary piece in its time. It was truly like just one of the better like story writing RPGs out there. And it was held back because it was, you know, an older game on an older, more limited console. And that was the biggest thing that really was holding it back. And they took it here and they nailed it. They nailed it. There's obviously the, you know, it's disappointing there's no like female main character, etc., right? It's disappointing that it's not a like definitive edition, right? But genuinely, I don't know that there's a game out there that I will be like a hard recommending as well as this game. I think it does everything well. They redid Tartarus in a way that made it just very enjoyable to just dungeon crawl for a while, which I didn't know that was gonna be possible. Visually just stunning, and that ending was like even up a notch from the rest of the game's visuals. It was just like, it was so pretty, and it adds to the power of that final scene, having it just be so unbelievably beautiful. They crushed it. Like it's hard for me to genuinely say like negative things about this game. They did such a good job with this remake, and it deserves all the praise that it's getting. And I'm really excited for the answer, because that's part of the story that I haven't played, because I did not play FES, so I have not played through the answer. I know there was some issues that people had with it here and there, but I think they will fix it given how they have done with the base game. and I'm very, very excited because the story of the answer is one that I know a lot of people are pretty high on. Aww. Whew. If you load the data you save here, you will start the game over, carrying over certain attributes from your clear data. If you overwrite the original save, you will be unable to continue playing from that point in the game. If you upload your clear data to the network, you will be able to load it through the network. We recommend you save clear data to the console. $107 and 39 minutes. Woo. Yeah. Don't you dare. Stop. Now I'm actually gonna cry. Wait. Why did you gotta do me like that? Why did that, was that necessary? Was this necessary? Did you have to throw that last haymaker? And the music. They had to sneak one more in there, huh? They had to get that one last one. Well, this is the perfect place to sit while we look for... Is there... I can't imagine we have anyone live right now. Kotoki? Oh. Playing Honkai. Fuck, it's that right. We went for 8 hours. Okay, yeah. I think we're gonna go see Kotoki because we don't have anybody else on. Thankfully, thank goodness for the Japan-based streamers on Team Harvest who are up at this ungodly hour. Bless. Unless, wait, hold on. Or, okay, we have an option. We can go see Kotoki, who is doing Honkai Star Rail. Or we could go to a different harvester and go see who just started, Nami, who is doing a Just Chatting stream for their 3-year affiliate anniversary. So let's go over there. Let's send them some love for a happy 3 years. They literally just started. Nami is very, very sweet. A English and Japanese streamer. Someone that we do not get to raid a lot. They do a lot of IRL streams. They do a lot of you know, other kinds of that style of stream. They do some calligraphy streams. They do all kinds of stuff, but it's really cool because sometimes you can just they'll just be walking around, you know, somewhere in Japan, and it's very, very pretty. Very, oh, that's the wrong one. It's very pretty. It's very interesting to watch, and I enjoy it. So definitely recommend. And go send her a lot of love. It is her 3-year affiliate anniversary. So, shockingly, actually, I didn't realize that we had started at such similar times. She's there a month before I am. So yes, I hope you all have a great night. Thank you for hanging out and bearing with me through a 8-hour stream to finish this this game. And I'm so happy that we did. It was amazing. So take care, everybody. I hope you all have a great night. And send Nami a lot of love for me. I will see you all very soon. Bye-bye.